The Digital Circus song was my cue, and I was still late to my own stream because, fuck. Because I couldn't find my meds. And, maybe if someone finds them while I am here, then I will, then I will take them. The reason why I need my meds is because, I'm gonna turn my mic down a little bit. For the past few days, I've been a bit sick with a, sinus infection, I think. So I needed my allergy medication, so if I sound a little bit weird, it's because apparently unknowingly ate my meds. In that case, I hope you will be okay, because there are a few medications in there that will probably mess with you, like, what's the word, like chemically? Like the chemical imbalance? Alright, sorry, I was just checking all of my, can I say that word? I was checking my, audio and stuff. For people asking about my pronouns, yeah, I do use he, him pronouns, but I need to let you in a little secret. I don't actually mind she, her pronouns, and I don't get mad at people for using them. The reason why I specifically use he, him pronouns in my YouTube, is because if people think that I only use he, him pronouns, they will comment shit like, "You'll never be a real boy," and that boosts my algorithm. So, that's my secret. Anyways, let's take shots of NyQuil until you see the dolphins. Easy. Yeah, okay, I'll do that. Anyways, today, hopefully the music and stuff isn't too loud. Hopefully everything's all balanced. I make it a little bit quieter. We're not gonna have music during the stream because... Did I mishear, or did Quinn say if someone will get her meds, she will date them? No! No. I am in a committed relationship with the fucking axolotl from Kanito Pet. I have proof of this. There's a lot of ship art of us. Yeah. So, I got some co-hosts today. I'll move to my, just chatting. As you'll notice, as you probably noticed in the, okay, I'm reading the chat right now, so I'm so, like, discombobulated. As you probably noticed in the, like, promotional art, we have our little cosplays on today. So I am Tiki Toby. You can call me Tiki Quinn. And yeah, I think we're pretty cute with our little things. I have my co-host sitting in a little call. You guys want to say hi? Do you guys want to meet the co-hosts? Meet the co-hosts? Because they look pretty excited, I can tell. Tikimon? Okay. I actually do have ticks, so... You can call me that if you want. I noticed... is the hair poking out of your suit a style choice or is it too small? It is a style choice. The actual suit, like, just has hair sewn onto it. I got a super chat and I didn't fucking read it and I'm so sorry. I don't even know if it went through, like, the, oh, it didn't go through because I don't have the, alert on. Okay, but I need y'all to check out the reading that came out recently by the co-owner of Sonic.exe for long lost Sonic.exe 2. Okay, we will definitely do that. I'm going to be putting all of our requests in a little thing because we have a little surprise for you before we start doing requests and stuff. Sonic.exe2, thank you so much for the 10, Sophie. Also, before I get our co-hosts in, just want to let you guys know, as always, this is not a charity stream. However, there are some links in the description. The music is a bit loud, okay. There are some links in the description, to some charities that you should support. We will be having a charity stream, probably not on my channel, but I will be, like, you know, I will be a little host of that. But yeah, if you are able to donate to that, I would appreciate it. If you'd rather donate to the stream, most of the funds that the stream gets are probably going to go to YouTube, realistically, because they take a cut. But, the rest of everything that we get today is going to be towards funding that charity stream. Like, for certain, because there are some special things that may happen there. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and get my pals in here. Let me hop on over to here and move them in here. Guys, I forgot how to... Okay, wait, move to streaming.
There... Oh.
I kicked you in! I put you in! Sorry if y'all were in the middle of a conversation.
It's all good.
It was so funny. I was saying something to Dags, and then randomly he left. I'm like, oh, okay.
He doesn't like you anymore. That
I can't
traitorous
believe
me.
this.
Yeah, that's really mean, dude.
I got too hyper realistic.
You got too hyper realistic.
Yeah. My apologies.
Yeah, he looked at me with his hyper realistic eyes, and I screamed.
Your eyes
It
are
really
very
happened.
hyper realistic right now.
I know. I'm so
Yeah.
.exe.
You're
If
so
ever in a
.exe.
call- If you're ever in a call with Dags, never humor him if he says, "Want to see my .exe eyes?" Scariest shit I've ever seen.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He says that? Hey,
happened,
Dags,
I
could I possibly get a look at your, .exe eyes?
No, I don't want to do it again.
Could I see them?
Oh,
bet
I
they're-
am God!
I bet they're beautiful. But yeah, chat, we have cosplays on. We got all dressed up. We're all cute.
I put a lot of work into mine.
Yeah, Zach put a lot of work into theirs. I think they showed it off already. We got Clyde the Killer. Beautiful, beautiful little thing. It's looking at me weird, and I don't like it. And we got Dags.exe. So,
That's
those are...
me.
That's you. My god, there are, like, 360 people in here. Thank you for showing us up. Random.
I may have summoned the entire Pastra Nation for this.
Did you actually... Did you, like,
I-
tweet or something?
may
'Cause
have- I may have promoted the stream on every social media platform I have.
Gummy
I
worm.
may have done that.
I'm not Smile Dog. If anybody would be Smile Dog, it'd be yeah.
No spoilers, but I did draw a yeah as... Well, I'm fucking stupid. I went to go check your channel, Zach, and I just typed in Zach on the YouTube.
I did that with Isaac the other day.
Isaac! I think I did that with Oh Yeah once too.
Yeah, shout out to my YouTube channel, Zach Pastra.
Zach passed. I literally just fucking looked up Zach. I gave myself. Yeah. I do that all the time. I do that with Clyde too. Like when I was working on that DOAI video, every time I needed a reference, I just look up like Clyde Winfrey.
I'm pretty sure, like, if you Google most of my characters, they actually do have a Google result now. Which
Yeah,
is crazy.
well that is really crazy. Look at you.
So, we did already get a $10 donation.
Yeah. So we're I'm putting all of this in like a list, and we're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to it. After
really
our
hope-
little surprise.
I really hope somebody at some point asks for Flanders is Mad. Favorite creepypasta.
Oh shit.
But-
I really hope somebody asks for goodbye, Gary.
Oh god, there's a slur in that. I'm gonna say
know.
if you If the creepypasta has a slur in it, we're not gonna say it, so don't try and trick the people. I will say, a lot of creepypastas, like really bad ones, will have, like, just actual, like, shock value stuff in it, so if we encounter one of those that has a really icky, gross scene, we are gonna skip that and just read the rest of it, because we have encountered a fair share of, like, just genuinely gross creepypastas that are like, oh, it was so scary, but it's just, like, really triggering.
Yeah, I think that's a good rule of thumb.
The 2010s was very prevalent with that.
Yeah.
So
especially like a lot of the like really popular ones, surprisingly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Why does SpongeBob creepypasta have a slur? Squidward calls SpongeBob the R slur in that creepypasta. For some reason, the rest of it is fine. It's just that one line.
It's so funny.
It is.
He had no reason to do that, and then the author who's like it is like, I am shocked. I have never heard that word used in SpongeBob before.
Oh my god.
Guys, hear me out. Someone tell them about the SML wiki. Do they know?
Oh my. Okay. Like, the SML wiki has become like the new iron lung for me, where
yeah.
One of my friends makes a video about it that pops off, and suddenly everyone wants me to cover it. I'm like, just go watch the Papo video.
I know. I didn't know you were friends with Tim. That's awesome.
Yeah, I talk to Tim every now and then. We're not like super close or anything, but we do talk.
They're my best friend in the world. But
shout out Tim Papo.
Yeah, guys, if you aren't subscribed to Papo already, I think you should do that because they are a very good friend here at the channel.
We should look for an SML creepypasta in their honor.
My god, you're right. Maybe we can get them on for that. But yeah, me, Dags, and Papo are like we're like a I don't even know what you call that, like a business polycule. We just like it sounds weird, but we all collectively work on projects together. Like, Tim has done editing for me, I have done research for them, Dags has done editing for Papo. It's just we're a whole, yeah. I'm sorry, Chef PP. I'm sorry, Chef PP, man. I actually, last night, chat, it was like 2 in the morning, and we were on a call with a few people. I can't remember who was there. I want to say, like, MR Springs, and Papo, and Dags, and maybe Glamrock Dusky. And, I started taking out all my YouTuber plushies, and I did, like, an SML skit, and we had, like, Junior, Cody, and, what's the other one? Joseph. They were, Dags, Turkey Tom, and Catnap, and, they wanted to go see a, explicit movie, so they went to go get Chef Pee-Pee, who was Zombie Clyde.
What am I listening to?
I'll do it for you sometime. It was like a little SML skit, but I think $10 loyalty brown Clyde. I'm not. What?
I don't think that's a creepypasta.
I'll just look up Clyde and we'll see what we can find.
Clyde's feet creepypasta.
Yeah.
You may stumble across the Pastra fanfiction.
No, I stumbled upon worse. I stumbled upon Loud House DeviantArt.
Okay,
oh,
so
God.
we're not gonna look at that on stream. Turkey Tom. Okay, the turkey Tom is the type. The turkey Tom for context. That's the first gift that Dags ever got me. I'm not like
it was really fucking funny.
Yeah, I'm not like a big turkey Tom nut. I don't really know anything about him, but our friend group finds him really funny. So that's the context.
The plush is so fucking ugly.
It is really ugly. If I had a webcam, I would show y'all.
I have it banished on like the bottom part of my shelf with Fiznom.
Yeah, it's not with Fiznom. Or Bill. Bro didn't do anything wrong.
Get Phil out of there, man.
It's because there's not enough space on the rest of the YouTuber roster.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to banish somebody down there again once like the David Barron plush comes.
When all my Davids are, I don't know when they're shipping, but holy shit, chat, I don't know if y'all were aware, but I bought like 8 David Barron plushies, and I'm really scared for when they show up. Anyways, we have a very exhilarating start for you.
400 and almost 450 viewers here.
Yeah.
Let's give them something.
Let's get the ball rolling. Chat, let me know if like audio and everything is okay. And mods, keep an eye on the chat. Keep an eye on those degenerates. Keep an eye on them.
Those losers and creeps and old kids.
Let's go ahead and start off with probably the most classic creepypasta ever. We got a cold open here. Zach, if you'd like to do the honors and send this one, I think you should be the one to read it.
Okay, I would love to read it. Hold on. Let me grab it here. I've got links to every version of this story.
Oh yeah.
Here we go.
Why are you so gender? I was born that way.
There's the Creepypastas channel.
Oh. Okay. It's got the image and everything. All right, is the original?
No, we need to get music on, and I know just the track.
Oh, I have a playlist.
Do you have creepypasta narration playlist? Do you have that one song that goes whoa, ding ding?
What the fuck is
Yes. This is I have a playlist that I found. It contains 44 like Mew songs that were all used in old creepypasta narrations.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I was very overprepared for this.
Okay, yeah, we'll get this on. Let me switch my little... Oh, all the super chats are just showing up on the thing now. Shh, ignore that. Ignore that. Let's see. So let's go ahead and, capture this. Oh, I'm so excited.
Got my mic nice and close so I can go into narrator mode. I'm going to be reading. I'm going to be reading this creepypasta in the same way that I do like my recordings for my videos.
Okay. All right. So excited. So yeah, chat. Here we have Jeff the Killer. If you don't know what Jeff the Killer is, get out of here. Get out of. No, you don't have to. But Jeff the Killer is the greatest work of fiction ever created, as you will come to hear, and we are gonna get right into it. Whenever you are ready, Zachary.
All right. Jeff the Killer. All of my friends here in chat and in the VC. Excerpt from a local newspaper. Ominous unknown killer is still at large. After weeks of unexplained murders, the ominous unknown killer is still on the rise. After little evidence has been found, a young boy states that he survived one of the killer's attacks and bravely tells his story. I had a bad dream and I woke up in the middle of the night, says the boy. I saw that for some reason, the window was open, even though I remember it being closed before I went to bed. I got up and shut it once more. Afterwards, I simply crawled under my covers and tried to get back to sleep. That's when I had a strange feeling, like someone was watching me. I looked up and nearly jumped out of my bed. There, in the little ray of light illuminating from beyond my curtains, were a pair of 2 eyes. They weren't regular eyes, they were dark, ominous eyes. They were bordered in black and just plain out terrified me. That's when I saw his mouth.
Are we supposed to believe that like a really young boy wrote all this?
Yeah.
I will say the opening is absolutely the highlight of the story.
Oh, absolutely. It is the best part, and that is hilarious. Continuing. That's when I saw his mouth. A long, horrendous smile that made every hair on my body stand up. The figure stood there, watching me. Finally, after what seemed like forever, he said a simple phrase, but said it in a way only a madman could speak. He said, "Go to sleep." I let out a scream. That's what sent him at me. He pulled up a knife, aiming at my heart. He jumped on top of my bed. I fought him back. I kicked, I punched, I rolled around, trying to knock him off me. That's when my dad busted in. The man threw the knife. It went into my dad's shoulder. The man probably would have finished him off.
Wait. Pause. So in the middle of a scruffle, Jeff, who's like 15 at this time, in his murder skills, he's also gotten good enough to like do precision knife throwing, but specifically hit him in his shoulder.
Yeah, no, like, Jeff is good enough at throwing knives
to
be able to precisely throw it into the dad, but he's not good enough to actually hit him in a vital spot.
We just got a $60 donation.
Huh?
Or wait, is it $60? Oh wait,
that's
this
a
is
different.
Knock.
That's a what is knock? Wait, I'm so sorry, guys.
Knock to USD.
Okay. 60.
Oh, it's Norwegian.
Oh, okay. I see you, Axie. Okay, like $5. Okay. Wait, what do we see?
Okay. Thank you.
Jeff, the type of guy to close the fridge by hitting it with his hit. Okay, that's, you know what? I'm hard in this. That is. Thank you. For everybody talking about, for everyone talking about like Jeff the Killer Yowie, I have a surprise for you later on. If you just stay patient with me, okay? Right now we're getting spooky. Later we'll get a little, but yeah.
Freaky.
Okay, you shut up.
All right. Continuing Jeff the Killer. The man threw the knife. It went into my dad's shoulder. The man probably would have finished him off if one of the neighbors hadn't alerted the police. They drove into the parking lot and ran towards the door. The man turned and ran down the hallway. I heard a smash, like glass breaking. As I came out of my room, I saw the window that was pointing towards the back of my house was broken. I looked out it to see him vanish into the distance. I can tell you one thing. I will never forget that face. Those cold, evil eyes and that psychotic smile. They will never leave my head. Police are still on the lookout for this man. If you see anyone that fits the description in this story, please contact your local police department. Okay, now it's structured terribly, but this next paragraph, we are cutting perspectives here. The beginning is like Jeff as the killer. Now we're cutting to the origin story, chat.
Oh boy, the origin.
Jeff and his family had just moved into a new neighborhood. His dad had gotten a promotion at work, and they thought it would be best to live in one of those fancy neighborhoods. Jeff and his brother Lou couldn't complain, though. A new, better house? What was not to love? And they were getting unpacked. As they were getting unpacked, one of their neighbors came by. Okay, get ready for the most robotic dialogue you've ever heard. Hello, she said. I am Barbara. I live across the street from you. Well, I just wanted to introduce myself and to introduce my son. She turns around and calls her son over. Billy, these are our new neighbors. Billy said hi and ran back to play in the yard.
Got a super chat. How deranged of a creepypasta am I allowed to tell you to read? Literally as deranged as you want, as long as it's not like literally like not okay for YouTube. Like,
yeah.
Like if it's just really, if it's just
if you think you'll get us taken down for reading it, then we'll likely have to pass.
Yeah,
but
and if it's just like really gross. If it's just like really stupid and crazy and outlandish, we can absolutely do that. Don't fear. That's all we're doing here today.
We'll do almost about anything.
Yeah, we're pretty lenient. And we'll also write almost anything. If anyone donates $50, I made it. I know $50 is a lot. I made it high because if I did like $10, I would be writing creepypastas this entire stream. So it's okay if you don't have the money, but also. I'm so scared if anyone does do that later on. But yeah, let's continue.
Well, said Jeff's mom, I'm Margaret, and this is my husband Peter, and my two sons, Jeff and Lou. They each introduced themselves, and then Barbara invited them to her son's birthday. Jeff and his brothers were about to object when their mother said they would love to. When Jeff and his family are done packing, Jeff went up to his mom. Mom, why would you invite us to some kid's party? If you haven't noticed, I'm not some dumb kid, said the 13-year-old.
I don't
said
eat Happy Meals anymore. I'm 13. I only eat unhappy meals.
I'm Jeff, the killer. Come on. Jeff, said his mother.
I like to believe that he like already looks like Jeff the Killer while all this is happening.
Yeah, he doesn't like go through some like transformation. He just always looks like a freak.
It's like Jeff the Killer New Game Plus.
Jeff the Killer New Game Plus. He starts the story again, but with all his stuff from his previous playthrough.
Yeah.
All right.
Jeff, stop super chatting. We are trying to Jeff the Killer may be a bad story, but I can't help but love the idea of a pale, smiling killer with eyes that stare into your soul. It is a very cool concept, but oh fuck you! But I'm so fucking mad right now. Lost episode style creepypasta about Pastra making the Band 7 video.
Huh?
Okay.
Okay, all right, we'll write that later.
I'm writing all of this down. Gotta get all. Oh yes! Somebody requested Fighters is mad. Let's go!
Yes! Yes!
We win!
I love that story.
Oh my god, you guys are so awesome. You guys are the best.
You're so
chat.
good to me, chat. You're so good to me.
Okay, first from making.
All right. You still need to write stuff down, or am I good to continue, Jeff?
I'm very okay. Flanders is mad. Okay, it's writing on Jeff the Killer. Good lord, who wrote this human conversation? I did. Okay, thank you to everybody. I can't say all the names right now. We are getting the ball rolling. Thank you, Toon Gamer. Thank you, Potateroid. Thank you, Tony Sonic. I love you guys. Heart.
Okay. Let's see here. Let me just catch where I was. Jeff, said his mother, we just moved here. We should show that we want to spend time with our neighbors. Now we're going to that party, and that's final. Jeff started to talk, but stopped himself, knowing that he couldn't do anything. Whenever his mom said something, it was final. He walked up to his room and plopped down on his bed. He sat there looking at his ceiling when suddenly, he got a weird feeling.
Oh!
Not so much a pain, but a weird feeling. He dismissed it as just some random feeling. He heard his mother call him down to get his stuff, and he walked down to get it. The next day, Jeff walked downstairs to get breakfast and got ready for school.
Do you guys think the feeling that he was feeling was killful?
Maybe. I'm not sure. This story could go anywhere, really.
Oh, man.
As he sat there, eating his breakfast, once again, he got that feeling. This time, it was stronger. It gave him a slight tugging pain, but he once again dismissed it. As he and Lou finished breakfast, they walked down to the bus stop. They sat there waiting for the bus, and then all of a sudden, some kid on a skateboard jumped over them, only inches above their laps.
How does he do that? How does he do that? That is literally like a fucking Scott Pilgrim introduction.
I know, they introduced the bullies in this story like they introduced like the 7 evil X's.
I want to see like an anime-style recreation of Jeff the Killer where they show up and it's like crazy perspective shots.
Completely faithful. Completely faithful.
It's so funny too. Like these bullies are like this is my favorite part of the story, these bullies.
They're awesome.
These characters are like they are like Saturday morning cartoon bullies taken to the extreme. This is like a child who's like just starting to get into like edgy shit, but still like only has things from their childhood to base off of. So they're like, what if all these shows I watched were dark and twisted?
What if the main character was in a coma and everything that the show was like the coma?
Oh my god, that's such an interesting theory.
I agree with that.
Now where was I? They both jumped back in surprise. Hey! What the hell? The kid landed and turned back to them. He kicked his skateboard up and caught it in his hand. The kid seemed to be about 12, 1 year younger than Jeff.
He's 12.
He wears oh my god, how do you say that? Aeropostale? He wears a shirt and ripped blue jeans. Okay, well. It looks like we got some new meat. Suddenly, 2 other kids appeared. One was super skinny, the other was huge.
Where did they come from?
I like to think they just like emerged from behind him like they were hiding.
I like to think that there was like bushes that he like landed next to that they just came from.
Yeah, they were like climbing out.
They were prepared.
Well, since you're new here, I'd like to introduce ourselves. Oh.
No more heroes as boss intro the bullies. Thank you, Petroid11. And then we get another fucking super chat from Squeaks. Like 4K.
And then Jeff said my name, Jeff.
Don't you have a game theory video to watch? Get out of here.
Yeah, don't you have a fucking, certain popular YouTuber who we will not disclose to fucking talk to right now? Don't you got a little buddy? Alright, you gotta get out of here. Well, we're gonna Shipwreck 64 creepypasta. And they'll be like, I'm shipwrecked. Yeah, anyways,
there should be a Shipwreck creepypasta.
maybe we'll make one.
So yeah,
another super chat. Okay,
I hate
$10.
No, I love you guys.
$10 from Mipster Cheez-Its. Could you read Psychosis? It's not a bad story by any means, but I'm curious about your thoughts on it. This is my first time hearing about this.
Yeah, I've never heard of this. We'll have to check that out. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I never heard of that either.
Mr. Cheez-Its.
We will add it to the queue.
Yeah, written that down.
Okay. Well,
all right.
Since you're new here, I'd like to introduce ourselves. Over there is Keith. Jeff and Lou looked over at the skinny kid. He had a dopey face that you would expect a sidekick to have. And he's Troy. They looked over at the fat kid. Talk about a tub of lard. This kid looked like he hadn't exercised since he was crawling.
Oh!
And I, said the first kid, am Randy. Now, for all the kids in this neighborhood, there's a small price for bus fare, if you catch my drift. Lou stood up, ready to punch the lights out of the kid's eyes, when one of his friends pulled a knife on him.
Oh,
yeah, how do you do that?
Why did they just carry this around? This makes other parts of the story later make so much less sense, because if Randy is notorious for terrorizing other kids, why did the police immediately take his side? Because the police are protecting Randy. Oh man, you're right. Society. So anyway, one of his friends pulled a knife on him. Oh my god, I can't make that sound. I had hoped you would be more cooperative, but it seems we must do this the hard way. The kid walked up to Lou and took his wallet out of his pocket. Jeff got that feeling again. Now it was truly strong, a burning sensation. He stood up, but Lou gestured him to sit down. Jeff ignored him and walked up to the kid. Let's see. Listen here, you little punk. Give back my bro's wallet or else. Randy put the wallet in his pocket and pulled out his own knife. Oh man. And okay, what will you do? Wait, we got more super chats. We got another one from Squeaks that just says smiling friends bullies. And we got another one from Wires. Read Squidward's suicide, but play that one Squidward crying meme when it mentions him crying in the story. Yeah, you know, Red Mist is actually like a story I haven't looked back at in a really long time. So I'm definitely down to do that one. Yeah, I have not read Red Mist since I was a kid. It really scared me when I was a kid. So it's gonna be really funny going back. I'm pretty sure that was the story that started the hyper-realistic trope. Mm-hmm. And holy shit, we just got two $5 super chats.
We are trying to, okay. From this moment on, I hope y'all know,
we'll save any donations.
Yeah, I'm gonna write all of these down, but I won't acknowledge them until the end. But just letting y'all know, I appreciate it. We love you.
Yeah, we aren't gonna skip your donations.
Yeah, we're saving them. I'm just writing them down. Can't stop thinking about bad creepypasta's reading of both this and the Hyper British edition. Police leave the bullies alone because they work for the Lankman Institute. Obviously, the Lankman Institute. That's not what it's called. You mean the Lankman Foundation? His name is Lankman Foundation! No.
It's the secret Lankman Institute. Do you not remember?
Yeah. Well, thank you guys for the donations. We're gonna get on Jeff the Kill. We're gonna Jeff the Kill through this one. But thank you guys so much. I appreciate it.
I'm eating a Lay's chip. Hold on.
Oh, okay. A single Lay's chip?
A single Lay's chip.
Oh, die Chas.
Okay. Oh, and what will you do? Just as he finished his sentence, Jeff popped the kid in the nose. As Randy reached for his face, Jeff grabbed the kid's wrist. Wait, yeah. Jeff grabbed the kid's wrist and broke it. Randy screamed and Jeff grabbed the knife from his hand. Troy and Keith rushed Jeff, but Jeff was too quick. He threw Randy to the ground. Keith lashed out at him, but Jeff ducked and stabbed him in the arm. Keith dropped his knife and fell to the ground screaming. Troy rushed him too, but Jeff didn't even need the knife. He punched Troy straight in the stomach and Troy went down. As he fell, he puked all over. Lou could do nothing but look in amazement at Jeff. Jeff, how do you... That was all he said. They saw the bus coming and knew they'd be blamed for the whole thing. So they started running as fast as they could. As they ran, they looked back and saw the bus driver rushing over to Randy and the others. As Jeff and Lou made it to school, they didn't dare tell what happened. All they did was sit and listen. Lou just thought of that... Lou just thought of that as his brother beating up a few kids. But Jeff knew it was more. It was something scary. As he got that feeling, he felt how powerful it was. The urge to just hurt someone. He didn't like how it sounded, but he couldn't help but feel happy. He felt that strange feeling go away and stay away for the entire day of school. Even as he walked home due to the whole thing near the bus stop, and how now he probably wouldn't be taking the bus anymore. He felt happy. When he got home, his parents asked him how his day was, and he said in a somewhat ominous voice, "It was a wonderful day." Next morning, he heard a knock at his front door. He walked down to find 2 police officers at the door, his mother looking back at him with an angry look. "Jeff,
oh no.
These officers tell me that you attacked 3 kids, that it wasn't regular fighting, and that they were stabbed. Stabbed, son!" Jeff's gaze fell to the floor, showing his mother that it was true. "Mom, they were the ones that pulled the knives on me and Lou." "Son," said one of the cops, "we found 3 kids. 2 stabbed, 1 having a bruise on his stomach. And we have witnesses proving that you fled the scene. Now what does that tell us?" Jeff knew it was no use. He could say him and Lou had been attacked, but and there was no proof of it. There was no proof.
Nope.
No proof it was not them who attacked first. Don't mind me. I can't read. They couldn't say that they weren't fleeing, because truth be told, they were. So Jeff couldn't defend himself or Lou. "Son," that's the mom. "Son,
yeah,
call down your brother." Jeff couldn't do it, since it was him who beat up all the kids. "Sir, it was me. I was the one who beat up the kids. Lou tried to hold me back, but he couldn't stop me." The cop looked at his partner, and they both nod. "Well, kid, looks like a year in juvie."
What?
Says Lou.
I love that line so much. That is not how that works. The police officer is not the judge, jury, and executioner. This goes through court. You don't. The cop just doesn't decide how much time you do.
Could you imagine, Could you imagine getting arrested for shoplifting and the arresting officer is like, "Well, looks like life in prison."
Life in prison.
That is so funny. This works on a fucking I don't even know. Jeff the Killer takes place in a dystopia.
Jeff the Killer takes place in a dystopian timeline where the police have all the power and play the role of judge, jury, and executioner.
That is kid, so funny.
Looks like a year in juvie. "Wait!" says Lou. They all looked up to see him holding a knife. The officers pulled their guns and locked them on Lou. "It was me. I beat up those little punks. Have the marks to prove it." He lifted up his sleeve to reveal cuts and bruises as if he was in a struggle. "Son, just put the knife down," said the officer. Lou held up the knife and dropped it to the ground. He put his hands up and walked over to the cops. "No, Lou. It was me. I did it." Jeff had tears running down his face. Poor bro. Trying to take the blame for what I did. "Well, take me away." The police led Lou out to the patrol car.
I love how all the proof they need is that he was just holding a knife.
Yeah, right? Bro was holding a knife and...
Imagine you were like cutting up like steak or something, and then you get like a knock at your door. You don't know who it is. You just like instinctively keep the knife with you, and then the cop barges in. It's like, freeze! That is a year in juvie.
Put that shit down, or it's a year in juvie, son. Let's see here. The police led Lou out to the patrol car. Lou! Tell them it was me! Tell them! I was the one who beat up those kids! Jeff's mother put her hands on his shoulders. Jeff, please, you don't have to lie. We all know it's Lou. You can stop. Jeff watched helplessly as the cop's car speeds off with Lou inside.
I don't want to do too much interruption anymore, but Chaz just said this would make a banger police body cam video.
True,
Thank you so much, Lucas the Killer Animates, for your $1. You have been my favorite person in this stream so far. You haven't said a single word, but I really like your name. Thank you.
Lucas the Kill You.
What?
Okay, let's continue.
A few minutes later, Jeff's dad pulled into the driveway, seeing Jeff's face and knowing something was wrong. Son, what is it? Jeff couldn't answer. His vocal cords were strained from crying. Instead, Jeff's mother walked his father inside to break the bad news to him as Jeff wept in the driveway. After an hour or so, Jeff walked back into the house, seeing that his parents were both shocked, sad, and disappointed. He couldn't look at them. He couldn't see how they thought of Lou when it was his fault. He just went to sleep, trying to get the whole thing off his mind. 2 days went by with no word from Lou at JDC. No friends to hang out with, nothing but sadness and guilt. That is until Saturday, when Jeff is woke up by his mother with a happy, sunshiny face. Jeff, it's the day, she said as she opened up the curtains and let light flood into the room. What? What's today? Asked Jeff as he stirs awake. Why, it's Billy's party! He was now fully awake. Mom, you're joking, right? You don't expect me to go to some kid's party after. There was a long pause. Jeff, we both know what happened. I think this party could be the thing that brightens up the past few days. Now get dressed. Jeff's mother walked out of the room.
I don't understand, like, the thought like, these parents are like so lazily written to be as unlikable as possible that it almost feels kind of realistic. Like, it is so roundabout, because this feels like how I perceived my parents when I was like 12, when I was mad at them, but like personified into like a story.
The funny thing is too, like, the 2015 remake of Jeff the Killer, like, writes the two parents in a very realistically, like, bad manner, where, like, they're written to be, like, super neglectful parents on purpose. In this story, it kind of just feels like that's how the author thought parents worked.
Yeah, I think the author just had really bad mommy issues.
Like, it really reads like some 12-year-old wrote this story as, like, their power fantasy, and they wanted to write, like, the parents to, like, be kind of shitty. So that they could justify killing them at the end.
I really like to think that this kid was, like, told that he couldn't, like, get a new video game or something, so he got really mad, went on his computer, and then found the Jeff the Killer image. It was like, oh, I'm so mad at my fucking parents right now. I'm gonna make a story out of this. I like to think that's how this story was conceived. Yeah, like, that's what he said.
Like, that's the thing. Also, I like the people in chat saying that my Jeff voice sounds like Raiden from Metal Gear Rising. You're so right, though. Okay, let's see. Where was I? Okay, here we are. Jeff, we both know what happened. I think this party could be the thing that brightens up the past few days. Now get dressed. Jeff's mother walked out of the room and downstairs to get ready herself. He fought himself to get up. He picked out a random shirt and pair of jeans and walked downstairs. He saw his mother and father all dressed up, his mother in a dress and his father in a suit. He thought, why would they ever wear such fancy clothes to a kid's party?
Yeah, it is crazy. Like, I don't, there is no explanation for this. Like, the parents just act like this. It's just fucking weird.
Now, one thing I actually really like in the remake, not to like constantly interrupt the story and go on side tangents, but one thing I actually really like that the remake in 2015 of this story did is they said that the party was not some random kid named Billy. The party was at Randy's house, and the family was trying to make a good impression with Randy's parents after Jeff beat them up because Randy was Jeff's dad's boss. And I think that is a much better explanation as to why they took this party so seriously.
That is a much better, like, narrative device.
Yeah, because, like, that explains why they would be so, like, neglectful to Jeff about all this stuff and why also, they would constantly, like, go against him.
The story has completely disappeared off the stream and is now replaced with sad Jeff Killer twink art.
You're not supposed to. You weren't supposed to find out.
I mean, I have the stream up on the other monitor. I saw the second you started doing it.
God,
How do you think I've been interacting with the chat? Anyway, continuing our story. Son,
of course.
Is that all you're going to wear? Said Jeff's mom. Better than wearing too much, he said. His mother pushed down the feeling to yell at him and hid it with a smile. Now, Jeff, we may be overdressed, but this is how you go if you want to make an impression, said his father. Jeff grunted and went back up to his room. I don't have any fancy clothes, he yelled downstairs. Just pick out something, called his mother. He looked around in his closet for what he would call fancy. He found a pair of black dress pants he had for a special occasion and an undershirt. He couldn't find a shirt to go with it. He looked around and found only striped and patterned shirts, none of which go with dress pants. Finally, he found a white hoodie and put it on. You're wearing that? They both said. His mother looked at her watch. Okay, like, if the kid has nothing else, that's on you. That's not on him.
Yeah, like, exactly. I don't know why they're so adamant about this.
Like, you're the one who bought his clothes.
I also like when Chasington said, no, the bullies with the guns are better.
Oh, just you wait till they show up. His mother looked at her watch. Oh no, time to change, let's go. No time to change, my bad. Let's just go, she said as she herded Jeff and his father out the door. They crossed the street over to Barbara and Billy's house. They knocked on the door They knocked on the door and at it appeared that Barbara, okay, just like his parents, way overdressed. As they walked inside, all Jeff could see were adults, no kids. The kids are out in the yard. Jeff,
white
how
hoodie.
about you go and meet some of them? Oh no.
I like to think that the white hoodie is like his version of the Green Goblin mask.
It speaks to him.
Jeff, when you put this on, you will become the killer.
The killer hoodie. Jeff walked outside to a yard full of kids. They were running around in weird cowboy costumes and shooting each other with plastic guns. He might as well have been standing in a Toys R Us. Suddenly, a kid came up to him and handed him a toy gun and hat. Hey, wanna play? He said. Ah, no, kid. I'm way too old for this stuff. The kid looked at him with a weird puppy dog face. Please, said the kid. Fine, said Jeff. He put on the hat and started to pretend to shoot at the kids. At first, he thought it was totally ridiculous, but then he started to actually have fun. It might not have been super cool, but it was the first time he had done something that took his mind off of Liu. So he played with the kids for a while.
That's the last time he had humanity.
That's the last time he had fun. So he played with the kids for a while until he heard a noise. A weird rolling noise. Then it hit him. Randy, Troy, and Keith all jumped over the fence on their skateboards. How did they do that?
You know how hard it is to jump over a fence, especially if you're a tub of lard like Troy. Like how is Troy quote unquote not have exercise since he was crawling, but has the agility and strength to jump a fence with a skateboard?
Like assuming it's like one of those like white picket fences, like I always imagined. Like these guys are actually the most insane skateboarders in the world.
I like to think that not only did they jump the fence, but they jumped over Jeff's head again.
They jumped over Jeff a second time.
Yeah.
I like to think they all did it in sync too, because the way it's described, I always imagine the three of them in like a single file line, like horizontally jumping over the fence in sync.
No, I always imagine it's like a down shot of like we're in a down perspective and it's Jeff looking up and they all like jump over him in slow motion in unison, like lined up like horizontally. And then they land like right in front of him with the skateboards and like strike a cool pose like they're about to enter a boss fight.
I fucking love these guys. They're the best. Let's see. Randy, Troy, and Keith all jumped over the fence on their skateboards. Jeff dropped the fake gun and ripped off the hat. Randy looked at Jeff with a burning hatred. "Hello? Jeff, is it?" he said. "We have some unfinished business." Jeff saw his bruised nose. "I think we're even. I beat the crap out of you and you got my brother sent to JDC. Randy got an angry look in his eyes. "Oh no, I don't go for even. I go for winning. You may have kicked our asses that one day,
like
but not today." Because I always pictured him talking like that.
Is this like fucking John Gotti's kid? Is that why he acts like this? Like what? Why
did me? You disrespect my brothers. You disrespect my family.
Why is he like this? What made him this way? I want the Randy side story. I want to see what made him do this.
Once again, like, I keep bringing it up, but I genuinely think it's a solid story aside from some of the dialogue. The 2015 remake also explains Randy really well by having it basically be that since he's like the son of a rich like dad, everyone in the town is like super fake and pretends to be his friends, and that's why he bullies people, is because he thinks everyone in the town is fake.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the 2015 remake sounds like it ties up a lot of the loose ends, but this story is so funny. It's a classic.
I would actually say the 2015 remake of Jeff the Killer is like unironically a solid story. The only problem it has is that it has some really like cringy, edgy 2015 dialogue every now and then.
That makes sense.
But it's pretty solid overall. Let's see here. "I don't go for even. I go for winning. You may have kicked our asses that one day, but not today." As he said that, Randy rushed at Jeff. They both fell to the ground. Randy punched Jeff in the nose, and Jeff grabbed him by the ears and headbutted him. Jeff pushed Randy off of him, and both rose to their feet. Kids were screaming, and parents were running out of the house. Troy and Keith both pulled out guns out of their pockets. "No one interrupts or guts will fly," they said. Randy pulled a knife on Jeff and stabbed him in his shoulder. Jeff screamed and fell to his knees. Randy started kicking him in the face. After 3 kicks, Jeff grabs his foot and twists it, causing Randy to fall to the ground. Jeff stood up and walked towards the back door. Troy grabbed him. "Need some help?" He picks up Jeff by the back of the collar and throws him through the patio door. As Jeff tries to stand, he is kicked to the ground. Randy repeatedly starts kicking Jeff until he starts to cough up blood. "Come on, Jeff, fight me!" He picks up Jeff and throws him into the kitchen. Randy sees a bottle of vodka on the counter and smashes the glass over Jeff's head. "Fight!" He throws Jeff back into the living room. "Come on, Jeff, look at me!"
I love how the author never even tries to make an attempt as to why no adult intervenes.
Well, no, they explain it as friggin' Troy and Keith are pointing pistols at the adults and holding them at gunpoint.
Oh, okay. But, like, I still don't understand how it gets to this point. So, like, these are still, like, 12-year-olds. Even with a gun, I feel like you could make up a strategy in order to stop the 12-year-olds.
The 12-year-olds with armed pistols. Once again, I'd like to bring up how much more sense the remake of the story makes, because instead of running around with pistols, they explain it that Randy has Jeff at his house because it was Randy's party. And Randy, you know, being this rebellious kid, wanted to show Jeff his dad's flare gun, which is what he points at Jeff instead.
No. You don't see the vision. You don't see the vision.
I really like the fucking they jump over the fence, guns blazing with like Glock 17s.
Yeah.
These kids act like they're in a Yakuza game.
They're so fucking cool.
It really is.
We need more fan art of the Jeff the Killer bullies specifically, just being like
Can somebody make like Somebody make like a fan art of the Jeff the Killer bullies like jumping over Jeff with their skateboard.
Yeah, they're gonna be super cool. Yeah, if there's any fan art for the
like-
stream, by the way, Zach, I'm putting you on duty of finding it and digging it up for me because neither me nor Dags are fucking on Twitter. So
Sure, I got you.
Yeah, I'd love to see some.
If you have any fan art for the stream, either ping me on Twitter or you can submit it to the Pastra art hashtag, and I'll just,
Yeah,
inform
gotta see
people
some
whenever I check
like
it.
Clyde the Killer fan art. Gotta see our little creepypasta sonas.
Okay, where was I? Come on, Jeff, fight me! He picks up Jeff and throws him into the kitchen. Randy sees a bottle of vodka on the counter and smashes the glass over Jeff's head. Fight! He throws Jeff back into the living room. Come on, Jeff, look at me! Jeff glances up, his face riddled with blood. I was the one who got your brother sent to JDC, and now you're just gonna sit here and let him rot in there for a whole year? You should be ashamed! Jeff starts to get up. Oh, finally! You stand and fight! Jeff is now to his feet, blood and vodka on his face. Once again, he gets that strange feeling, the one in which he hasn't felt for a while. Finally, he's up, says Randy as he runs at Jeff. That's when it happens. Something inside Jeff snaps. His psyche destroyed. All rational thinking is gone. All he can do is kill.
He's Jeff the Kill.
What we're getting to here is my favorite description in the entire story. He grabs Randy and pile drives him into the ground. He gets on top of him and punches him straight in the heart. The punch causes Randy's heart to stop. As Randy gasps for breath, Jeff hammers down on him. Punch after punch, blood gushes from Randy's body until he takes one final breath and dies.
No!
Jeff punched him so hard in the chest, his heart stopped.
That is so hardcore. How?
Like, you know that
13 years old, by the way.
13-year-old punched a dude so hard in the chest, it stopped his heart instantly. Let's see. Everyone.
I fucking love this story.
Everyone is looking at Jeff now. The parents, the crying kids, even Troy and Keith. Although they easily break from their gaze and point their guns at Jeff. Jeff sees the guns trained on him and runs for the stairs. As he runs, Troy and Keith let out fire on him, each shot missing. Jeff runs up the stairs. He hears Troy and Keith follow up behind. As they let out their final rounds of bullets, Jeff ducks into the bathroom. He grabs a towel rack and rips it off the wall. Troy and Keith race in, knives ready. Troy swings his knife at Jeff.
You know how hard it would be to rip a towel rack off the wall? Those things are put in with nails, or no, like screws that are like really tough. So once again, 13-year-old has the strength to punch somebody so hard in the chest, they end up dying immediately, but also the strength to just elegantly, without any issue, rip a towel rack off of a wall.
Well, you don't understand. Like, he's Jeff the Killer now. He has superpowers.
Why is that the first thing he goes through, by the way? I feel like there's a lot better objects in a bathroom that you could use to fight with.
Sorry, someone in chat just said Troy can make it up the stairs. Y'all are so mean to Troy. I get that he's a bully with a literal pistol trying to murder Jeff, but come on.
Yeah, come on, guys. Bullies... You know, the bully and the murder and the stabbing, that's pretty bad. But body shaming? In my stream? Just because Jeff the Killer does. You guys don't want to be like Jeff the Killer.
I am Jeff the Killer.
No, you're not. You're Sonic.exe. You're God.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, I'm Jeff the Killer. This is my story!
Yeah.
Troy swings his knife at Jeff, who backs away and bangs the towel rack into Troy's face. Troy goes down hard, and now all that's left is Keith. He is more agile than Troy, though, and he ducks when Jeff swings the towel rack. He dropped the knife and grabbed Jeff by the neck. He pushed him into the wall. A thing of bleach fell down on top of him from the top shelf.
A thing of bleach.
A thing of bleach.
Yeah, just a thing of bleach.
Okay, so I always imagined this. Okay, so... Bleach bottles typically, they have safety locks on them, right? So something like this would be borderline impossible to happen. So what I like to think is that Billy's family likes keeping bleach in like like containers like that you'd put food in.
They just
it's
have
just
like a Tupperware container.
Yeah, they put bleach in Tupperware containers, and it just fell on them. You're like, oh shit, it's bleach in the Tupperware container. This is such a common occurrence.
I just find it so funny that like we're gonna get more to it as like we get later into the story, but I find it so funny how everything in this climax is just used to force every detail of the Jeff the Killer design to work in like a 12-year-old's mind.
Chazington just said Troy deleted the original Jeff the Killer image. He deserves it.
That bitch has it coming.
I really like that headcanon. I really like that Troy from Beyond the Grave is the one that hid the origins of the Jeff the Killer image.
Troy actually lived. He just got hit in the face with the pipe and
yeah,
lived.
you're right. It was Troy.
He still has
somehow. It took a while. It took a while for him to find it while typing on his fat fingers, but he eventually found it and deleted it.
With all these Jeff the Killer sequel stories, I'm surprised no one made Troy the Killer.
Yeah, come on, guys. The original Troy the Killer image is just a fucking PNG of queso.
Can somebody start making sequels to Jeff the Killer stories like their Showa era Godzilla movies so we could get like Jeff versus Troy?
Shut up!
You heard of Freddy versus Jason. Now get ready for
Jeff versus
Jeff versus Troy. Go crazy.
Hold on, I lost.
I need to pay for Billy's fucking therapy because holy fuck.
Okay,
I like that comment.
He pushed him into the wall. A thing of bleach fell down on top of him from the top shelf. It burned both of them and they started to scream. Jeff wiped his eyes as best as he could. He pulled back the towel rack and swung it straight into Keith's head. As he lay there, bleeding to death, he let out an ominous smile. "What's so funny?" asked Jeff. Keith pulled out a lighter and switched it on. "What's funny," he said, "is that you're covered in bleach and alcohol." Jeff's eyes widened as Keith threw the lighter at him. As soon as the flame made contact with him, the flames ignited the alcohol in the vodka. While the alcohol burned him, the bleach bleached his skin. That's not how that works. Jeff let out a terrible screech as he caught on fire.
I got really curious as if people have drawn Troy before. Every single fan art besides one, they just completely ignore the fact that he's described as being fat. Like in some of them, they just draw him as muscular.
What?
They can't have them be unattractive. I love the 2010s.
God forbid we have an overweight character in a story.
Oh yeah, I see this. We got the fucking. This is like those TikToks that's like I tried to draw a chubby character, dude. You guys.
I tried to draw a chubby character and it's like friggin' like
there's one.
Alistair
Here,
from
this
Haunted
is
Hotel.
definitely.
There's one that I found that makes Randy look like a combination of Ed Sheeran and Jared Leto's Joker.
Wait, Austin.
Oh my
did you
God.
draw this?
Did I draw what?
Did you draw this one?
Also, dude, like, I fully believe that the 12-year-old who made this story, like, wanted to give Jeff the Killer a Joker-type origin story, but didn't have a giant vat of chemicals to drop Jeff into, so he went the route of bleach and alcohol.
Bleach and alcohol.
Like, I fully believe that. There's no way this isn't, like, an attempted, like Joker-style origin story. That's always how I saw this.
Absolutely. Like, Jeff the Killer, and like as he was portrayed in the 2010s, is literally just like budget Joker.
Yeah, no, literally.
It is so funny.
I love him so much. Like, I hope people know that, like, my love of Jeff the Killer is in no way ironic. I actually fucking love this character and how stupid it is.
Crazy hamburger. Sorry, I just pulled up the crazy hamburger thing on stream.
That's what I imagine Troy looks like.
Hey, wait, look.
Okay, let's see here.
Yeah.
As soon as the flame made contact with him, the flames ignited the alcohol in the vodka. While the alcohol burned him, the bleach bleached his skin. Jeff let out a terrible screech as he caught on fire. He tried to roll out the fire, but it was no use. The alcohol made him into a walking inferno. He ran down the hall and fell down the stairs. Everybody started screaming as they saw Jeff, now a man on fire, drop to the ground nearly dead. The last thing Jeff saw was his mother and the other parents trying to extinguish the flame. That's when he passed out. When Jeff woke up,
his body was there, but they didn't bother to like try and grab him. That is so funny. Like, I like to imagine that, like, he was right next to the flames, but, like, they were focused on other flames that are on the other side of the room, and they didn't care about the ones that are currently engulfing Jeff.
Yeah, no. When Jeff woke, he had a cast wrapped around his face. He couldn't see anything, but he felt a cast on his shoulder and stitches all over his body. He tried to stand up, but realized that there was some tube in his arm, and when he tried to get up, it fell out, and a nurse rushed in. I don't think you can get out of bed just yet, she said as she put him back in his bed and readjusted the tube. Jeff sat there with no vision, no idea of what his surroundings were. Finally, after hours, he heard his mother. Honey, are you okay? She asked. Jeff couldn't answer though. His face was covered and he was unable to speak. Oh, honey, I have great news. After all the witnesses told the police that Randy confessed of trying to attack you, they decided to let Lou go. This made Jeff almost bolt up, stopped halfway and remembering the tube coming out of his arm. He'll be out by tomorrow, and then you two will be able to be together again.
Once again, no court process or anything.
the police decided.
Yeah, just dystopian society where police have ultimate rule over everybody.
Yeah, I really like to think the police just got a call and they're like, yeah, so Randy pulled out a knife and gun on this kid, and he's like, oh shit, hey Lou.
Yeah, I like to think that like it's like structured like one of those cartoon jails where like the police officers are just like working, and then behind them is just everybody that's like in the jails behind the bars.
Yeah, there's Lou in his like striped black and white outfit.
Yeah, with like a chain, with like a ball and chain attached to his foot. And,
Yeah,
and he has a pickaxe and he's mining ore.
Hi,
for them.
Tim.
that's absolutely perfect. Let's see here. Where was I? I've completely lost my place. Okay, there we go. Jeff's mother hugs Jeff and says her goodbyes. The next couple of weeks were those where Jeff was visited by his family. Then came the day where his bandages were to be removed. His family were all there to see it, what he would look like. As the doctors unwrapped the bandages from Jeff's face, everyone was on the edge of their seats. They waited until the last bandage holding the cover of his face was almost removed. Let's hope for the best, said the doctor. He quickly pulls the cloth, letting the rest fall from Jeff's face. Jeff's mother screams at the sight of his face. Lou and Jeff's dad stare awestruck at his face. I hate the way this story is, like sight of his face. Awestruck at the sight of his face, like... What? Wait, oh, sorry, that's Jeff. What? What happened to my face? Jeff said. He rushed out of bed and ran to the bathroom. He looked in the mirror and saw the cause of distress. His face, it's horrible. His lips were burnt to a deep shade of red. His face was turned into a pure white color, and his hair singed from brown to black. Yeah, shout out to the fire acting like hair dye. He slowly put his hand to his face. It sort of had a leathery feel to it now.
Oh, man.
He looked back at his family, then back at the mirror. Jeff, said Lou, it's not that bad.
This is not what bleach and alcohol would do.
Yeah, no, he looked like Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
No, shush.
Jeff, said Lou, it's not that bad. Not that bad, said Jeff. It's perfect. His family were equally surprised. Jeff started laughing uncontrollably. His parents noticed that his left eye and hand were twitching. Jeff, are you okay? Okay? I've never felt more happy. Look at me! This face goes perfectly with me! He couldn't stop laughing. He stroked his face, feeling it, looking at it in the mirror. What caused this? Well, you may recall that when Jeff was fighting Randy, something in his mind...
That is so funny. Just like the fucking random narrator that comes in.
I know. The narrator just directly talks to the viewer all of a sudden.
I like to think that this is Troy. I like to think that Troy is accounting everything that's going on here.
Great beyond.
I
Well,
love Troy.
you may recall that when Jeff was fighting Randy, something in his mind, his sanity, snapped. Now he was left as a crazy killing machine. That is, his parents didn't know.
Jeff experiences gender euphoria. Thank you.
Doctor, said Jeff's mom, is my son all right? You know, in the head? Oh yes, this behavior is typical for patients that have taken very large amounts of painkillers. If this behavior doesn't change in a few weeks, bring him back here, and we'll give him a psychological test. You should tell the people that are high on painkillers and start saying shit like, "Look at me! Look at my face!"
I'm pretty sure if you're high on painkillers, you're like, dude,
Yeah.
look at this nightmare
this
Bonnie action figure.
That's a joke nobody here is gonna get.
Shh, they don't even know.
Okay, but no, I think that is very abnormal behavior. How did they
Troy paid off the doctors to botch the facial reconstruction.
I believe it. I fully believe it.
I really like to think Troy is just an actual evil mastermind who's just been fucking with Jeff to make him go down.
I love Troy. I think we should we gotta get Troy to be this focal point.
We need Jeff versus Troy, and it's written exactly like the original story.
I'll write it. I'll put it on AO3.
Let's see here. If this behavior doesn't change in a few weeks, bring him back here. We'll bring him in for a psychological test. Oh, thank you, doctor. Jeff's mother went over to Jeff. Jeff, sweetie, it's time to go. Jeff looks away from the mirror. His face still formed into a crazy smile. "K, mommy! Ha 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 ha!" His mother took him by the shoulder and took him to get his clothes. "This is what came in," said the lady at the desk. Jeff's mom, sorry. Sorry, it's just this dialogue is killing me, man. Jeff's mother woke to a. Oh wait, no, wait. Oh wow, I read way ahead. "This is what came in," said the lady at the desk. Jeff's mom looked down to see the black dress pants and white hoodie her son wore. Now they were clean of blood and stitched together. Let's just ignore the fact that they were on fire. They've been cleaned now.
Yeah. No, that is my favorite detail of this story. Instead of just getting him new clothes, in order to make the character design work still, they needed to stitch together his old clothing and clean it after the fire. They would not do that. They wouldn't do that.
Funny. Let's see. Jeff's mother led him to his room and made him put his clothes on. Then they left, not knowing that this was their final day of life. Later that night, Jeff's mother woke to a sound coming from the bathroom. It sounded as if someone was crying. She slowly walked over to see what it was. When she looked into the bathroom, she saw a horrendous sight. Jeff had taken a knife and carved a smile into his cheeks. "Jeff, what are you doing?" asked his mother. Jeff looked over to his mother. "I couldn't stop smiling, Mommy. It hurt after a while. Now I can smile forever." Jeff's mother noticed his eyes ringed in black. "Jeff, your eyes!" His eyes were seemingly never closing. "I couldn't see my face. I got tired and my eyes started to close. I burned out the eyelids so I could see forever myself. My new face." Jeff's mother slowly started to back away, seeing that her son was going insane. "What's wrong, Mommy? Aren't I beautiful?" "Yes, son," she said. "Yes, you are. Let me go get Daddy so he can see your face." She ran into the room and shook Jeff's dad from sleep. "Honey, get the gun. I love just the immediate.
Honey, get the gun.
No trying to help. No trying to help Jeff at all. Immediately just getting a fucking gun.
He's gotta go. He's gotta die. She stopped as she saw Jeff in the doorway holding a knife. "Mommy, you lied! died. That's the last thing they hear as Jeff rushes them with the knife, gutting both of them. His brother Lou woke up, startled by some noise. He didn't hear anything else, so he just shut his eyes and tried to go back to sleep. As he was on the border of slumber, he got the strangest feeling that someone was watching him. He looked up before Jeff's hands covered his mouth. He slowly raised the knife. Wait, yeah, Jeff's hand covered his mouth. He slowly raised the knife, ready to plunge it into Lou. Lou thrashed here and there, trying to escape Jeff's grip. Shh, Jeff said. Just go to sleep.
He said the thing.
Oh!
He said the thing.
And that, dear viewers, was Jeff the Killer, as narrated by myself.
That was so beautiful.
Jeff the Killer.
Crazy hamburger.
Please get Crazy Hamburger off my screen.
I love Jeff the Killer.
It is such a fucking funny story. I don't understand how they thought that. No, I do. They're like 14 when they wrote it.
Like,
when I was 14, I wouldn't have written that shit.
Like, I said this before, like, while we were mid-narration, but, like, Jeff the Killer is such an interesting case where, like, I loved this story as a kid because it terrified me. And then I had my little phase where I was like, it's such a shitty story. I hate it. I only like good creepypastas. And now as a 21-year-old adult, I'm just like, I fucking love Jeff the Killer. I love Jeff the Killer so much. I love this shitty story. I love Jeff the Killer.
I feel like every single person, once they enter adulthood, has that cycle.
I know, everyone's got that one thing. They've got that one cycle where it's like, I grew out of it, I'm too cool for it, and then they become an adult and it's like, no, fuck that, I love this shit. I love it. This is my shitty creepypasta. Like, I love Jeff the Killer so much because every time I read it, it's so apparent that the entire time the story was being written, the author was just going, God, this is so badass. God,
this is so fucking cool.
This is so cool.
I love it.
I know damn well they showed it to like all their friends in middle school.
Oh yeah, and they were like, guys, check it out, all these people are narrating my creepypasta. Yeah, it's famous.
They probably were pretty popular in school, to be honest. Like, if they had proof that they wrote Jeff the Killer.
Pastra, yeah, I thought you were like 12. Pastra is 12. They're lying to you.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. I sometimes I swap the numbers in my age. My bad.
Okay, should we read our
should we read the second creepypasta, like the second Jeff the Killer, or should we
I think we should save it for a little bit later.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the Jeff the Killer remake would be a good thing to do later. Like, we could have our Jeff the Killer breaks.
Okay, but before we start reading the other creepypastas that people have recommended and the other like OGs, I think that someone has a little presentation to share with the class.
I am so excited.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
before we do that though, I just got DM'd some fantastic art that
please tell me it's from who I think it is.
It's not. It's from Fredbear.
I don't know who that is, but thank you, Fredbear.
Fredbear himself, like the
like from Five Nights at Freddy's. Okay.
Yes.
Oh my god.
You should pull this up on stream.
Chat. What do we think?
They didn't go to school. They obviously got sent to the juvenile detention center. What if the author did write this while in juvie?
Yeah, they did this. This is a real story.
I love that art so much.
This is really good.
We need to pull this up on screen.
Yeah, I got it on screen.
This is peak.
Yes.
Clyde the Killer encountering Randy.
Clyde the Killer would fuck Randy up.
Oh yeah. Clyde the Killer would kick Randy's ass. He'd punch him so hard in the chest his heart would stop.
Oh my god.
I like thinking of the story as like an incomprehensible campfire story that's been changed through years of telephone. Yeah, Papo. Me and Papo were actually talking about this in a VC once, because I think the idea of giving Jeff the Killer an origin story is kind of fundamentally flawed. So I like thinking that the Jeff the Killer story is a story in universe of Jeff the Killer that, like, through decades upon decades of telephone got to the point that it is today, where it's the common consensus because nobody actually knows where he came from.
That interpretation is going to be really fun once we get around to what I have ready.
Okay. Well, I think it's time to do so now.
I think it's time.
So, chat, for a little bit of context, whenever, Quinn came to me with the idea for this stream, I got very, very excited about the prospect of talking about Jeff the Killer on here, because I really love Jeff the Killer. So, I, of course, am also working on a Jeff the Killer video for my channel right now, and I've been doing a lot of research on the old stuff with Jeff the Killer that I used to be really obsessed with as a kid. And I felt, in honor of the Creepypasta stream, I would provide everyone in the stream today with a slideshow presentation giving my comprehensive lore experiences with Jeff the Killer.
Oh lord, let me get this up on stream. Holy shit.
Just so everybody here is aware, we have no idea what to expect from this. Zach did not show us.
Yeah, I was just informed, like, during the process of it, like, oh, I'm working on it. Oh, I'm so excited. But at the end of the day, I am just as in the dark as you are, chat. So we're gonna enjoy this together.
This slideshow, nobody has seen this slideshow yet. This slideshow is a comprehensive look of all of the most fascinating aspects of the Jeff the Killer lore, including the behind the scenes, all the fanfiction, video games. I have covered everything about Jeff the Killer that I find interesting here as little cliff notes, and we are going to talk about it here today. So, with everyone in chat, if you are ready, allow me to get into my ultimate Jeff the Killer lore presentation.
It just ends with the original photo.
So, I made the photo. I made the photo when I would have been 1 year old. Okay, so, of course, beginning our slideshow experience, we have Jeff the Killer 2011, which is the creepypasta that all of us just read out loud. Well, I guess I just read it out loud for all of you to enjoy. So, a couple things to talk about with this. Obviously, I don't need to give a recap of the story. We just read it. However, I want to take this time with this 2011 story to kind of talk about Jeff the Killer and, like, the interesting aspect of him, which is the fact that that story we just read was so ungodly terrible. And yet Jeff the Killer, alongside Slender Man, became, like, the most popular creepypasta ever.
Well, all to do with the image, I think.
I was going to say, like, I kind of have this, like, chaos theory as to why this story blew up in the first place and why Jeff became so popular. And I think it's because, as well as the image just genuinely being creepy, I believe that Jeff the Killer in this story is the quintessential creepypasta character, looking at it through the lens of creepypasta fans. Because, like, the thing is,
so fucking correct.
Yeah, like, creepypasta fans, they do not give a shit about the actual objective quality of a story. If you look at most of these super popular creepypasta fandoms, most of them have really bad stories tied to them. What creepypasta fans latch onto is an interesting, scary idea for a character, an iconic design that they can latch onto, and, you know, some kind of angsty backstory that explains where they came from. Jeff the Killer has all of these things.
And if you think about it, this has been the template for, like, 4 other insanely popular creepypasta characters.
Exactly. And the thing is with Jeff the Killer too, is I believe he is the quintessential creepypasta character because to his core, Jeff the Killer is easily the most simple. You know, like, Eyeless Jack is some monster that eats livers. Slender Man is some eldritch entity. Jeff the Killer is a teenage serial killer who mutilated his face. Like, he is your quintessential creepypasta character. He is just a serial killer. And a lot of people really latched onto that. And that's why, despite the fact that this story was so bad, people really liked it. I mean, that was the thing about it that I latched onto whenever I experienced the story as a kid. Because, you know, Jeff the Killer was not some random out there concept that you could suspend your disbelief for as a child. He was a serial killer that would sneak into your house at night and murder you. And that shit was scary when you were a kid.
Like, I genuinely was terrified of Jeff the Killer, like, as a concept when I was growing up. Because, like, the idea of somebody whose specific killing apparatus is they break into your house when you're at your most vulnerable, and you have no way of combating it because you don't even know that they're there because you're in a state where you couldn't even know, is actually really scary. Especially to a child.
Hey guys, my name is Jake.
Hold on, what the fuck? Okay. I forgot that there are other people in the server.
Oh, no, they can't
okay.
join the VC unless I drag them in.
What the? Oh, okay. What? No, they can. Oh, wait. Oh,
nope,
okay.
not streaming.
Okay. Anyways, continue, Zach.
So, yeah, basically, yeah, Jeff the Killer got super popular because he was like the quintessential creepypasta character, despite the fact that the 2011 story was really bad. But here's where things start to get interesting. Because, yes, this 2011 story blew up for all the reasons I just described. But what if I told you that the 2011 creepypasta was not the original Jeff the Killer story? Because this story, I kid you not, for the people who don't know this, is actually an act of plagiarism that has become so popular that the original is actually forgotten.
What?
Because Jeff the Killer was actually a creepypasta from 2008.
No fucking way.
I am
Troy just joined the PC.
Yeah. I'm glad that was the takeaway and not the big reveal. So, yeah, the truth be told, the 2011 creepypasta I just read out loud to all of you was actually a plagiarism of the true original Jeff the Killer video.
I did not know this.
Yeah, so get this, because the lore goes pretty deep here. In 2008, a user by the name of Cesar, I don't know how you say his name, created an account on Newgrounds called Killer Jeff. And this account was used as a roleplay account where he had the Jeff the Killer image as his profile picture. And the thing was, he would just do these edgy roleplays where he pretended to be this serial killer. And eventually, Cesar decided to make a video that explained the lore of his original character, Jeff the Killer.
No.
This original 2008 video was the first ever video or any media that explained Jeff the Killer lore, and the author of the 2011 creepypasta would see this video, would steal the name of the characters in the story as well as the image, and would then take credit for being the creator of Jeff the Killer when he created the 2011 creepypasta.
What?
And the thing is, this video was then taken down because it contains copyrighted music, and Cesar's YouTube account was terminated along the lines of the story, and Cesar himself claims that the reason why his account was taken down was because he tried taking credit for his character and story, and people in the Jeff the Killer fandom went after him and supposedly mass reported his account until it got terminated.
No
way. I don't know if this is the case, because the thing is, Cesar did very frequently upload videos that contained heavily copyrighted music. So this explanation could potentially be the case. However, what I think is more likely is that his channel got taken down for violating YouTube TOS. Okay. But I was fortunate enough to find somebody who archived the original Jeff the Killer video, which is 2 minutes long. And I am going to play it here for everyone in chat to see. This right here is the original Jeff the Killer. This is the original version of the story as written by Cesar, and I'm going to have it muted because it contains copyrighted music. So, Quinn, if you could play some, actually, here, I can screen share. I've got some music here.
Yeah, I gotta, yeah. I was assuming you would add the.
So here, I'll let's get some scary music. Actually, let's get the Mew Jeff the Killer theme.
Oh yeah.
Wait, so does this have copyrighted music in it still?
The archived version of the video?
Yeah.
Yes, the archived version of the video does have, also sorry if you hear my dogs. The archived version of the video does have copyrighted music. The song is I Guess You're Right by the Posies or the Posses, I don't know how you say their name.
Okay.
Which I listened to on loop while I was making this slideshow, by the way. But yeah, so we'll play this in the background while we watch the original 2008 Jeff the Killer video.
Holy shit. It's muted, by the way.
Oh, the song is?
Oh no!
The video's just text.
There's just text.
I've seen this before. It's very good.
Oh, I thought there was a narration.
No, there is no narration.
Nope. It's.
You might be wondering how his face looks this way. It's a long story. I'll tell it to you soon.
Any minute now.
He takes his time with this video.
He used to let it sink in.
Jeff's brother, Lou.
That's what he looks like.
He was very popular and a ladies' man. He's a very nice guy once you have a beer with him.
Yeah.
You get to look at him for a while.
Okay.
Jeff in his mid-teen years.
Apparently, while we're in these like little intermission phases, apparently the creator of the original story also lied, saying he made the original image.
Yeah, I was gonna get to that actually. I have a whole slide dedicated to talking about the image. Don't worry. In this picture, he was teasing Lou by wearing his glasses. Jeff was indeed doing the world a favor and killing the humans that infest the world.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah?
He'll fucking gut you.
that looked like a post-ironic meme.
Jeff is also good with children.
Yeah.
Yeah?
This is the whole story so far. Jeff was hauling a gallon of acid to the bathroom to clean his bathtub. He slipped on a bar of soap in which he fell and the acid splashed all over his face.
What?
Damaging his face, the neighbor heard his cries for help and took him to the hospital. Lou was at work, but came over to the hospital as soon as he heard what happened to Jeff. Never again was Jeff the same. And that, everybody, was the original Jeff the Killer video as created by Cesar.
Rip Lou. Never got a beer with him.
I know.
Hold on.
We gotta get a beer with him.
So, yeah, this story would be posted in 2008 as a YouTube video. And, like I said before, the author of the 2011 creepypasta would see this video, create their own interpretation of the story using the names and pictures, and would then take credit. And that version of the creepypasta was the one that blew up. So the original creator of the story essentially just faded into obscurity.
It makes a lot more sense that the new one would be the one that blows up because it has a lot more appeal to children, I think.
See, that's the thing.
When you look at Lou, you don't think Tumblr sexy man, you know?
No, you see, that was my thing, is I feel like the 2011 one blew up because it hit all the marks of what made a popular creepypasta. Well, this original 2008 video was clearly just made so that somebody could explain the lore of his roleplay OC on Newgrounds. Which was exactly what it was.
Yeah.
Now, the interesting thing is, as well as this original 2008 story that was plagiarized to make the 2011 one, and the 2011 one, there is a third piece of Jeff the Killer media that is considered the official Jeff the Killer story, and that would be the 2015 remake of Jeff the Killer. Now, this was an interesting case as to why this story was made, because you probably would think, you hear official remake of a creepypasta, you're probably assuming that the author got older and remade his story, thinking he could do better. That's actually just not the case. Basically what happened was all of the most famous creepypastas were uploaded to the Creepypasta wiki. And on this Creepypasta wiki, of course, one of the most popular stories was Jeff the Killer. However, one thing that should be known about the Creepypasta wiki was that it had very strict quality control measures that were put in place to ensure that good stories were uploaded onto there. The thing with this was that Jeff the Killer was so popular that it was allowed on there, essentially bypassing these quality control measures simply because people liked the story so much. And a lot of users over time began to take issue with this because they felt like a lot of stories were, unfairly getting put up there purely because of their popularity and nothing else. Which was true, you know? Like, trying to post a story on the...
There was clear nepotism for, like, the top 10 of the community.
Exactly, right? Like, imagine being, like, this up-and-coming author trying to create this super good creepypasta and knowing that, you know, your work doesn't really matter because of the quality control measures being so strict, but stories like Jeff the Killer can just straight up bypass them because even though the story is shit, it's popular. Obviously, people would take issue with that, and eventually the moderator saw the logic. So, what they did was they took the 2011 story down and just completely removed it from the Creepypasta wiki. However, people also took issue with that approach because Jeff the Killer had a lot of fans, and those fans who went to the wiki wanted to read the story, and it just wasn't there anymore. So the mods came up with a compromise. Essentially, what they did was that they held a contest where a bunch of different up-and-coming authors could rewrite Jeff the Killer and submit their rewritten version of the story to the wiki as a replacement for the original 2011 story. The 2015 Jeff the Killer creepypasta was the winner of that contest and acts as the official story that currently sits on the Creepypasta wiki. And this story, as like I have recently read through the entire thing. I've read everything on the slideshow recently. This story is actually pretty damn solid. Like, this story ain't perfect. It has some really bad flaws. But I genuinely think if we are looking at this through an objective lens, this is the best piece of Jeff the Killer media that has been made.
Really?
I wholeheartedly believe that this is the strongest piece of Jeff the Killer media. Because what this story effectively does, to give like a very, very quick idea to the people in chat who have not read it, it is essentially the original Jeff the Killer story, but everything has been reworked in such a way where it makes sense. Like, for example, the new neighborhood they drive into, Jeff's dad got a promotion. Jeff's dad's boss is Randy's father. So when Jeff is getting bullied by Randy and actually attacks him, it makes perfect sense not only why Randy would be protected by the police, but also why Randy's dad or Jeff's dad would be so, like, you know, against him. So it makes sense for aspects like that. And then they rewrite it to say that the birthday party Jeff goes to was Randy's party. And Jeff was forced to go because their parents wanted them to get along so that there wouldn't be any fighting anymore. The gun incident wasn't actually guns. It was Randy showing Jeff his flare gun, and him getting shot in the face with the flare gun was what caused the facial disfigurement. So a lot of these changes were made. Yeah, a lot of good changes were made to the story. However, I have a couple like really strong issues with it that I feel like could have been fixed. First of all, the story makes no attempt to have Jeff look like he does in the picture. This artwork here does a very good job at depicting remake Jeff in a way that makes him look like the original story. However, in the creepypasta, it's described that when he gets hit by the flare gun, half of his face is burnt, and the burn scar kind of looks like half of a smile. And I see what they were going for, and it's a much more realistic approach. But I feel like a core aspect of Jeff the Killer's character is that he looks the way he does, so that the picture can work. Another aspect I hate about it is how edgy and cringy the dialogue is, as shown by these quotes I put on the slide. I hate the dialogue in this story. It is somehow even angstier than the original. Like, when I read the story and actually read out loud, "Why are you smiling at me? You queer for me or something?" I burst out laughing in a way that the story clearly did not intend.
That is so funny.
They also butchered the go to sleep line. Because, like, okay, one of the aspects of the original Jeff the Killer story I genuinely think is solid is the go to sleep scene. Because it's simple. You know, Lou wakes up in the middle of the night, is startled awake by Jeff over top his bed, and he, like, in this, like, soft voice tells him to go back to sleep before murdering him. It's nice and simple. In the remake, they try to give this, like, new meaning to the line to make it, like, more profound, and end up making it horrible in the process. Because what they do in the remake is Jeff comes home after being at the hospital, and Lou tries to be all nice and, you know, like, lighten the mood by being like, "Hey, we should order food. You know, maybe Jeff can pick the place." To which Jeff's mom goes, "Go to sleep." And then later in the story, when Jeff's about to kill her, he goes, "Mom, do you remember what you said to me when Lou was trying to be nice after I got home from the hospital?" And she's like, "What did I say, honey? What did I say?" And he goes, "Go to sleep," and stabs her.
Okay, that's a little stupid.
Yeah, no, I read that and, like, actually cringed so hard because they just ruined the entire context of the moment and the line.
Yeah.
But I still believe that this is the most solid work of Jeff the Killer media we have, because aside from those flaws, it is a solid, grounded story. Also, I put credits to all the artists who made all this fan art that I use in the slideshow. Bleeding Heartworks is the name of the artist that created this artwork.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for saying it, because I had to fucking cover it up by Climate Killer.
I noticed that our sprites were covering up, so I was making sure the artist was properly credited. Now, moving on. Jeff the Killer, like I said whenever we were talking about the 2011 version, got insanely popular as a story. However, like, another aspect of the story that really helped it blow up aside from the story itself was that fuck-ass image.
Yes!
Something I find really interesting about Jeff the Killer in the modern day is that while, you know, like, other creepypastas like Slender Man have kept their relevancy by essentially just getting new media and new works of fan work, Jeff the Killer has also gotten that. However, the image itself has kind of sprung into a life of its own. And nowadays, I would argue that Jeff the Killer went from being the face of, like, the creepypasta community to now being the face of lost media. Like,
the literal face of lost media.
Yeah, the literal face of lost media. Because the interesting thing about this Jeff the Killer story is that people began to realize that they didn't know where this image came from. For a while, people believed the image was created by the author of the 2011 creepypasta. However, things did not line up with that. I believe the original interpretation was that it was an edited image of a girl who was bullied on 4chan.
Yeah, yes, that was the original hoax.
Yeah, so that was the original hoax. However, that was debunked. And later on, it would be found out that the 2008 creepypasta creator, like the original Jeff the Killer creator, existed. And people realized, wait a minute, the creator of the 2011 creepypasta could not have made that image if he plagiarized Jeff the Killer from someone else. So then the 2008 creepypasta, like, author came out of the woodworks and said, yeah, I made the image. The image you see in the Jeff the Killer creepypasta was me wearing a latex mask that looked that way that I edited. That's what he claimed. And that was pretty decently quickly proven false because instances of the image began popping up like years prior to when he claimed he took the picture for his video. So people began to realize that he lied and nobody knew where this image came from. So people began doing research on the topic. A whole subreddit was made. Mudahar from Some Ordinary Gamers made a $10,000 bounty for people to find this image. And people began hunting everywhere. Eventually, the image was found in a Japanese music video where it flashed on screen briefly, and the music video was from 2006. And for the longest time, people thought that was the earliest instance of the image appearing online. So people theorized that maybe the image was made for the music video. However, the image began popping up more on chat forums from Japan, even earlier than that. So people began to deduce that, okay, the reason why it's been so hard to find is it's not from like, it's not from like any like Western internet platform. It is definitely like an image that originated in Japan. It was created by someone on like online in Japan.
I think a popular theory at the time was on early Japanese forums, there was like this trend that went around to where you had to take a really creepy image prompt and attempt to make it look cute, like as cute as possible. And apparently a lot of people were thinking that Jeff the Killer might have originated from one of those prompts.
Yes, that was a working theory at the time. And there was like a lot of other stuff around this Jeff the Killer image and how it appeared in these Japanese forums. Because something else that was very interesting about it was that this Jeff the Killer image would actually pop up on a lot of it would pop up on a lot of chat forums as essentially this way to scare people, where people would post an image of like them at their graduation, and the image would be posted as a JPEG, but the actual image file type was a GIF. So when people would download it, they'd think they were downloading a JPEG, and then the image would change to the Jeff the Killer image and jump scare them because they weren't expecting it to be an animated GIF. And people believed for a while that that was the earliest point in which the Jeff the Killer image had been found. However, 2 months ago, a new lead had been found. And if this lead is to be believed, the Jeff the Killer image is never going to be found. Because somebody on the Jeff the Killer image subreddit had discovered a lead that pertained to a Japanese woman who had a forum created for her by her boyfriend. And the thing was that people found out from doing extensive research is that her boyfriend was incredibly abusive. And every image of her that was posted online was posted without her consent for the purpose of harassment.
Really?
Now, yeah. And it is believed that the original Jeff the Killer image was a picture of this woman during the point in time where she was being harassed, and it was edited to make her look scary as a way of making fun of her. Now, the reason why I say that the picture will never be found if this lead is true is because in one of the few moments of true human morality on the internet, people on 4chan caught wind of this forum where this girl was being harassed by her boyfriend, and they all banded together to mass report every single image of her that was posted without her consent online, which led to the entire page being terminated and almost every single image of her online no longer existing. So, the current working theory is that the original image that became Jeff the Killer was a video of her that was removed from the internet during that point in time where 4chan came to help her. And because of that, there is no archived proof of the image ever existing. So, we have two conclusions to come to from this story. Either the Jeff the Killer image is something else entirely and there's still a chance we'll find it, or the Jeff the Killer image is now permanently lost media, and quite frankly, it never should be found. Now, that kind of segues into me giving my perspective on the Jeff the Killer image story, which is, before I did the deep dive and learned this story, I held the belief that I don't ever want the Jeff the Killer image to be found, because I believe there is something so incredibly interesting about one of the most iconic pieces of internet horror that has ever been made, having an image with no discernible origin. Also, after
Just like going
learning
through weird metamorphoses as well over time.
Yeah, that's the
Over,
really
like,
interesting thing.
Decades of things,
And-
which a series called Chainmail Chasers actually does a really good job of like playing into that, but in like a supernatural sense.
Yeah, I really like that. And then of course, the other reason I have for hoping the Jeff the Killer image is never found, aside from like the magic of this horror icon having this like creepy, like unknown origin to its image, I also genuinely think it would be for the best the image never gets found because of the potential of this current lead being true.
Yeah.
I believe that, you know, this girl 20 years ago now was harassed to the point that she left the internet entirely, and people had to band together to make sure that this harassment would stop. And I believe if this lead is true, then us uncovering the original image would undo the effort people made to ensure that this girl would never get bullied again. And I think the image never being found and just being this spooky picture that people make creepypastas out of is a much better thing for the image than it essentially being a constant reminder of what this poor girl had to go through.
Yeah.
Like, I heard someone, like, whenever I was researching, like, the discussion forum, somebody literally described the idea of finding Jeff the Killer's image now as opening up Pandora's box.
No, it is. It literally is.
It is.
Also, like, whoever made it, like, 20 years ago, they were probably, like, 16 or some shit. And can you imagine being in your 30s and waking up to, like, a million death threats like, why did you bully a poor girl 20 years ago? Like, there's no winning in this situation. There are a few images of the girl still out there, and that's how people have, like, managed to, like, be like, oh, here are the similarities and stuff. But it's just, like, you know, very... We gotta... Yeah, it's like, it's just for the best that we don't.
Yeah, I think it is for the best that Jeff the Killer remains this, like, spooky, mysterious photo that nobody knows the origin of. I think that is for the best, not only because I think it makes it more interesting, but also because I genuinely care about this girl's safety, and I do not want any like harassment to be unearthed. I think that stuff is, like, as it should be. It should stay deleted. It should stay gone.
Yeah.
And of course, this is assuming, too, that the original Jeff the Killer image wasn't made by somebody who is dead now.
Yeah.
Because it's been 20 years.
Yeah.
It has been 20 years since the image, like, since the image's first time surfacing online. So it's a very real possibility that whoever made the image just isn't alive anymore, or it was a private picture that somebody just edited and posted without ever, like, posting the original version of it online. So there are so many ways that this image will just never be found. And with that, before we move on to the next part, I'm gonna get myself a glass of water.
Yeah, you could do that.
Because we're about to get into an even crazier rabbit hole on the next slides, and I need to get myself ready. So I'll be back in just a moment.
I'll put on a little intermission video. Hang on. I gotta get my,
If we ever do another one of these streams, I'm absolutely gonna do something like this.
Oh, yes, chat, if you want to see a Sonic.exe slideshow from Dags, or a Tiggy-Toey slideshow from me, do let me know, because we will make it happen. I'm just saying, like... Oh, I forgot Blue Withered Toy Chica was a moderator. Why did I do that?
Okay, I'm back with a glass of water.
Oh, shit, okay. I'll put on the Jeff the Killer Yowie cosplay
Also,
videos later then.
We are almost at 1,000 viewers.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, thank you guys. I don't even think I have 1,000 subscribers, or whatever. So I appreciate that a lot. Your support is so... killer.
Why is there a bigger rabbit hole next? Oh, because we're getting into the rabbit hole of, fanfiction, my friends.
The consequences, the effects.
This is where we get into fan fiction. Because, okay, let me lay the groundwork for you guys real quick about creepypasta, the creepypasta fandom, and their obsession with fan fiction and original characters. Because this shit goes so deep. The thing is, okay, creepypastas are not like trademarked material for the most part. They are not like a movie that you go to see. They are not a book you read. They are stories that are
Slender Man.
Yeah, of course. They are stories online that are posted by, you know, just random people who want to post a scary story. So they have this interesting effect where, because the original story were just made by random people online who felt just like posting that, and oftentimes the authors wouldn't even be credited, a lot of people would create fan fiction that introduced their own OCs into these characters' lore when they got attached to them. And these fan fictions would become so popular, they would essentially become a permanent staple in the actual mythology and stories of these characters that they were based off of. And the most popular example of this is Jane the Killer. Like, if you know Jeff the Killer, or you have read any Jeff the Killer stories, or interacted with any media with Jeff the Killer, there is a very high likelihood that Jane will be there too. Because this character began to get so much popularity in the creepypasta fandom, she was essentially treated like an official part of the Jeff the Killer lore. And that is insane to me, because Jane the Killer is like significantly worse than the Jeff the Killer story. Yeah, if you can believe that.
Like it's just gross.
Yeah, like sorry, water. For context as to what the Jane the Killer story entails, it is literally a paragraph. The story is a paragraph, and it is a note written by Jane the Killer to Jeff the Killer, essentially announcing that she has become a serial killer because she hates Jeff so much that she wants to beat him to all his future victims. And when she's murdering people, it's okay because she imagines they are Jeff.
Yeah.
That is literally the entire story, is that she's a serial killer who hates Jeff the Killer, and anytime she murders people, she pretends that she's murdering Jeff. That somehow got so popular.
So funny. It's so silly.
I don't get it. It somehow became so insanely popular that she, not only did she become a staple of just creepypasta like stories in general, but she would cause a downward spiral, as I would put it, in the creepypasta fan base that led to so many people following suit and creating their own OCs that interact with these like popular characters, and those characters would become insanely popular. So we just had this infinite feedback loop where people were making OCs to interact with their favorite creepypastas, and then those characters became super popular, and then people made OCs out of those OCs. Like, I'm just saying, of the 3 people in this call right now, one of us is cosplaying a character from a Slender Man fan fiction.
Hey guys. I think it's Dags.
Like,
yeah, and like Zach, while you were gone, we were discussing if we ever do one of these again. Quinn is going to come in here with one of these slideshows, but for Tiki Toby, and I'm going to come in here with one of these slideshows, but for Sonic.exe.
Please do. Please do. This shit is so much fun. Now, the thing is, right? Because Jane the Killer had this influence on the creepypasta community, so many stories followed, which leads me to Homicidal Liu.
Yes!
Homicidal Liu, chat. So, Homicidal Liu is a very interesting example of creepypasta fanfiction, because this was a story that gained so much popularity that it introduced an element to the creepypasta, like the Jeff the Killer story, that people legitimately believe comes from the original story, but it actually was from this fanfiction. And that is the full name of Jeffrey Woods. If you look at the Jeff the Killer wiki page right now, it lists his official full name as Jeffrey Woods. At no point in the original story is the name Jeffrey Woods ever said. The only reason why the creepypasta fandom believes that's his name is because this fan fiction was made, which introduces the name Jeffrey and Lou Woods as their family name, and it got so popular that people gaslit themselves into thinking it was real. And the other interesting thing about this story is that the only reason Homicidal Liu was even made was as a what-if scenario for if Liu survived the ending of Jeff the Killer. And the only reason the story was made at all was because the author of it wanted to explain the lore of their roleplay OC for the roleplay group chat they were a part of. That is actually the reason the story exists. This person just was like, oh, hey, I'm roleplaying this, I'm roleplaying a killer version of Liu in a hypothetical timeline where he survived the ending of Jeff the Killer. And they posted the story, and people got so attached to it that not only is Homicidal Liu just a popular creepypasta character himself now, but also there are elements of this story that people just straight up believe is canon to Jeff the Killer, but it isn't at all, and it has no way of being proven. And for context, people in chat who don't know the story of Homicidal Liu, it is very, very simple. It is literally just that Liu survives being murdered by Jeff because Billy, the little kid, calls the police when he hears screaming in the Woods family household. Liu wakes up in a hospital, and after being, being saved, they stitched up all of his wounds, so he has a stitched up mouth, he has a stitched up stomach, and randomly, he wakes up with a second personality named Sully, and this second personality hates Jeff more than anyone in the world and wants to murder him.
Even more than Jane?
Even more than Jane.
Oh.
Drax, do not even get started on the creepypasta amino right now.
Oh god, no, we don't bring up the amino here. Yeah, so Liu woke up with a second personality named Sully who wanted to kill his brother Jeff, but Liu didn't want to kill anybody, he didn't want to kill his brother. And so what ends up happening in the story is that one of the nurses and doctors calls Jeff the Killer a monster, to which Liu murders them for saying that. And then he escapes, and the story just ends. And people have since expanded on the Homicidal Liu lore with their own fan fictions, because again, Creepypasta's community was so insane that we got fan fictions of the fan fictions. And people would further elaborate in their own fan fictions that essentially Liu had this whole thing going on where he wasn't conscious or aware of Sully. So when he would murder people as his Sully personality, he would believe that Sully is just some random murderer who murders people in a similar vein to Jeff, and he doesn't know it's him. It's really stupid.
Yeah.
But people latched onto this character so strongly that some people genuinely believe that Homicidal Liu is an official sequel to Jeff the Killer that was created for the purpose of expanding the story. They have no idea it was just a fan fiction. Also, the art here was made by Kamek91. Give them credit because I saw that my face is covering them up.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
But yeah, so Homicidal Liu and Jane the Killer were both prime examples of the creepypasta fandom and their obsession with creating OCs and fan fiction that would be considered official. And perhaps the most infamous example would follow characters like Homicidal Liu, because another one of these OCs would be created and gain popularity, or I guess I should more so say notoriety within the Jeff the Killer fandom, because now we have Nina the Killer.
Yep.
I don't even know this. I've never heard of this.
Nina the Killer, of these 3 stories I have discussed, is my favorite, purely because it somehow is even more ridiculous than every single story I have talked about and read so far. And also, Nina the Killer is really funny because you see that excerpt I have there, notice?
Yeah.
That is from the actual creepypasta fandom wiki when you go to look at this story. And it is just a notice in big bold letters that says, this is an example of what you should not make your character into.
That is so funny.
This notice is not on any of the stories I've talked about previously. Apparently, this story was bad enough that people finally drew the line and were like, no, we can't do this anymore. Nina the Killer is where we draw it. We can't stand this. And I can't exactly blame them, because without a doubt, this is the worst one. Now, for some context on the background of Nina the Killer, Nina the Killer was such a bad story that people hated it to the point that the original author of the story left the internet. The person who wrote this story was so embarrassed by it and what people said about it that they deleted the story. They deleted any any proof of their existence, and they just vanished. The thing is, you can still like read descriptions of what the story was about, and out of respect for the author, I'm not gonna like talk about who, like I'm not gonna bring up their name or anything. I'm just going to give excerpts from the story based on descriptions that I have read from people who have seen the story. But basically, and you need to pay close attention here when I'm describing this shit.
Okay.
Because the details in Nina the Killer, when you get into the late parts of the story, will make you so confused. No, I was not the author of Nina the Killer. So, Nina the Killer is a story about a girl named Nina Hopkins who attends a high school with her brother Chris. And Nina is obsessed with the creepypasta Jeff the Killer. Remember this, okay? She is obsessed with the creepypasta.
So the story is real in this universe.
Jeff the Killer is a story in the Nina the Killer universe. And Nina is so obsessed with Jeff the Killer that she has posters of him. She has t-shirts. She has his exact sweater that is described in the story. And the thing is, Nina, because of this obsession, ends up getting bullied by a trio at her high school alongside her brother. Sound familiar? So Nina gets bullied and nearly kills her bullies when she gets into a fight with them, but stops herself because her brother Chris stops her. Now, Nina ends up really liking the fact that this fight happened because now she realizes that her life is beginning to mirror the events of her one true love, Jeff the Killer.
Yeah.
She becomes absolutely obsessed with him, even more so than she was before. So, basically, Nina becomes so obsessed that she starts going to school in her Jeff the Killer hoodie, and she goes to her picture day dressed as Jeff the Killer. And while she's falling into this obsession, she starts receiving notes from an anonymous admirer who leaves these notes at her locker, basically saying, "Don't listen to those bullies. You're awesome. You're great. I love what you're doing." And what ends up happening is that these bullies want revenge on Nina, so they drive by her brother Chris and kidnap him. They drag him into their car, they beat the shit out of him, and then as Nina's going on a walk, they throw him out of the car at her.
Oh.
So, yeah, Nina gets very angry and ends up deciding that she wants these bullies dead. So, she goes and fights these bullies, but resists the urge to kill them again, because her brother stops her. And later in the story, after picture day, the bullies show up with a weapon that is described as something more dangerous than a knife. It is never said what the weapon is. It is implied to be a gun, but they never outright say gun. They just say it is something more dangerous than a knife.
That could be like a machete, or it could be...
So, yeah, it could be. It could... Maybe. They never say. However, Nina gets chased into a house by these bullies who are carrying this weapon. She gets into a fight and one by one kills each of them. And as she kills them all, she realizes that she was just like her beloved Jeff, and she's very happy about this. As she's leaving the house, she goes, I'm starting to become just like Jeff, but I'm not complete yet. In order for me to become like Jeff, I need to bleach my skin white like he was. She tries looking for bleach in the house, but can't find it. The reason she can't find it is because Jeff the Killer himself appears before her, holding a bottle of bleach, and he tells her that he was her secret admirer the entire time, and that she has all the makings of a killer. And so he covers her in bleach and alcohol, and he lights her on fire. The creepypasta character just spawned in to make her Nina the killer.
So, how did he leave the notes?
I don't know. I guess it's implied he snuck into the school, but here's the thing. With this conclusion, like with this climax of the story, because there is more. With this climax of the story, this implies like one of three things. Either Jeff the Killer is a real serial killer, and the 2011 creepypasta was based on true events. Either Jeff the Killer is a real fictional character, like is an actual fictional character who just materialized and became real, or Nina is just seeing Jeff the Killer and he's not actually real. We don't get to know which one it is.
Dude, what the fuck?
I remember last time I had a crush on someone, she was so cute, and I left her little notes, and I broke into her house, and I poured bleach and alcohol on her, and I lit her on fire, and told her she had the makings of a killer, and then we went and we killed together. We were Quinn and Crush Girl the Killer. And that was,
yeah, of course. Now, here's the thing. Nina gets lit on fire, she wakes up in the hospital. Immediately, she runs to the mirror to look at herself, and to her amazement, she now looks like a girl version of Jeff. She
Hooray!
then, in excitement, smashes the mirror that she's looking in, and grabs a shard of glass and begins carving a smile into her face. Her mom catches her doing it, she kills her mom with the shard of glass. Suddenly, the police are called. She wakes up in a padded cell.
Oh, oh no.
Then she passes out again, and wakes up in a prison cell now.
Yeah.
She cuts open the mattress, grabs a spring, calls over the doctor that was outside her prison cell, slashes his throat with the spring, grabs a key, and opens the door, uses his blood to make the key card malfunction to the asylum, and then she escapes. She runs to her family's house, kills her dad, kills her brother, saying, "Go to sleep, my prince," because throughout the story she calls her brother Prince. And then she runs out of the house to look for Jeff the Killer in the woods. And that is how the story ends.
Wow. Yeah?
That was Nina the Killer. And this story... This story essentially created a wave of creepypasta fans. Because you know how like Undertale, whenever it was at like the height of its popularity, had the whole Sans fangirl craze where everyone created Sans like girl OCs that were
I have extensive notes about this for something.
Yeah, so after Nina the Killer blew up, people started making more of these, and Jeff the Killer girlfriend OCs became a super popular subcategory of creepypasta OCs,
Dude.
where a bunch of people just created their random like self-insert female serial killers who were also in love with Jeff. And it was like a competition between them to see who could like win Jeff's love. So Jeff the Killer went from being a scary serial killer to having like a harem. And it all started because of Nina the Killer.
That is absolutely
you,
the
Nina.
natural conclusion to the original story.
Oh,
Jeff
absolutely.
the harem.
And what's crazy is that, like, as well as people creating OCs, as I have shown you, to interact with the Jeff the Killer...
Hold on. Somebody just asked a really good question. Does Homicidal Chris exist?
I hope. I really, really hope that we got a Homicidal Chris.
Chat, a good time for this, too. My food just got here, I'll be right back. Keep Chet entertained, I'm gonna munch on the mic.
Keep going.
Yeah.
You want me to keep the slideshow going?
Do whatever you want. I'll be like literally like less than a minute. I'm just gonna go grab it and then eat it while I watch.
Okay.
Okay, we could take a Jeffermission for a minute. This is the first time I've heard about this character in particular, but I do remember like the Jeff the Killer harem shit from when I was a kid. Because I think I saw like AMVs of like this character and like other characters that spawned from this character that would like get in my recommended, because I used to watch like a bunch of creepypasta stuff when I was a kid. I I don't. How many of these are there that like got incredibly popular? Because I feel like I've heard of like a few others before.
I haven't really done extensive research as to all of the Jeff the Killer fangirl OCs that became super popular. The only one I know that was like really notorious was Nina, because people either really liked Nina or they hated her a lot because I mean she was just like a Mary Sue OC, right? But the thing about Nina the Killer in particular that I especially noticed back whenever I was like in the height of my creepypasta era as a kid was that Nina the Killer was specifically very popular in roleplay chat forums because a lot of the people who roleplayed in these chat forums, you know, there's two things that creepypasta fans usually are. They are usually like sorry, I shouldn't say usually are. There's things that creepypasta fans usually tend to like have as one of their traits. They don't care about how bad the stories are, and they're horny.
Yeah.
It's like two traits that are like a constant with creepypasta fans.
I just got back and the first word I hear is horny. What the fuck is happening?
Oh, I'm giving some insight as to why Nina the Killer was popular.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Nina the Killer was very popular on chat forums because very frequently people would roleplay as Jeff the Killer, and the people who would roleplay as Nina would want to roleplay with the Jeff the Killer roleplayer, and you know act like they were his girlfriend or whatever.
No.
And so because of that, she got super popular, specifically with like creepypasta roleplay. Because everyone wanted to date Jeff the Killer. They would essentially use her as like a stand-in for themselves.
People are so lame. I want to date Slender Man.
Oh, that's actually so funny you say that.
Yes! Yes! Let's fucking go!
Because the thing is, right? I have been educating you guys on the realm of creepypasta fanfiction that is all about the OCs. However, there is one thing the creepypasta fandom loves to do more than anything else.
I know about this part.
The thing the creepypasta community loves to do more than anything else, more than making OCs, more than creating their fanfiction, more than role-playing as Nina the Killer, they love writing relationships between pre-existing creepypasta characters so they can get their crossover stories. They love it. I guarantee you, if there is a creepypasta character that you really like, they have interacted with like every single other creepypasta character in somebody's fanfiction. Because the creepypasta fandom just really loved the idea of the entirety of creepypasta being a shared universe, almost like SCP, where all of these characters interact with each other, which led to the creation of things like the Slender Mansion and Zalgo, and even in the modern day analog horror series like the Macabre Experiment, which attempt to do this, where all these creepypasta characters exist in the singular universe.
I really wanted to make a video about this. Like, I wanted to make a video about the creepypasta verse.
No, like literally, I totally see where creepypasta fans come from with this, because I think the idea of every creepypasta existing in a shared universe is actually really cool. It's just the way they go about it that is really goofy to me. Because like, I think a creepypasta shared universe is really cool in the context of it being almost like a Stephen King thing, where all these characters exist, but they don't really interact. They exist in the same universe and they get mentioned maybe, but like,
dude,
they're not like directly in cahoots with each other.
Austin.
What?
I found us.
You did?
Yeah, let me, found us.
What did you just send?
Sorry, I was just really curious if anyone had done this.
Oh my god.
There's no point in time where these characters would ever need to interact.
Well, in my creepypasta universe, they're best friends, and they're friends with Jeff the Killer, and they're all friends.
See, fan art like that literally proves my point. If there's a popular creepypasta character, they've interacted with everyone else. Now, what's interesting about this shared universe concept, though, is that typically the creepypasta fandom would come up with a pretty, like, cut and dry, simple, like, conclusion as to what the relationships between each characters were. Like, you know, obviously Homicidal Liu would have, like, you know, a hatred for Jane the Killer because, oh, she wants to kill his brother. that kind of thing. However, if there was one thing that the creepypasta community could not figure out, it was the relationship between Jeff the Killer and Slender Man. Because the thing is with these two were the titans of creepypasta. These two were in a whole different league of their own. These two characters to creepypasta are what FNAF is to mascot horror. Like, these guys were in a whole different league.
Don't say the M word around him.
Now, the thing was with that, because these two characters were considered like the top of the creepypasta food chain, everyone wanted them to interact in some way. But because these characters were so popular, nobody could agree on what their relationship was. The most popular thing I've seen people depict them as is enemies, because people really seem to like the idea. Yeah, it makes sense. People really like the idea.
I don't think it makes sense because Slender Man would mop the fucking floor with Jeff. Like, realistically.
Yeah, I was getting to that part. Yeah. Because that's the thing. Like, I thought it would make sense that people, like, what I was getting at was I thought it made sense that people would come to that conclusion because in the creepypasta fandom, it was widely agreed that Jeff the Killer and Slender Man were like the absolute like top dogs, so to say. And obviously,
they were
like
Godzilla and Kong.
Yeah, if these two were like the top creepypasta characters, naturally people would want them to fight because if these two are like the top of the creepypasta food chain, they're not going to get along. So a lot of people would write stories and draw fan art of Jeff the Killer and Slender Man being enemies who fight each other. But what I find so funny about this is that matchup is Coughing Baby versus Hydrogen Bomb. Like, you are putting like an eldritch entity that makes you lose your mind and is effectively immortal against a teenager with a knife and saying that it's an even matchup. And what I find especially funny is that people actually started to write superpowers for Jeff just so he could compete.
Yeah, I remember that actually.
Yeah, like people used to say that like Jeff had super durability, he had super speed, super strength, he was super stealthy, he had all these superpowers just so that he could win a fight with Slender Man potentially. And none of these things had anything to do with his actual character or story. They just made them up so he could stand a chance. But of course, you know, some people didn't really latch on to the idea of them being enemies and instead wanted the characters to have some kind of connection. So people then had the idea that Jeff's desire to hurt people in the story was actually Slender Man's doing, and the ending of the Slender Man or the Jeff the Killer creepypasta was Slender Man attempting to turn Jeff into what the creepypasta fandom calls a super proxy.
That's awesome, actually.
I fucking love the super proxy theory.
The super proxy is insane because the idea of Slender Man like just getting fucking mercenaries for him just to do his bidding is
I love the
funny.
like I genuinely am so like I will make a fucking video about like that entire topic because I have been actually staying up until 3 a.m. like researching fucking Slenderman proxy shit.
Yeah, it's so funny because the thing was like people really liked the idea of like the super proxy Jeff the Killer and having him be like the ideal proxy and all the other proxies are just weaker than Jeff. So people really latched onto that shit and they would actually like refer to Jeff as like this ultimate super proxy of Slender Man. However, there were people in the fandom who hated this idea. Not only because they didn't like the idea of Jeff not having his own agency within his stories, but also because they, quote, thought Jeff would be too crazy to be controlled by Slender Man.
He's too crazy.
He's too crazy. Slender Man can't do anything to him. If you're crazy enough, you're immune to Slender Man.
I don't think that's how it would work. I think they're really underestimating the power of Slender Man.
Slender Man, there's no rules that ever state that Slender Man can't, like, influence somebody if they're crazy. Like, that's just never been a thing. They made that shit up because they didn't want the super proxy thing to be the, like, the widely agreed upon thing for Jeff's lore.
Even though it's so cool, like, it even has, like, the coolest art in this slideshow that you have. Like, I've been looking at that drawing for a long time. It goes hard. Yeah, you like the middle one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, The art by MC13 of like these two characters is really cool. Like I unironically love that fan art. And then of course the middle one, this one doesn't really need much explanation. The creepypasta fandom loved shipping characters. Jeff and Slender Man are the two most popular creepypasta characters. Of course the two of them got shipped. This wasn't some like big thing in the community. It was just kind of something that did happen every now and then.
Yeah.
But nobody could agree on the relationship between these characters. Now, I would like to propose my own idea as to the relationship between Jeff the Killer and Slender Man. Now, my headcanon, my theory, is that Jeff was a super proxy who did the bidding of Slender Man, broke free of his control, and became his enemy, and then it became a classic enemies to lovers story.
Yes!
Yeah?
Yeah. They fought against each other, they had a shared enemy, they teamed up, realized they had stuff in common, and then they fell in love.
Who is their shared enemy? Sonic EXE?
Zalgo.
No!
Okay, so yeah, same thing. To my knowledge, Zalgo is Sonic EXE.
That is my proposed conclusion to the Jeff the Killer Slender Man relationship. I personally think I cooked. But
You did.
we're not done quite yet with the Slender Man talk, because the thing was, of course, when the creepypasta fandom was becoming extremely popular, Slender the 8 Pages would come out. And
Oh boy.
Slender the 8 Pages became a massive deal on early 2010s, like, internet. And because of that, a lot of creepypasta creators wanted to kind of get a slice of the Slender the 8 Pages cake. And of course, naturally, they thought, what way can I do that? How can I make something as popular as Slender the 8 Pages? And that leads us to Jeff the Killer video games.
Yes!
Around the early 2010s, when Slender was at the height of its popularity, so many Jeff the Killer games were made to try and capitalize off of the success that was the Slender Man era of creepypasta games. However, there was a big problem with these Jeff the Killer games that people didn't really take into consideration. Slender Man works as a video game monster because he has, like, powers and mechanics that can be used in a video game sense. You know, like, oh yeah, don't look at him. He teleports when you're not looking at him. He, like, you know, gets more aggressive the more of his pages you collect. He's this eldritch entity. You can do a lot with Slender Man. Jeff's a dude with a knife.
Yeah. It's so fucked
shit,
up.
what did I do?
Because it's so fucked up because the only time I've ever seen Jeff the Killer work in a video game was in like a fucking FNAF fan game. It was the Creepypasta Nights from fucking the Treasure Island remake.
Oh, don't worry, we're gonna get
Oh,
there.
yeah, don't. Shush.
We're gonna get there. But the thing was, yeah, Jeff the Killer games all, like, pretty unanimously sucked.
Survival to
because
Jeff.
of yeah, I'm gonna get to that too.
Yes!
Yes,
Jeff the
you
Killer
better
games
have.
were. Oh, don't worry. Jeff the Killer games were pretty unanimously terrible because of the fact that people just tried making like a Slender clone with Jeff, but Jeff the Killer has nothing that could be turned into an interesting mechanic. Like, I feel like Jeff would work a lot better in the context of something like Kate from Slender the Arrival, where it's like not the main monster, but like a monster that can chase you. But yeah, no, like, Jeff the Killer games were really bad, and among these three games I have here were the most notable that I could find. The first game is just called Jeff the Killer Horror. It is a granny clone.
Of course, that's probably the best setting you could put Jeff the Killer in, to be fair.
Yeah, it is literally just granny, but Jeff the Killer chases you and occasionally goes, I know where you are. Don't hide from me. The second game on here is probably the best Jeff the Killer game I have ever seen. It is a game called Jeff the Killer Reunion. It is a 20-minute experience and I unironically think it is pretty good. It's nothing to write home about. It's nothing like crazy special. However, it's pretty decent. The third game the third game was a game called hold on, let me check my notes here. It was called it was called Illusion Ghost Killer. It was a game that was made like around the time of Slender the 8 Pages, and a lot of people played it and said it was super scary. It was not. It was a Slender clone where you place down video cameras to try and catch Jeff the Killer while he chases you looking like a balloon that's been painted on. And yeah, Jeff the Killer games just all kind of flopped. Nobody really cared about Jeff the Killer games, even though they tried to like blow up and become super popular. Where Jeff the Killer absolutely thrived, though,
yes.
was when he appeared in other games.
Yes!
Because the thing was, people for the life of them could not make a Jeff the Killer fan game that was like super popular. However, Jeff the Killer got a massive boom in popularity once he started being included in other pre-existing games. And I actually have a crazy ass story pertaining to this slide that I've never told publicly that I think is going to blow people's minds.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
in 2012, a Minecraft creepypasta mod would be released.
Boy.
This Minecraft creepypasta mod would gain some traction with a lot of people, both in the creepypasta community and in the growing Minecraft fan base, because around 2012 was when Minecraft YouTubers were first becoming a thing. And among these Minecraft YouTubers was one Sky Does Minecraft, who would review this creepypasta mod and would talk about the creepypasta characters. This story probably does not mean much to the people in chat right now. That video was my first exposure to the horror genre. That video.
I was waiting for it.
That Sky Does Minecraft mod review of the creepypasta mod was the first exposure I ever had in my childhood to anything in the horror genre. The first character I have ever seen from horror was Jeff the Killer. I'm not joking. Jeff the Killer was the first horror villain I have ever been exposed to and scared by. My entire career, the entire Pastra channel, who I am as a person, my obsession with horror, it started because of Jeff the Killer. And it was all because of that Minecraft mod that you see in the top left corner.
And it is a good mod.
I was 8 years old when that video came out. I saw Jeff the Killer at 8 years old and I thought he was real. I was traumatized by him. I was so scared. And me being so scared of Jeff the Killer led me to actually read the creepypasta and like listen to narrations. And then I went down the creepypasta rabbit hole. I became so obsessed with creepypasta that I went into other forms of horror, got into Five Nights at Freddy's. Here we are now.
Holy shit. Sky Does Minecraft was the first horror character you saw.
Yeah.
Jeff
Jeff
the Killer made me who I am today.
Can we get a
Jeff
thank
the Killer
you,
is
Jeff,
the reason
in the
we have
chat?
Pastra.
Thank you, Jeff.
This is a huge lore drop exclusive to the Quinnamon live stream.
I know, I was waiting for that one. I was like, oh shit, the people are gonna go crazy.
My
We wouldn't
first
be here if it
exposure to
wasn't
horror
Jeff.
ever was Jeff the Killer. And that is why this character is so special to me. Because without Jeff the Killer and that shitty, like, Sky Does Minecraft video, I literally would not have been introduced to horror, at least until, like, much later. Because you gotta understand, the reason why that was my first exposure to horror was because growing up as a kid, I, thankfully, had very restricted internet access when it came to horror stuff, because my parents didn't want me to traumatize myself. W parenting in the chat. I'm very happy my parents were like that.
I love the pasta parents.
But the thing was, my parents let me watch Minecraft videos because they thought Minecraft was kid-friendly. That's the reason why Jeff the Killer in Minecraft was my first exposure to horror. Because, you know, my parents are gonna let me watch a Minecraft video, even if it's about, like, these horror characters, because they don't know any better. So I ended up essentially bypassing the restrictions my parents had for horror content by watching that Jeff the Killer Minecraft review. And that led to my obsession with horror. So,
Hi, Damien Lee.
So yeah, W parenting, and also thank you, Jeff the Killer, for creating Pastra.
Yes. Thank you, Jeff.
Jeff the Killer in the blunt rotation. Does he hog the joint?
Yeah.
Thank you, Damien. Thank you,
I
Damien
spilled
Lee.
soy sauce all over my finger, and it looks like blood, and I'm going crazy.
Oh man!
Oh
Don't
my
get it on your
goodness.
don't get it on your signature white hoodie.
Oh, I'm wearing a Godzilla t-shirt.
Now, moving on to other pieces of media that star Jeff the Killer. Probably, like, where Jeff is the most popular right now as a creepypasta is Roblox.
Yes!
And that's because of a couple, like, Roblox games that starred him that gained a lot of popularity in the early days of Roblox and are still decently popular. The one that you see a screenshot of down there is Survival the Jeff the Killer.
A classic.
A classic. It's basically just this Roblox sandbox game where you run around while Jeff the Killer tries to stab people. Roblox games were very simple back then, and people loved that shit. I loved it. And the other very popular appearance of Jeff the Killer on Roblox was Area 51 Escape and Kill
Yes!
Killers.
Yes!
Survive and kill the killer. I genuinely have over 1,000 hours in that game total accumulated my entire life. That
Dude.
game means so much to me.
I used to play it so much.
Can we please have a
I
Jeff
found-
the Killer Roblox stream?
I found every single secret in that game without a guide. That's how dedicated I was at the time. You have no idea. Me and like fucking, I want to say like 2015 on my Kindle Fire playing Roblox, and then just like finding the ray gun for the first time and Survive and Kill the Killers in Area 51. My tablet was so bad at the time that Roblox would just randomly crash every hour while I was playing, so I had to speed run that shit. I was dedicated.
I
I
used
am
to love
so
that
happy you
game.
brought that up.
I used to love that game so much. And it was like, again, it was another thing. Like, dude, during my childhood, Jeff the Killer was like the icon of horror to me. Because, of course, I was allowed to watch those Minecraft mod reviews. Jeff the Killer was my first exposure to horror. And then, of course, my parents also let me play Roblox because, you know, Roblox was kid-friendly. And I would play the Jeff the Killer games or games that happened to have him because they were popular. So, just my entire childhood was just littered with Jeff the Killer stuff.
Dude, does this
Another
mean
thing-
that Pastra is
another thing
technically
that I
Jeff
think we
the
should
Killer
listen-
OC? Do they know about Winfrey? Like, does the public know about Winfrey?
Winfrey was an OC originally for Five Nights at Candy's.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he was.
Winfrey was
Candy's-
originally based off of Monster Vinny from Five Nights at Candy's 3.
Right.
Oh, okay. Another thing that I think you should mention about Survival the Jeff the Killer, is the fact that it's gotten a major resurgence last year thanks to the
Yes.
Doors April update.
Yes, it got really popular again out of completely nowhere after that update came out. And that was like a huge deal too. Like Jeff the Killer is just like his own beast on Roblox. He is so popular on Roblox. My current Roblox avatar is Jeff the Killer.
I know, but you were fucking playing.
You have UGCs that can literally build your own OCs, and yet you're Jeff the Killer. Somebody make Clyde the Killer UGCs
Please.
and upload them to Roblox.
I will use that. I currently use the friggin' Jeff the Killer model. But of course, there were 2 other games that Jeff the Killer was very popular in. One of them being The Big Picture on the right, a little known indie horror game that is pretty underground called Friday Night Funkin'.
Indie horror.
The Wretched.
Back when Friday Night Funkin's modding scene was getting really popular, I'm sure everyone in chat is aware of the fact that people in the creepypasta community really latched on to Friday Night Funkin'. And
Especially the EXE, which I'll probably go into the slideshow next time.
yeah, especially the EXE community. But like, creepypastas just became insanely popular with Friday Night Funkin'. And I think it kind of makes sense because Friday Night Funkin' was this, it was this rhythm game that had a very active modding community. And the game was one of those things where it was like clearly made for a more adult audience, but children latched onto it. Just like creepypastas.
Also for the fact that, like, fundamentally, Friday Night Funkin' is heavily based off of 2000s, early 2010s internet culture.
Exactly,
which is where
right?
creepypastas also thrived in.
So naturally, the creepypastas and their stories would make their way into Friday Night Funkin' mods. And among these mods would be one versus Jeff the Killer mod, which would then be expanded into, I believe it's called the Trepidation mod, that featured Jeff the Killer, Slender Man, the like, have you seen this man? And I found out recently that mod got into controversy because of its design for girlfriend.
What?
What? Why?
That mod like really hypersexualizes girlfriend, and people took like massive issue with it.
Doesn't the base game itself do that?
I mean,
yeah, I didn't really get what the big deal was because like the whole game was kind of that way. But I mean, like the design was just worse too.
Yeah. Okay, I'm looking at images. It's just kind of funny.
Yeah, I just think it's kind of funny that that happened. But yeah, no, like Jeff the Killer got pretty popular when that mod came out because it kind of gave him this resurgence. He didn't blow up in the same way that other creepypasta characters did. Like you said, like Friday Night Funkin' was more notorious for making friggin' Sonic.exe crazy popular again.
Don't say Friday Night Funkin' and Sonic.exe in my streams. You'll summon them.
Insanely popular. Like, I genuinely go as far to say that Sonic.exe's peak of popularity was 2021, which is, no, not 2021, 2022, which is fucking crazy for a story that had existed for 10 years at that point.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I agree with you fully. And one last game I want to mention that I forgot to include as a picture on here. The sequel to Treasure Island, made by Radiance, Oblitas Casa, had a creepypasta like post-game game mode you could play, where you essentially would do these like night challenges with different creepypasta characters. And one of the levels was a Jeff the Killer level. So quite a few people who were really into like the FNAF scene, and especially were into like Five Nights at Freddy's fan games, would get exposed to Jeff the Killer through that fan game and would either learn about him or get kind of like a resurgence of the character. So, long story short, while original games starring Jeff the Killer would always flop, Jeff the Killer has kept his, like, infamy and notoriety on the internet, both through lost media with a picture, as well as him appearing in other games as, like, mods and, little cameos. So, like, I'd still say Jeff the Killer today. He's not as popular as, like, the height of creepypasta, but I'd still say Jeff the Killer is an extremely popular character just because of how all the fans have been keeping him alive.
It is really cool.
And speaking of fans keeping Jeff the Killer alive, we have reached the end of my slideshow.
Yes, I love this video!
We have reached the end of my slideshow, where to cap things off, because this stream is such a fun special event, I want to actually quickly talk about what the Jeff the Killer video I'm currently working on is going to be. Because I have not yet given context to it. So I, a week ago, created a poll on my Discord, my Twitter, and my friggin' YouTube community tab. And it was basically with a list of creepypasta characters, and I essentially had people vote for which one they wanted the video to be about without saying what the video was going to be. Now the thing was, the polls had different results. Jeff won on Twitter. Red Mist won on the other platforms. The reason why I didn't pick Red Mist, other than the fact that I just like Jeff the Killer way more, is the fact that Red Mist recently had a very good remake of it, made by the YouTuber Vibing Leaf.
I know.
And truth be told, the reason why I made those polls was because all of the entries on there were creepypastas that were notorious for being bad. Because the video I am working on is going to be a video where I sit down and try to rewrite the story of Jeff the Killer, keeping all of the iconic elements and trying to make it into a legitimately scary story. Which is kind of why I've been doing all this research. Because I've been trying to find out everything about Jeff the Killer that has been fundamentally popular and why I love the character so much, so that I can then remake it and make the story scary. So that's what I'm currently working on.
I have been observing
and that's kind of where I wanted... Yeah, Yeah, Quinn's been observing. And as well as that, I have been going so far down this rabbit hole that I've also decided in the process that this rewrite's going to be a two-parter. And throughout the summer, I'm going to be working on a massive video talking about everything I've talked about in the slideshow, but going even deeper than we did today. So...
Which is crazy, because that took like an hour and a half.
Oh, yeah. And in this hypothetical video where I talk about all this shit on my channel, I'm going to go in depth on literally everything that's been seen here and properly reviewing it.
Oh my god.
So, yeah, that's kind of why I wanted to end the slideshow by talking about the whole idea of diehard fans of creepypasta keeping these characters and ideas alive. Because I'm going to be trying my hardest to do that shit in the coming months.
You had better.
Jeff
You
the
need to be the
Killer.
resurgence, the Jeff the Killer spokesperson. We gotta bring the creepypasta
like,
fandom back.
This character means so much to me because this character represents basically my entire start as a fan of horror. This character was my introduction to horror as a whole genre, and creepypastas are my favorite pieces of horror that you can consume. So he's kind of like, he's the face of my favorite form of horror. He is the face of my like introduction to horror. I love this character so much, and he needs to keep going.
Yeah, absolutely. Me with my boy Tick, he's so good.
Zach and Quinn, check DMs real quick.
Oh god.
Okay.
I'm scared. I'm scared, I'm shaking.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Here, let me
Yes.
send a...
Okay.
Absolutely.
But yeah, so, long-winded rant and slideshow aside, thank you everyone for listening to my presentation on the history and lore of my favorite creepypasta character, Jeff the Killer.
Round of applause.
Thank you very much for humoring me, all 1,000 of you that somehow stuck around to listen to me, like, autistically ramble about this character and the history of his fan fiction and stories. Yeah. That's everything I had to say on the character, at least for now, until we get to the 2015 remake.
Oh yeah. Rubs my hands together like an evil cartoon villain. This VOD will be making bank.
Yeah, that was my presentation. I put my heart and soul into it. I was like, I literally have like my phone right now with all these little notes I was
my God.
supposed to talk about, and I've gotten through everything.
I'm gonna grade you, give you an A+.
Thank you. My throat's kind of shot though, so when we get to other narrations, y'all are gonna have to like take the wheel here.
Oh,
for
absolutely,
a bit with narrating.
absolutely.
Do not worry. So, should we shift tides a little bit?
I believe we should.
I think we should probably get to some of these recommendations.
Yeah, let's
Yes.
absolutely wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
What?
I think we might have summoned him.
Who? Oh no, please don't. Okay. Oh god, guys. I'm getting a weird feeling right now. I'm getting
What's wrong?
I'm getting a weird feeling.
Like a feeling?
Like a feeling.
Yeah.
It's probably just a weird feeling. I wouldn't worry about it.
No, you don't understand. This is it's a hyper-realistic feeling. It's a feeling of
hyper-realistic?
It's a feeling of feeling.
Oh god.
Yeah.
That's kind of scary.
I anticipate that something very, very bad is about to happen.
I'm very scared. I have a weird feeling.
Guys,
feeling,
you're scaring me.
A killing feeling. What on earth is that?
Oh, shit.
What is
what
that?
The hell?
That
who is
could
that?
Who is that? I really
that?
I can't tell.
Who's there?
Who the
Who
hell
is there?
Who are you?
Show yourself, fiend.
Reveal thine self. What?
Oh, no.
Oh my god. What? He's
Wait.
on his camera. Who is that?
Who is it? What is that? Blood?
No,
Wait.
it can't be.
Wait.
It can't be.
Wait a minute. I'm seeing
Holy
blood.
shit.
Oh my.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh God! It's Jeff the Killer!
He's gonna Jeff the kill us! He's gonna Jeff the kill us!
Oh no! Oh no! Oh God! Chat! We did not prepare for this!
Oh.
This is not scripted!
What do we
This
do?
is not part of
this
the
is not
show!
scripted! Oh,
That
guys!
is the Jeff the Killer!
Ah!
It looks terrifying.
I'm scared!
Oh God! Quinn, do something! Do something!
I will fight
him!
it back with my, thank you for the donation. Nope. I'll look at that in a second, but, oh man.
We gotta banish
I'm gonna scare him off of my screens.
Get rid of him! Get rid of him! Banish him! Banish him! Banish him to the Slender Mansion!
Yeah, the Slender. Oh, okay.
Oh,
That worked.
Oh God. Okay. Okay.
Oh,
Oh wow.
Wipes brow.
That was too much.
Oh.
Oh wow.
guys,
I'm scared.
guys. Oh God, I could not handle something like that happening again. Holy shit.
Yeah, I think we need a palette cleanser. I think we need a these are all with copyrighted music. Hang on. I think we need something to ease the pain, to ease the fear, you know, to
You're right. You're right.
where's my okay. So why don't we watch a quick silent, because I can't have copyrighted music, a silent video as we take a little break and rejuvenate ourselves.
You know, I think this is a wonderful idea.
Yeah, we gotta. Yeah, I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry if that was too scary. This is good though. This is good. It's better without. Oh my god! Without music, I don't know what the fuck is going on. This is horrifying.
Homie? Are we
they-
getting more toxic yaoi content? We've been getting a lot of that this stream.
Yeah, we need more toxic yaoi.
Look, I'm sorry that my autistic rant summoned Jeff the Killer, chat. I really didn't mean for that.
Yeah, come on. You talk too much about him, and he's summoned, and now we're all scared. But it's okay because we have. Fuck, I don't even know if this is like a shit. Okay, it definitely is. But like, you gotta. This person is probably my favorite YouTuber of all time because they just do this, and I think they are still doing it.
Are we actually just watching toxic yaoi content? Like, I was joking. I thought they were fighting.
I guess we are. The makeup's not bad. Wait, is this some random ass person in the background? I'm on a full bike. They have no idea what's going on. Poor thing. We could always I have a personal favorite video.
You're a monster. That's what they say. But I am not a monster. My name is Jeff, and I
Will kill you.
And I want to kill you.
and you are filled with it.
This is what he should have said when he got the call.
Don't be scared.
I'm scared!
You won't feel.
No, I'm scared!
All you need to do
Read the thing in the basement.
to sleep.
That was really scary and I'm scared now.
Should we get some of these super chats?
Yeah, so. I got Disney Carnage, then what did you want? The thing in the basement, alright. So we got some things here. I'm thinking we might save the written creepypasta for last. Like, we'll write the creepypasta at the end. But the first one that we got was, I didn't write down who it was from, unfortunately. But it was, like, a Sonic.exe sequel that was, like, pretty much just called Sonic EXE 2. I think this might be it. I'm not sure. If the person who requested this is in chat, please do let me know.
If they are here, I do have a proposition.
Okay.
I know the story they're talking about.
Okay.
And as we have already discussed previously, if we ever do another one of these streams again, which we there's literally like a 99% chance we will.
We gotta.
If we ever do another one of these streams again, I will do an in-depth deep dive into Sonic.exe lore, just
Okay.
as Zach did with Jeff the Killer lore. Next time we do one of these streams, so we can either save it for part 2, that will probably happen in like maybe a week and a half, or we could read it right now.
Should I make a poll? I forgot you could do that.
Yeah,
we could.
I say make a poll out of it.
Okay.
Also,
wait.
while you're creating
Yeah,
that poll, we got some more fan art.
Oh yes, I gotta see all the fan art. We're gonna put all the fan art up.
Oh, I love that.
Wait, this is
It's
actually
actually really
cute. Hang on. Let me.
This was made. This is made by the same person who keeps on doing these really fun Friday Night
Oh
Funkin'
shit!
Chromatic
Yeah,
stuff.
we have a like fan who makes these like Friday Night Funkin' covers, and I think they made an actual like voice module from my voice, which is really cool. So their name is Charlie. Shout out to them. I know they're in chat right now. Let me. Where is the Dino Stream Discord? Yeah, this is our. I'm gonna pull this up on the. Actually, I can pull this up on here. I'm dumb. I'm a good streamer, chat. That's why I stream all the time. Clearly. Wait, is it this one? Okay. Yeah. This is actually really cute. I'm fucking with this. I'm gonna like make this my profile picture on Discord or something. This is so cute. I'm such a big fan. I'm a big fan. Look at the gang. Oh, they're all friends, and oh my goodness. Ah, that's my live reaction, dude. Holy shit. It looks fantastic. Thank you so much. Yeah, all the fan art, all of it. I love it. I eat it up for breakfast and dinner and lunch like a bug Jack eats bugs. I love I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. And we'll feature all of it on stream and like share it off. I'll put it at the beginning of streams too. Next time okay, wait. I sent you fan art. Ooh, wait, did you? Oh my gosh. Wait. Shut the fuck up. This is actually banger. What the hell? Okay, wait, let me put this in. We got, like, a .exe and, like, a reference. And I'm not even sure if these are, like, a specific thing or just, like, creepy Quinn. But these go hard, dude. That's awesome. Oh my god, you're my best friend. I think I was supposed to send on Twitter. And if you guys, like, are in, like, a server with me or anything, you could totally fucking send on like Discord. I do not object.
Yeah, we've just been using Twitter because it's been like easiest for me to check, and I'm like the one looking at fan art while Quinn hosts the stream.
Yeah, I'm
Okay, so the poll right now is winning by a landslide that we should wait to do Sonic.exe content.
Oh,
for
okay.
a second.
Thank you. Okay, I genuinely I was struggling with it. You just did that on my account. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I think we'll wait for Sonic.exe 2. So that means the next one. Oh, I am so thrilled to say this. I've always wanted to say this. The next creepypasta that we have queued up to read is Flanders is Mad.
Yes! Yes! Okay, like whoever it was that super chatted that, you were my favorite person in chat.
Yeah, you are
Because
genuinely,
I love
you're
this.
carrying the stream, because this is such a good story. So, Austin, I mean, you're a pretty big Simpsons fan. Would you like to read?
Oh, Mary Simpin.
Oh, Mary Simpin, would you like to do the honors?
I'd love to. Ned Flanders is my second favorite Simpsons character.
Alright,
so
let me
this is
pull it up.
I've never read this story, so I'm really excited.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're going to love this. I was shown it the other night by David, and we were laughing our asses off.
I'm so excited. What the fuck?
I gotta get
I
Dave
just-
in here for one of these.
There's a giant spider web on my...
If you got David in here, he'd make a slideshow that's even bigger than my Jeff the Killer one on the history of Slender
Oh
Man.
god, we just need to like have an entire genre of stream where we just let in people to talk about their favorite creepypasta.
We'll get unknowingly on here on a stream next time to do like Godzilla NES.
God, we just need so many. We need all the slideshows to compile them in a fucking. Okay.
I'm so glad that my intense autism for a character that like is from a shit 2011 creepypasta inspired a whole trend.
No, serious. This is like, This is what I've been needing. This is my autism
No,
rejuvenation.
Zach, I am going to be so for real. You making this Jeff the Killer video is genuinely inspiring me to like make an hour-long Sonic.exe video on my channel.
I think we should just all like co-drop like creepypasta fucking videos and like promote all of them. I think that'd be
Please
cute.
do that. I am going to be
We're little
like
skills.
this Jeff the Killer video I'm working on, like after the rewrite video I'm currently doing, is going to take up probably my entire summer with the amount of content I'm covering. Like y'all in that time gotta make your own creepypasta videos. So
Hell
we can drop
fucking
them
yeah.
together.
I would be honored to make one just like on the fucking like fandom aspect of it and like the Slenderverse and how they're all in love and how they're all, cause that's kind of my niche, not to brag or anything, but I'm a Tumblr kid. I'm a little, you know, your shoelaces are cool or whatever.
Yeah.
Like I fucking love shit like that. I need to make sure I have the right Zach, if you could send me the right creepypasta, because I'm scared. Mega
Sure, I
streamer,
got
you
you.
all got everyone you know. If we got everyone we know, it would be fucking horrifying.
Let's see here.
I can get Daco on.
Also, shout out to, because of this creepypasta, Ned Flanders is on the Villains fandom.
No! Oh my god.
That's so awesome.
Hold on, I think I know how I can
being
find it
stream.
here.
Yeah, people are always like, God, being a streamer is probably so hard. In my experience, it's just like going to my autistic friends and being like, do you want to talk about things you like? And they're like, yeah.
Yeah, the friggin' like initial Jeff the Killer slideshow was like a passing comment Quinn made, and I immediately latched onto it.
No, I was like, it would be so funny if you did this. And then I was like in my brain, but they're not gonna. That was just a thought that I had. But no.
Chaz, we could definitely set up another one where you can cover a creepypasta that you're passionate about sometime in the future.
My tiki
But thank you for your cameo.
Yeah, Chaz, absolutely. Your cameo is if you wanna, yeah, I will fund your like creepypasta bodysuits, and you can like, you know, you can have your little appearances. Are you 3 autistic? Yes, every single person in this call is autistic. So
Yeah.
that's you could probably tell.
I don't think
gonna
a
say, like-
neurotypical person could make a slideshow like this.
A neurotypical person would not do what I just did for 2 hours with Jeff the Killer.
They could do it,
Like-
but it wouldn't be good. It wouldn't be real.
Yeah, they could do it, but the heart and soul wouldn't be.
Yeah.
Also, I am realizing that Flanders is Mad was a creepypasta that was written by a horror narration channel, and the only way to access it is through his video narrating it.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, that's what I just realized.
Oh, really?
People are talking
Yeah,
about something.
the Flanders is Mad creepypasta was made by a YouTuber named Freaky Attraction,
Holy
and the
shit.
only way to access the story is listening to his narration of it. So we could just, you know, watch the video if we want to. Or we could change the creepypasta suggestion from the super chat into another Simpsons one.
I have an idea. We read the transcript.
Y'all, this video is peak.
We could read the transcript.
Look at this shit. I'm not even listening to
I think that might work.
I'm not even listening to the actual audio. I just really like Simpsons Hit and Run.
Oh yeah, because Flanders is Mad is a Simpsons hit and run haunted game creepypasta.
Yes.
It's about somebody messing with Flanders in the game, and then he haunts them.
I'm gonna comment on
Holy
this.
shit, that's awesome.
This was really scary. Alright, yeah, I gotta show my support. But yeah, chat,
Yeah, like,
should we like...
is there a way to get like a video transcript that we could just read it from that?
You can, so
I have
YouTube
I have it pulled up right now.
Their transcripts
you
are
have it
not
up?
the best, but...
No, this is I think custom captions.
Okay.
You've just gotta keep in
No,
mind
this one
that in
says
the middle of the
automated.
video there is a Raid Shadow Legends ad.
Yes!
Oh yeah, I skipped that part. The intro is just an intro, right?
Yes, the intro is the actual intro to the creepypasta. There's the Raid Shadow Legends ad, and then it goes into the proper creepypasta.
Okay. All right, I'm ready.
Okay, perfect.
But you know what you should do, Quinn?
Yeah.
Pull up the Game Grumps.
I was just about to...
And use that as background footage.
I
while
was just
narrate.
about to. You know me so well. You know me so well. Okay.
Okay.
I love this video.
Do we still have the creepy music playing?
Oh wait, if I full screen it doesn't... Still the creepy music playing? Absolutely. I just realized it's not, why is it not on the window capture? Oh, there's an error with it. Please. What's wrong with my game, Grumps? I'm so...
This is not the Danny and Aaron content I signed up for.
Okay, I'm gonna make a new window capture. This is evil.
You got
not
it.
my
You got
Discord. There we go. Okay, okay. Sorry, chat. Technical difficulties. I've never streamed in my entire life. That was a lie. I just lied to you guys. I'm so sorry. Okay.
Are we ready?
Let me put it over the... Okay, okay. Wait. Okay, 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 okay. Let me get my creepypasta music. I think Zach sent it. Where's my creepypasta music? I don't know where it went.
We've lost it.
What the fuck?
Whatever. Yeah, wait, actually, no, I just realized I probably shouldn't just program. Zach, can you send me the creepypasta music playlist again?
Yeah, sure, I got you.
I'm very stupid.
I really like the name Freaky Attractions.
That is, yeah, dude, anybody want to show up to the Freaky Attractions? What if it was called a Freaky Attraction, and instead of a normal attraction, it,
yeah.
had Jeff the Killer? Bring me eggs, Bart! Oh my god, yes! Eggs for
Check VC
Bart!
chat. That should be the full playlist.
Okay, okay, okay. Alright.
Alright, just give me the cue.
Alright. Go ahead.
I recently got into collecting retro video games from garage sales and thrift stores and stuff. This was perfect for me because I had a bunch of old consoles already from when I was a kid, and it gave me a chance to check out games from the past that I had missed for cheap. That was how I ended up finding an unreleased test version of The Simpsons Hit and Run for the GameCube. This was a game that I had somehow missed throughout the years, but I'd always wanted to play. I don't really remember how we found out about it, but a couple weeks back, my girlfriend Stacy and I ended up at this estate sale near my neighborhood. It was some rich old guy who had recently passed away. House tour. We were told by his daughter, who was hosting it, that she had very little info on most of the items because she hadn't been in contact with her father in years. His house was pretty huge, and once we got inside, we were overwhelmed by the amount of stuff he had. A lot of it was pretty standard rich guy stuff, like golf clubs, wine, cigars, that kind of thing. And I guess he was a hunter too, because he had a lot of guns. There were even a few taxidermied animal heads up on the walls. We even came across his office and found a bunch of plaques in there with industry awards for best video game and things like that. I guess this guy must have been involved in producing them. The attic. Oddly though, there weren't any games anywhere in the house. After a little while, the host asked if we wanted to check out the attic. I thought it was a good idea, because maybe other people had missed something valuable up there. Once we walked up the rickety old steps, I noticed that there wasn't much of an interest inside. However, one thing caught my eye immediately. It was a steel box, hidden in the shadows in the back corner of the room. When I mentioned that, the host said she had missed it when she went through the house before we got there. She quickly went back downstairs and grabbed a key ring and came back up to the attic to open it. After a few tries with the key ring, finally one of them worked. Dust slowly animated into the air as the box creaked open. Inside was a large red silk cloth with strange golden inscriptions written on it. It looked like they were possibly Sanskrit or something I don't know. Which was strange, but what was folded up inside, it was definitely far stranger. It was a GameCube. It was a GameCube game. It looked like it was some kind of test version for a real game, which would look like the cover art was clearly a rough draft, and the world tester was written across the cover. I couldn't help but smile from ear to ear once the host opened it and I saw the title, Simpsons Hit and Run, version 1. As a collector...
I just want to say two things. First of all, I love the setup of this game being locked in like a steel box with like inscriptions in an attic. And second of all, like version 1 implies that it's a playtester version, but version 1 is for the first release of a game publicly.
Maybe this was maybe this is a shipwreck scenario where like this was the original version, but it was immediately pulled off of store shelves, and this is the only lasting archive.
Shipwreck 64 if it wasn't fucking around.
As a collector, seeing this immediately piqued my interest about as high as it could go. Only I wanted to play it cool, since I could tell the host was trying to come up with a price for it. Interested, she said apathetically, "Actually, yeah." I said, trying not to seem overly excited. "How about $60? She said she handed over the case. I don't think I could get my wallet out fast enough. Ecstatic, Stacy and I walked out of the car and started speeding home as if the lady was going to chase us down and tell us she didn't want to sell it anymore. Exploring Springfield. Stacy had just gotten a brand new souped-up Honda Civic and was also testing out the speed on it. I guess I hadn't realized before she was a bit of a crazy driver.
Remember that line.
Okay. Anyway, she dropped me off in my house, and I hadn't went inside to pop in the game. I immediately fell in love. The whole open world setup it had matched perfectly with a place like Springfield. I remembered spending about an hour just exploring every nook and cranny the place had before I even tried to start doing missions. The funniest part of this game by far is they can go around and kick anybody over, and they weirdly run on their side trying to get up. It's too funny. That probably took up 90% of my time on its own. Eventually, I ended up doing a Flanders mission, the one where you had to go and find some of his stolen items. Of course, before I started it, I kicked his butt, slammed him like 100 times, because, you know, it's Flanders, what else am I supposed to do? It was strange though. The first few times I tried to talk to him after doing it, sounded like the character was breathing heavily or something, which kind of made sense, but I didn't expect the game developers to add that in. After that, I stole a car and went to do the mission, and fairly easily gathered up all of his lost items. Once I headed to his house to bring them back to him, he wasn't in the yard anymore. They kind of annoyed at me, because you can't finish the mission until you give him his stuff back. And I didn't have any idea where I could find him. So I walked out of his house a bit to see if he was behind something, or if maybe I could see him through a window, which is when things really started getting strange. Flanders is mad. Around the side of his house, I saw a window with Flanders' son, Rodney's face, sticking out of it. He wasn't moving and appeared to be glitching. His mouth and eyes were wide open, like they were frozen in terror. Intrigued, I walked up and tried to talk to him, but all he kept saying was, "Flanders is mad, Flanders is mad, Flanders is mad." I knew it was clearly a glitch at that point. Probably something they had fixed in future iterations of the game. So I gave up on completing that mission and decided to venture back out into the town again to see if I could find anything else to do. Only something had changed. All of the in-game characters seemed terrified. I passed by Nelson, and instead of pointing and laughing, he was pointing and screaming at something. I looked to see what he was pointing at, and it seemed like it was the power plant. I got back in the car and drove towards the plant. As I approached, I saw something in the distance, standing on top of it. As I got closer, I could tell it was Flanders, looking down over Springfield. Power plant. At this point, I immediately drove into the power plant to try and see what was going on. But the plant was much larger on the inside than it appears, and was pretty difficult to find out where he was. Then, finally after a few minutes, I saw him standing at a control panel. He turned to me and started to cutscene. But he wasn't saying anything. He was just staring at me wide-eyed, with his face red with anger. Then he pushed his red button on the panel, and a flash filled the screen. Once it went away, I saw everything was charred black. Both Homer and Flanders were just these two black piles of carbon laying among the rubble of the building. I could only still move the point of view and hover through the town. I began to realize that almost all of Springfield had become completely pulverized. In the distance, I could hear screaming and crying, and I passed over as the town I saw. Lisa and Bart passed the statue of Jebediah Springfield. His skateboard fused to the side of his body. I then saw Maggie standing in the back of the family car, looking out at the skeleton of Marge, with the tall tuft of burnt black hair connected to her skull. Marge's skeleton. At this point, I got pretty freaked out and turned off the game. I now differently knew why this had removed that storyline from the final version. That stuff was really disturbing, even for The Simpsons. I had to call Stacy immediately to tell her what I had seen. Only she wasn't answering her phone when I tried. Just wanting to get out of the house and drive, I went to my car and started heading to Stacy's. On the way, though, I ran into some traffic. As I passed, I saw there was a car crashed into a median up ahead. And I slowly approached as I noticed it was the remains of a blue Honda Civic. Stacy's blue Honda Civic. I could tell by the Pokemon license plate. I pulled the car off the side of the road, and I ran over to the wreck just in time to see the paramedics pulling the charred body out of the car. I screamed and fainted right there in the road, unable to handle the horror of what I just witnessed. I haven't been the same ever since that day, and I have been seeing a therapist, but there's only so much that can do. I still wonder, though, to this day, was the game somehow connected to her death? The nuclear explosions and the car wreck, how could it have just been a coincidence? I guess I'll probably never know. I've told everyone about the game and the car wreck, and they've told me all it was just a coincidence. I'm not convinced, though, so I decided to look up the game for safekeeping. And in the metal safe in the attic. And I can assure you, I'm never taking it out again. Hey, it's me, Freaky. Hope you enjoyed that original creepypasta. Please leave a like on the video and subscribe if you haven't done so.
I think the thing I love the most about that fucking creepypasta right off the bat is like, remember I told you to remember that line about how the girl was like a bad driver? I love it so much how this dude who wrote the story, like, clearly he's writing the story in retrospect after everything happened. And knowing that this, like, person he knew died in a horrible car crash, he had the gall to just write, yeah, she was a pretty shit driver. Like, bro's so sensitive.
I think it's a little fair.
But like, okay, like, if I found out that a close friend of mine, like, died in a car crash, I wouldn't write in the memorial, yeah, they were a pretty fucking crazy driver. They were pretty crazy on the road.
Crazy driver. That's
Like,
awesome. I hope somebody describes me as that if I ever die.
You think, you want that? You want that?
Yeah, I want that in my eulogy.
I'll do it.
I want that written on my gravestone. He was a crazy driver.
He was a crazy driver. I also just love that, like, he played a spooky Simpsons game, and then he saw that his friend died in a car crash, and just
his
could
girlfriend.
not fathom the... Yeah, like, he saw that his girlfriend died in a car crash, and he could not fathom the possibility that it was a coincidence. Like, to him, his girlfriend had to have died in a car crash because he played a Simpsons game and got a spooky ending.
Of course. Of course.
It's so funny. I love Flanders is mad.
This might have been the perfect. This might have been the perfect.
This might have been the perfect.
Perfect follow-up to Jeff the Killer.
I agree. I love this genre of creepypasta, by the way. Like, shitty lost game or haunted game or lost episode creepypastas are always my favorite.
They're so much fun.
And, you know, it is funny that you guys, like, are making a whole bunch of car jokes because last year I literally got my car I got my foot ran over by a car and had to be rushed to the hospital. And just a week ago, I also got hit by another car because they decided to, like, try to go past me on pedestrian crossing when they had no right to, and I ended up getting $1,000 from that person because to compensate, instead of me filing a police report, I just asked for money.
Yeah.
What if that was?
I did not hear this.
Yeah, this happened like a week ago now.
Dude, what the hell?
It's how I was able to buy a second monitor despite being demonetized.
Does, like, nobody in your area know how to drive?
I guess not.
He lives
but
in
hey,
Ohio, dude. What do you expect?
If you're gonna give me money, then you know.
Jeez, man. You're starting to feel like those two twins from Better Call Saul that just, like, run into the street and get hit by cars on purpose to get money.
Dags, how are you getting in these situations with car? I don't know. I don't even have a license. I go everywhere exclusively on an electric
BMW
bike.
driver behavior. I drive a BMW. Watch your fucking tone.
No, well, that is something that you would do.
No, I'm a very good driver.
You wouldn't hit me if I was in the middle of the road?
Well, if it was you specifically, I would target you. That's not fair. Like, if it was a random person, I would never accidentally.
A Dags is worth 100 points.
Exactly. It's like, that's a lot.
Flanders does not like Dags.
Flanders does not like
Flanders
Dags.
is mad.
Bro is mad.
Man.
So what was the next one we had on the super chat
Alright,
request?
so we have something called psychosis, which
okay, yes.
I've never heard of this. I'm not sure.
I've never heard of this either. I don't know if this is gonna be a good one or not.
I think they said that it might be good.
Interesting.
So I'll have to see if it's super long. I'm not, because we have like two.
Yeah.
Okay, I just looked up the word psychosis on Google and expected to find something.
Yeah, if you guys are gonna request creepypastas, I really would like if you guys were to request ones that aren't too long, like preferably 20 minutes of reading maximum.
Oh, this is
I
made
think
in
it's
2010. Okay.
Oh, it was made in 2010. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's like an early era.
Let's see, I'm not sure which one is right, but also this one seems to be pretty long.
Is there a way to check the word count?
I have no idea. Let me see if I can find.
You can like copy and paste it into a.
Okay,
Google
yeah, I
Doc.
found like a full. It usually would take like like 40 minutes to an hour to read this.
Okay.
And I don't know if we have that kind of time right now because I am on
Yeah.
a strict schedule. I have to do something at like 5 Pacific time. So
we
what
should
I
focus
might
on the
do
shorter stories.
is, what I might do is I'm going to put these longer stories in a queue for the next stream, and then for the next stream we might like only take donations for like writing creepypastas or something, or like just not take donations for requests.
Yeah.
But we will definitely we
Yeah.
will get to all of these that I have gotten today. The other one though, the next one that we have is Red Mist. So
Oh my goodness.
I am not sure.
You think you want to take the honors for this one?
Should I?
I mean, you're the only one that hasn't narrated yet.
That is true. Okay. Let's see if I can find like a. Alright, is this like the OG? Alright, yeah, this is like the OG. Okay, okay. Alright. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. This will be a good read. Alright, chat. Let me make sure that OBS is all set up. Where the fuck is my window capture?
You got
Okay,
it.
right there. Yeah, no, shit, I'm smart. I'm genius. Alright, alright. Sorry. I am... Chat, are we ready? We warned it
Yes.
mentions descriptions of dead kids in it, so be warned. Yeah, I mean, I figured that. I don't care if the stream itself gets demonetized. When I'm editing the VOD, I'll probably, like, censor out a few words, but... in SpongeBob voice. Dog, if... Spence, if you're here, I wish you were here right now, because you can do killer SpongeBob. Alright. Fuck, okay. Squidward's suicide. I just want to start off by saying that if you want an answer at the end, prepare to be disappointed. There isn't one. I was an intern at Nickelodeon Studios for a year in 2005 for my degree in animation. It wasn't paid, of course. Most internships aren't, but it did have a perk beyond education. To adults, it might not seem like a big one, but most kids at the time would go crazy over it. Since I worked directly with the editors and animators, I got to view new episodes days before they aired. I'll get right to it without giving too many unnecessary details. They had very recently made the SpongeBob movie. The entire staff was somewhat sapped of creativity, so it took them longer to start up the season. But the delay lasted longer for more upsetting reasons. There was a problem with the Series 4 premiere that set everyone and everything back several months. Me and 2 other interns were in the editing room, along with the lead animators and sound editors for the final cut of an episode. We received the copy that was supposed to be Fear of a Krabby Patty, and gathered around a screen to watch. Now, given that the final cut isn't final yet, animators often put up a mock title card at the beginning. It's sort of an inside joke for us, with phony, oftentimes lewd titles being used, such as How Sex Doesn't Work instead of Rockabye Bevalve. Shut up. in which SpongeBob and Patrick adopt a sea scallop. Nothing particularly funny, just work-related chuckles. So, when we saw the title Squidward's Suicide, we didn't think of it more than a morbid joke. One of the other interns did a small throat laugh at it. The episode started with the happy-go-lucky music playing as normal. The story began
I really appreciate
with...
the recreation.
Yeah, I'm singing it. The story began with Squidward practicing his clarinet, hitting a few sour notes like normal. We hear SpongeBob laughing outside. Squidward stops, yelling at him to keep it down, as he has a concert that night and needs to practice. SpongeBob says okay and goes to see Sandy with Patrick. The Bubbles splash screen comes up and we see the ending of Squidward's concert. This is when things begin to seem off. While playing, a few frames repeat themselves, but the sound doesn't. It's supposed to be synced with the animation, so yes, that's not common. But when Squidward stops playing, the sound finishes as if the skip never happened. There is There is a slight murmuring in the crowd before they begin to boo him. Not the normal cartoon booing that's common in the show, mind you. You could very clearly hear malice in it. Squidward's in full frame and looks visibly afraid. The shot goes to the crowd with SpongeBob in center frame. He, too, is booing, which is very much unlike him. That is not the oddest thing, though. What's odd is that everyone has hyper-realistic eyes.
Holy shit.
There was the beginning.
There it is.
There it is.
There it is. That is the start.
The birthplace. All very detailed. Clearly not shots of real people's eyes, but something a bit more than real CGI. The pupils were red. Some of us looked at each other, obviously confused, but since we weren't the writers, we didn't understand its appeal to children yet. The shot goes to Squidward sitting on the edge of his bed, looking very forlorn. The view out of his porthole window is a night sky, so it isn't very long after the concert. The unsettling part is that at this point there's no sound. Literally zero sound. Not even the feedback from the speakers in the room. It's as if the speakers were turned off, though their statuses showed them working perfectly. Squidward just sits there, blinking, for about 30 minutes. I mean, seconds. I said that.
30 minutes.
Shut up!
Awesome.
Shut up! Then starts to sob softly. He puts his hands, tentacles, over his eyes and cries quietly for a full minute more. All the while, a sound in the background is very gradually growing from nothing to barely audible. It sounds like a slight breeze through a forest. The screen slowly begins to zoom in on his face. By slowly, I mean that it's only noticeable if you look at shots 10 seconds apart side by side. Had a yawn, my bad. His sobbing gets louder and more full of hurt and anger. The screen then twitches a bit as if it twists it on itself for a split second before going back to normal. The wind through the trees sound gets louder and more severe, as if a storm is brewing somewhere. The eerie part is that this sound and Squidward's sobbing sounded real. It was like it wasn't coming from the speakers, but that the speakers themselves were holes that the sound was traveling through from the other side. As good a sound as the studio likes to have, they don't have the equipment to produce such audio of that quality. Below, the sound of the wind and sobbing very faintly, audible, something that sounded like laughing. It came at odd intervals and never lasted more than a second, so you had a hard time pinning it. We watched this episode twice, so pardon me if things sound too specific, but I've had time to think about them. After 30 seconds of this, the screen blurred and twitched violently, and something flashed over it as if a single frame was replaced. The lead animation editor paused and rewound frame by frame. What we saw was horrible. It was a still photo of a dead child. He couldn't have been more than 6. His face was mangled and bloodied, one eye dangling over it popped. I'm not comfortable reading that. His stomach crudely cut open and his entrails splayed out beside him. He was laying on some pavement that was probably a road. The most upsetting part was that there was a shadow of the photographer, but no crime tape, evidence tags, or markers, and the angle was completely off for a shot designed to be evidence. It would seem that they were the person responsible for this child's death. We were, of course, mortified, but pressed on, hoping that this was just a sick joke. The screen flipped back to Squidward, still sobbing, louder than before, half of his body in the frame. There was now what appeared to be blood running down his face from his eyes.
Shit.
Oh my fucking god! I have no words. YN finds herself in a harem of creepypasta killers in Slender Man's mansion. So I will do this under one condition. We make it yaoi.
Okay.
Yay!
I mean, I think. But who's Y?
Do you-
or is that just
okay.
yes/no?
He doesn't know what YN is, Zach.
Okay.
This idiot doesn't know who YN is! You know what?
YN?
Yeah, that's probably for the better. Let's continue on with the story. Let's continue with
Who's YN?
Let's continue with the story.
Is it a person? I don't even know the prompt. Okay.
Okay, Dags. When you're reading like a creepypasta, or like a fanfiction, and it's like X reader, that YN is the reader. YN is
I'm back.
you.
Sorry, I had to go for a second.
Oh my god, Zach, you missed it. This fucking idiot doesn't know who YN is.
You don't know who your name is?
Yeah, it's your name. It's like you go through it and you're supposed to read your own name.
I didn't know.
I didn't know.
Yeah, it's for
Okay,
Salt Insert Fanfiction.
How about this? I have an idea.
Okay.
If somebody else donates another $50, why
You're
don't we all
banging.
get assigned? Why don't we all get assigned a different story, and then we all write one of them?
And we can like compare
So I think you should take your name Yowie prompt.
Yeah!
I'll take the band 7 prompt, and then we
Okay.
can get a prompt.
Oh god. Okay, so whoever donates the next $50, Zach has to write that. Oh lord.
Oh boy, don't incentivize it.
We need
You know,
money
maybe-
for our charity stream.
It's for a good cause.
Yeah, it is for a good cause. You know, this is for such a good cause. I'm starting to think that maybe this could be a good idea in the future for future charity streams. Yeah, this is not a charity stream. This is making bank. So.
Yeah, this money is going to be used to fund an event that we have planned.
Yeah,
in the future.
$50 more and I'll put it on archive of our own. No. I'll do that anyways, chat. Don't you worry.
Okay.
If there, okay, no, it's not gonna be inappropriate. When I say yaoi, I mean like they kiss and shit. No, none of that icky stuff.
Like when I think of like creepypasta yaoi, what I think is like those really funny drawings.
Yeah.
That are like used as prompts.
I'd look it up, but I think my safe search is off. Right now.
Okay.
But like you know, like the
like there was that really infamous like template. With like the guy with the really poor MS Paint looking drawing of the guy with the really strong chin.
Yeah, the yaoi template. That's I'm
Yeah.
gonna base it off of that. Oh, I am so excited.
Okay, let's continue with Red Mist.
All right. Where the fuck were we? Okay. Yeah. He put his tentacles down, and his eyes were now done in hyper-realism like the others were at the beginning of the episode. They were bleeding, bloodshot and pulsating. He just stared at the screen as if watching the viewer. After about 10 seconds, he started sobbing, this time not covering his eyes. The sound was piercing and loud. The most fear-inducing thing of all was that his sobbing was mixed with screams. Tears and blood were dripping down his face at a heavy rate. The wind sound came back, and so did the deep-voiced laughing, this time with a still photo that lasted for a good 5 frames. The animator was able to stop it on the 4th and backed up. This time, the photo was of a boy about the same age, but the scene was different. His entrails were being pulled out from his stomach, wound by a large hand. The right eye popped and dangling, blood trickling down it. The animator proceeded. The next frame was different, but we couldn't tell how. He continued to the next image, and it was the same thing. He then went back to the first and played them quicker, and I lost it. I vomited on the floor, the animation and sound editors gasping at the screen. The 5 frames were not 5 different photos, they were frames from a video. We saw the hand slowly lift out the guts, we saw the kid's eyes focus on it, we even saw 2 frames of the kid beginning to blink. The lead sound editor told us to stop. He had to call in the creator to see this. Mr. Hillenberg arrived within about 15. I always forget that he shows up.
Oh no!
Oh god!
We got your prompt, Zach.
This is the best outcome,
What?
I think.
What's my prompt?
Okay.
Hyper-realistic, spooky, bendy, lost episode. Make it as edgy and stereotypical as possible with an unnecessary creepypasta crossover. Godspeed, Zach.
Who sent that super chat?
name's
Meme Man.
Meme Man, you were a godsend. I will work with this.
Yeah!
Okay, so I think we should put a cap on that donation.
I think we have a little. What I
right?
think we should do is we should write these, and then maybe next stream we send them to each other, and someone who didn't write it has to read it, so it's like a live reaction.
That's a great
Okay,
idea.
Yeah.
That is a good idea.
And we
Okay,
can do like
that-
rating, and the
gets
winner of the creepypasta, I will send them the Jeff the Killer bodysuit in their mail.
Oh shit! I
need
gotta
to win.
Hey guys, yeah, y'all gotta win for the Jeff the Killer bodysuit. Gotta have some motivation here.
Okay, that's good. I like that because that
Yeah.
gives me time to write.
Yeah,
Because
we'll have some. I think we should make it. You know, we'll have more time. We'll have a big like talent show. It'll be a big event. It'll be beautiful. It'll be the best thing to ever happen. Okay, Mr. Hillenberg. All right. He was confused as to why he had been called down, so the editor just continued the episode. Once the next few frames were shown, all screaming and sound again stopped. Squidward was just staring at the viewer, his face taking up the full frame for about 3 seconds. The shot quickly panned out. That deep voice said, "Do it!" And we saw a shotgun in Squidward's hands. He immediately puts the gun in his mouth and pulls the trigger. Realistic blood and brain matter splatters the wall behind him and his bed, and he flies back with force. The last 5 seconds of the episode show his body on the bed, on its side, one eye dangling from what's left of his head above the floor, staring blankly at it. Then the episode ends. Mr. Hillenberg was obviously angry at this. He demanded to know what the hell was going on. Most people left the room at this point, so there were just a handful of us left to watch it again. Viewing the episode twice only served to imprint the entirety of it in my mind and cause me horrible nightmares. I'm sorry I stayed. Wait, why are people talking about Scott Cawthon? Did I miss something? Is Scott Cawthon here?
Yeah, wait. Why are people talking about Scott?
I think Scott Cawthon is here. Hello,
Cawthon
FNAF. I know exactly who runs this account. I'm not gonna say it.
Hello, Scott Cawthon.
Hi, Scott Cawthon. Thought I was Scott Cawthon. Fuck.
There's multiple Cawthons.
The only theory we could think of was that the file had been edited by someone in the chain from the drawing studio to here. The CTO was called in to find out what had happened. Analysis of the file did show it was mixed with new material. However, the timestamp of the change was a mere 24 seconds before we began viewing it. All equipment involved was examined for foreign software and hardware, as well as glitches, such as if the timestamp was showing us the wrong time, but everything checked out fine. We didn't know what happened, and to this day, nobody does. There was an investigation due to the nature of the photos, but nothing came of it. No child scene was identified, and no clues were gathered from the data involved, nor physical clues from the photos. I never believed in unexplainable phenomena before, but now that I've had something happen to me and can't prove anything about it beyond anecdotal evidence, I think twice about things.
Oh.
Credited to you / Suicide Squidward. Is this, holy shit, are you really the creator?
That was a Kino story.
You know, I think, like, the thing about Red Mist and other, like, lost media creepypastas is I always feel like, you know, stuff like this actually has the potential to have been scary, if not for just, like,
And it did.
how
And
overtly
it's been.
grotesque. Yeah, exactly. That's why, like, the Vibing Leaf version of Red Mist is so good, is, like,
Yeah.
there is, like, legitimate potential to make something scary there. Because I just think the idea that, like, somebody behind the scenes pitches an episode that never should be shown on television for, like, a children's show, I just think the idea of that is, like, inherently scary because of the idea of, like, that thing having potentially been shown to impressionable children that could have seen it. And I imagine, like, myself as a kid seeing that shit.
Which one of you just gave Sin mod? I love you.
I mean, if I see somebody we recognize, so I know.
Thank you. I was gonna. Okay, fucking. I just received 2 text messages. Hello, this is Scott Cawthon. Hello, this is Red Mist on the phone. Both from the same number. I
got the same text.
Oh wow, we're getting texted by Scott Cawthon. I can't believe it. He's our friend. Holy shit.
Hello, this is Red Mist on the phone. I really like that text. Thank you, Red Mist.
Yeah, thank you.
You know, where does the red mist part of the name come from?
Sure. Where does that come from?
Because the Red Mist is coming.
What?
What?
Yes, the Red Mist is coming.
Why is Squirtward crying?
You know.
Why is that?
He's crying the Red Mist. Well, in the Vibing Leaf remake, they changed the Red Mist to be like a visual representation for depression, and that's why it consumes.
Plus still available.
And it's supposed to almost.
It's still
consume
available for
SpongeBob.
2 days, chat. If you want to support a good person, Vibing Leaf plush.
Oh yeah, that is
shameless plug. And also keep an eye on Makeship if you like good things, because I hear that good things will come there. You hear from me.
Oh baby.
Oh baby. One more time. I'm doodling y'all's creepypasta stones, by the way. Ah, heart emoji. Heart. So
Okay,
happy right
let's
now.
check.
Alright, what we
Let's
got
check.
next?
What is next?
I think NES Godzilla is next.
That's a really long one. I think I think if this also becomes a very big trend that we do, we could have Unknowingly on for that in the
Yeah, I
future.
do like a video.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, like, a narration of Godzilla NES would be like 3 hours.
Yeah, because I know if anybody wants Godzilla NES content. I'm coughing really hard right now. I have no idea why I'm coughing so hard. Oh god, there's something in my throat. All of these people, good friends. Go watch the stream.
Okay, there is somebody who requested a story. Oh yeah, Meme Man, of course. Meme Man requested a story called Disney Carnage.
Yes, I did see that, and I think
Disney Carnage.
whatever this one is, I think it should go to Zach. Okay, not that. No. Is it this? Disney's. Oh, it's on the Troll Pasta wiki. We are eating good. It's so short. It's so short.
Okay, this is like a perfect one to have been donated.
Why
then.
is every single person in the comments talking about Deltarune?
What happened?
Oh, it is a what? Why is Deltarune here?
What?
Toriel was on the phone. Is this the same one that... Have you read Tiki Toby yet? I'm saving this for later. Okay, so I guess this is like a Deltarune, like, Disney creepypasta. Okay, well, this one's pretty short. I'll just copy and paste this, and I think I'll let you read this, Zach, because it's Disney related and it's pretty short, so hopefully
I was gonna say, I'd love to.
too taxing on you. Why can't I
copy?
copy and paste it, bitch? Okay, I'm just gonna... Yeah.
Okay, let me. Oh my god, that picture for it.
I know.
Well, that's just the Troll Pasta wiki icon, or is there?
Oh, I see.
Oh yeah, that's an
Yeah.
iconic image. Didn't they find that
The
recently?
hyperreal-
The origin?
That's hyper realistic Patrick.
Yeah, I want to be there for Tiki Toby. Tiki Toby's I'm gonna fucking dedicate an entire stream for me just talking about Tiki Toby because like
Yeah,
genuinely big brain rot right now, and I'm gonna have to like.
For that one, Sam.
Yeah, I'm taking a lot of notes for that. I want to make.
This is gonna become like a bi-weekly thing.
I fucking love creepypasta.
The staple of making a slideshow about our favorite shitty characters.
For real. No, because this is like a genuinely, there's endless abilities here. Like, even before this stream, like, me and Dags and, like, a bunch of other people in this, like, friend group, we would just read bad creepypastas all the time. Because it just never gets old. It never does.
Mm-hmm. So I've got the creepypasta up here.
Alright, I'm excited.
Alright. Disney's Carnage. Hey there. Have you ever heard of Warner's Splatter? It's a parody featuring animated Warner characters, Tom and Jerry and Looney Tunes, dying in brutal ways. If you have seen by chance a picture of Jerry getting chopped by Tom, it comes from that demented parody. Well, I had a terrible experience with something like that. First things first, let me introduce myself. Name's Susie, and I'm an anthropomorphic dinosaur. The narrator is Susie from Deltarune. I'm an anthropomorphic dinosaur. I used to be a bully, being mean to everyone, threatening others. But an indirect trip to another world changed me completely. And that's not what I'm talking about, though. Oh, sorry. It was Saturday, and I was grounded for skipping class yesterday. Not that I cared a lot. So hold on, I'm pulling up a thing here. Had to make sure I had chat on the side while I was reading this.
Oh, yeah.
I lost my spot. Yeah, not that I cared a lot. I lied to my parents because if I told them the true reason why I skipped class, they wouldn't believe me. I was in my bedroom when our house phone rang. My dad picked it up and Toriel was on the phone. She wanted me to go to school because I was with Chris when we went gone for a long time. When I went there, Toriel was really pissed off. Mind you explain me? What did you do with Chris yesterday? Asked Toriel. Miss Toriel, I promise. I didn't do anything to them. Well, I might had threatened them, nothing more, I answered. Then I told her the real reason of our disappearance. Unfortunately, that made her more pissed off. Are you fucking out of your mind? She screamed. I was shocked. Toriel had never swore, not even in front of a student.
That is very out of character for Toriel to say.
I can't believe you had been doing drugs. That's illegal and wrong, she kept screaming. I swear, I don't do drugs. Well, if you're gonna keep lying, then I will have to get rough, she said. She dragged me to the detention room. She made me sit and pulled out a disc with the title Carnage drawn in red marker. This will teach you not to be a terrible monster, she said, as she inserted the disc into the disc player and left the room. The movie started with the modern intro of Disney movies. Then the Pixar intro appeared, but when the lamp squashed the eye, the screen went black, followed by a disturbing sound. Then it went back, but the lamp was covered in blood. What? This was shocking. They had never shown blood in Pixar/Disney movies as far as I was concerned. It must have been a prank to scare me off. After that, the Steamboat Willie intro began playing. But when it was about to end, Pete appeared on the edge of the river throwing rocks at him, which didn't do much damage. What went next horrified me. Pete lifted a big boulder and threw it at the steamboat, exploding it and sending Mickey's limbs flying everywhere while he laughed. This shocked me. Pete was a bad guy, but he would never attempt murder. Finally, the movie began with Captain Hook from Peter Pan running from the Tick-Tock Croc. But the crocodile managed to catch him and began eating him limb by limb, while blood and organs sprouted? Like a plant? Sprouted everywhere, like a plant.
They sprouted, they appeared.
Oh, okay, cool. This made me really sick. I wanted to get out of there, but the door was locked. So the only thing I could do was watch this. No, that's you could just like turn it off.
Yeah.
What do you mean? So your options are leave the room or watch it. You have nothing else you can do in this situation. After that, we see Gaston from Beauty and the Beast stabbing Beast. And then he's thrown into the cliff, where his body is ripped in half after hitting a Sharpie rock. Then the movie cuts to the final battle of Syndrome from The Incredibles.
Yo.
He's trying to get out of the turbine that he was getting sucked into, but unfortunately he gets sucked in and shredded.
That does happen.
The movie changed to the near end of Hunchback of Notre Dame, where Frollo gets into a gargoyle, and falls into the fire while his skin gets burned only to splatter into the floor later. This was sickening. How did Toriel access this? Did she made it? Did she bought it on the dark web? It changed to the finale of the Tarzan movie. Clayton was falling, trying to get rid of the vines, but instead of dying hanged, The pressure of the vines decapitated him. Tarzan approached the corpse, ripped out his heart, ate it, and began beating his own chest, crying. The next scene was from The Lion. Why is it just all these movies in a compilation? The next scene was from The Lion King. Scar was getting surrounded by his former followers and then got eaten out by them.
Huh?
What? Ayo?
That's the wording. That's what it says. This, of course, was uncensored, and I could see how they ripped him limb from limb, piece by piece, until the only thing left were bones. The next thing was the death of Hopper from A Bug's Life. I just saw him get pecked by birds. God, I wanted to end this suffering already. We then suddenly see a scene of Randall from Monsters, Inc. falling, and when he hit the ground, blood and guts. Okay, cool. I tried to turn this off, but it wouldn't shut down. It's like it was meant to torture me. This wasn't a punishment anymore. After an hour of agony, the movie ended without any credits. I went into the TV and tried to throw it into the window when all of a sudden, Alphys opened the door and walked in, clapping her hands sarcastically. Good job, Susie. I hope you learned your lesson, she said. She then began explaining that her and some students made a fan parody video of several Pixar/Disney movie scenes as a punishment method. Well, what can I say? It worked. Remember, readers, never act like a bad person, or else you might get mental scars for the rest of your life like me.
This is such an insane crossover.
Wow.
Like, this is just like a written form of like a combination of somebody's two hyperfixations. And they decided to combine them in order to like make a creepypasta.
That was really good.
Yeah, you can really tell that whoever wrote this just like really loves Disney and Pixar movies and really loves Deltarune and wanted to find some way to mix them together.
I mean, good for them.
I kind of love that. That's pretty awesome.
I love that, dude. Are you kidding?
Oh, so yeah, somebody in the super chat was so right. Like, the actual Susie from Deltarune would find this entire thing, like, super metal, and she would love it.
Yeah, she would fucking love that shit. Someone doesn't know their Deltarune characterizations.
Honestly.
Let's see. There's also the thing in the basement is getting better at mimicking people, which sounds like it's a no-sleep story, which means it's probably going to be pretty long.
Let me look it up.
If it's too long, it's something that we could also put in a queue.
Yeah, the thing in the basement is
Because,
getting better at oh, yep, it is a no-sleep story, and there are multiple parts to it.
Okay, we might need to just skip that one then. I'm
Good
really
lord on a hot stick, this thing is the Bible.
Okay.
I'll add it to our little big list from, like, I'm so down to, like, do a...
If it's in parts, then maybe we could read a part each stream, but it's gonna be a while till we could get to that. Like, when we ask for you to donate for creepypastas, we expect something more like this and not something like fucking Baraska. Because,
Yeah.
like, some of these are too long in order to read, and like a fun little stream that'll only go on for like 5 hours. We need to get to a lot of these stories. So
You also don't even have
been...
to donate a like specific creepypasta. If you just like have like a TV show or something, like for instance, we would just look up like Bluey in the creepypasta thing and find a bunch of shit. So like,
speaking of which, Papo donated for us to look at Dead Bart, which I think,
you want to read that one?
Which I think is only appropriate for me to.
Yeah, I don't think anyone else would honestly be allowed to do
got that.
So, let me get to Dead Bart.
Thank you, Papo. I love you, by the way. I hope you're doing well.
Is it on the Troll Pasta Wiki? That is not the correct one.
Is that the Loud House fanfic?
Oh, okay, I guess Dead Bart is good enough to be able to be on the actual Creepypasta Wiki.
I love Dead Bart.
That.
They took down my man Jeff the Killer, but Dead Bart gets to stay. What is this injustice?
This is awesome.
Dead
okay.
Bart's great. Alright.
Dead Bart. You know how I already fucked it up. Okay. You know how Fox has a weird way of counting Simpsons episodes? They refuse to count a couple of them, making the amount of episodes inconsistent. The reason for this is a lost episode from Season 1. Finding details about this missing episode is difficult. No one who was working on the show at the time likes to talk about it. From what has been pieced together, the episode's production number was 7G06, and the title was Dead Bart. The episode labeled 7G06, Moaning Lisa, was made later, and given Dead Bart's production code to hide the latter's existence. It was also written entirely by Matt Groening. During production of the first season, Matt started to act strangely. He was very quiet and seemed nervous and morbid. How does the person writing know this?
They just do.
They know Matt Groening personally. They're friends.
Yeah, they knew Matt Groening personally. Mentioning this to anyone who was present around Matt at the same time resulted in them getting very angry and forbidding you to ever mention it to Matt himself. I first heard of it at an event where David Silverman was speaking. Someone in the crowd asked about an episode and Silverman simply left the stage, ending the presentation hours early. In addition to getting angry, asking anyone who was on the show about Dead Bart would cause them to do everything they could to stop you from directly communicating with Matt Groening. At a fan event, I managed to follow him after he spoke to the crowd. I eventually had the chance to talk to him alone as he was leaving the building. He didn't seem upset that I followed him. He probably expected a typical encounter with an obsessive fan. When I mentioned that lost episode, though, all the color drained from his face, and as he started trembling. When I asked him if he could tell me any details, he sounded like he was on the verge of tears. Matt Groening grabbed a piece of paper, wrote something on it, and handed it to me. He begged me to never mention the episode again. The piece of paper had a website address on it. I would rather not say what it is for reasons you'll see in a second. I entered the address into my browser and came to a site that was completely black, except for a line of yellow text. A link. I clicked on it, and a file started downloading. Once the download was complete, my computer went crazy. It was the worst virus I had ever seen. System restore didn't work. The entire computer had to be rebooted. Before doing this, though, I copied the file onto a CD. I tried to open it on my now empty computer. As I suspected, there was an episode of The Simpsons on it. The episode started off like any other, but I had very poor quality animation. If you've seen the original animation from Some Enchanted Evening, it was similar, but less stable. The fact that it was fairly formal, but the way the characters acted was a little off. Homer was angrier. Marge seemed depressed. Lisa behaved anxiously. And Bart appeared to give a genuine anger and hatred towards his parents. But the episode was about the Simpsons going on a plane trip. Near the end of the first act, the plane was taking off. Bart was fooling around as you'd expect. However, the plane was about 50 feet off the ground. Bart broke a window and was sucked out. At the beginning of the series, Matt had the idea that the animated style of the Simpsons world represented life and death, and that made things more realistic. Hence why it was used in this episode. The picture of Bart's corpse was barely recognizable. They took full advantage of not having to move, and made almost photorealistic drawing of his dead body! Act 1 ended with a shot of Bart's corpse. When Act 2 started, Homer, Marge, and Lisa were sitting at a table, crying. The crying went on and on. It became more pained and realistic. Better acted than you would think possible. What?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I like that line a lot. If you're good at acting, it has to be real. There's no way that it isn't. If you do very realistic crying, you are actually in distress.
I really like the idea of something being too well acted to be fake.
The animation started to decay even more as they cried, and you could hear murmuring in the background. The characters could barely be made out. They were stretching and blurring, looking like deformed shadows with random bright colors thrown on them. There were faces in the window, flashing in and out, so that you were never sure what they looked like. This crying went on for all of Act 2. Act 3 opened with a title card saying 1 year had passed. Homer, Marge, and Lisa were skeletally thin and still sitting at the table. There was no sign of Maggie or the pets. They decided to visit Bart's grave. Springfield was completely deserted. As they walked out to the cemetery, the houses became more and more decrepit. They all looked abandoned, but when they got to the grave, Bart's body was lying in front of his tombstone. Just like it did at the end of Act 1. The family started crying again. Eventually, they stopped and just stared at Bart's body. The camera zoomed in on Homer's face. According to summaries, Homer tells a joke at this part, but it isn't audible in the version I saw, so you can't tell what he's saying. The view zoomed out as the episode came to a close. The tombstone in the background had the name of every Simpsons guest star on them. Some that no one had heard of in 1989. Some that haven't even been in the show yet. All of them had death dates as well. For guests who died since, like Michael Jackson and George Harrison, the dates were when they found they would die. The credits were completely silent and seemed handwritten. The final image was the Simpson family on their couch, like in the intros, but all drawn in the hyper-realistic, lifeless style of Bart's
Not
corpse.
the hyper-realistic.
A thought occurred to me after seeing the episodes for the first time. You could try to use the tombstones to predict the death of every living Simpsons guest star. But there was something odd about most of the ones who haven't died yet. All of their deaths are listed on the same date.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's so scary.
You know,
I think that ending is not that bad.
it's not the worst. There are significantly worse, like, lost episode creepypastas than Dead Bart.
I like the VHS footage.
Something I'll just find forever funny is whenever like lost episode creepypastas like this.
I like this.
Like, I'll forever find it funny whenever lost episode creepypastas like this include the actual real creator, like, in the story as playing a part in it.
Yeah.
Like, that will never not be funny to me.
Steven Hillenberg.
Yeah, I love Steven Hillenberg just walking in at the end of Red Mist and be like, guys, what the fuck?
Yeah, he just walks in.
And then with this one, they just straight up said, oh yeah, Dead Bart was actually made by the real creator of The Simpsons.
You could ask him.
Like,
really
yeah, he made the real thing. Which is just, like, insane to me.
Okay, we gotta... I think the only request we have left right here... I've been saving this one for last. Of these requests. God damn it, David! Get the fuck out of my chat! We already read Flanders is mad. You're late, dude. You're late.
Yeah, David, you're late, man. If you go back in the stream, we already read Flanders is mad.
You fake fan.
You missed it, Dave.
Oh, poor thing. I can't believe this.
You know bro was like, you know bro was ready to pull that out too and have all of us be like, oh my god, Flanders is mad. Let's do that one. That sounds crazy.
He was so fucking excited.
Bro is giddy in his chair right now.
It's okay, we'll read it again next time, David. You can hop on and tell all the people about Slender Man.
I'm waiting to see his response in chat.
Stretch my
Oh, there we go. He just says, no!
He's losing his mind. I'm sorry, David.
David really likes Flanders is mad.
Good.
Flanders is mad is really good.
I'm
I know, it's
fuming.
amazing. It's okay, David. It's okay.
Sorry, buddy.
You can suggest a different one.
You can suggest a different one for your money.
Yeah, you want to suggest a different one since you paid for a recommendation?
I love Slender Man!
Does he want to do Slender Man?
Does he want us to read a Slender Man one?
Or what?
We're talking to him like a sad child.
Yeah, there's like a delay. Because he's in the...
David is mad.
David. David is mad, that'd be a good... You should play Flanders is mad but at 2 times speed at 5% volume in the background.
I haven't seen a new message from David yet.
Yeah,
He's like
come on,
breaking
David.
all of his streaming equipment right now. Really mad.
He's either breaking all his streaming equipment or like he's frantically looking for another creepy.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah. He's in some kind of Flanders. David is mad.
You should get mad. Also, wait, what was the other one that we were gonna do from suggestions before David's donation?
Oh. Laughing Jack.
Oh!
I think you should take this one.
Oh!
Should I take this one? I don't know. I feel like Zach might be a little bit more, attached, per se, to the character.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh no. Oh, my past demons are coming back to haunt me.
They're coming.
Oh
no,
my god.
No, not the... I'm gonna kill you.
No! Okay. I feel like chat is in desperate need of context.
Oh
for
no.
This.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Has this
Oh,
ever been
God.
public before?
I think I've brought it up like once or twice, but like never on like a big stream.
Oh no.
Oh, okay. You guys are about to face my demons tonight. So chat. Back in like 2015, 2014, back when I was in junior high school, I used to be a very avid member of the Creepypasta Amino.
Oh god.
And on the Creepypasta Amino, I had a roleplay account called Laughing Jack, and I would go into people's DMs using that account, and I would say stuff like, I'm gonna kill ya, I'm gonna stuff you with candy, and that was my like existence for a bit, and I used to do it in like full group chats, and I think back on that, and it's like Jeff, or not Jeff, sorry, I just got Jeff the Killer on the mind constantly. It's like I got Laughing Jack constantly haunting me like a demon from my past when I think about that. Anytime I think I've grown and changed as a person, Laughing Jack Amino roleplay comes back to haunt me.
Good.
That's awesome.
No one lets me live it down. When I made the poll of creepypastas for my rewrite video I'm currently doing, I got several DMs from my friends saying, I hope Laughing Jack wins. You know why. My worst demons have come back to haunt me. I escaped them with the poll, and now I have to relive them today.
Hooray!
So anyway, I'm gonna read Laughing Jack.
Yeah, let me find a Huff and Jack. Did David just disappear?
Somebody said something about. Oh wait, hold on. I got a DM from David.
Oh God.
Oh.
Ask him
Oh
if
no,
what-
David sent the creepypasta he wants us to read.
Do you want to let
He
him
was describing
interpret
this. He was we could. Cause he was telling me about this creepypasta the other night, and it's unironically really creepy. It's called the 11-mile ritual.
Is it pasta?
It is. It is.
Fuck.
And yeah, David was talking about it, and it like unironically creeped me out last night. So he actually wants to suggest a good one, it seems.
Oh, okay.
Also, I'm getting the full Laughing Jack story right now.
Oh
Or
yes.
did you send the link actually?
I think this is the original right here, right? Just creepypasta.com, but I will send this to you. Da-da-da.
Oh, I think I got it here.
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm like reading through it to make sure it's the right one.
Yeah, you're not supposed to suggest bad ones. It's funnier if you do, but we're totally fine reading good ones as long as they're not super duper long, because a lot of really good ones are like full-on books.
Also, yeah, this is the original Laughing Jack.
Okay. Hell yeah. I'm hyped, I'm hyped. Oh yeah.
Ooh, I'm gonna
We
be
need
fighting my demons in
need a
real
moment.
time, chat.
No!
Okay, I'm ready when everyone else is.
Alright.
Are we good?
What is-
we dandy?
Yeah.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I read to you Laughing Jack. It was a nice summer day. My 5-year-old son James was playing outside in the backyard of our suburban home. James has always been a quiet boy. He plays by himself mostly. He never had many friends, but he always had a wild imagination. I was in the kitchen feeding our dog Fido when I heard what sounded like James talking to someone in the backyard. I'm not sure who it was he could be talking to. Could he have finally made a friend? Being a single mom, it's hard for me to always keep an eye on my son, so I decided to go outside and check on him. When I went into the backyard, I was a bit confused because James was the only person back there. Was he talking to himself? I could have sworn I heard another voice. James! It's time to come inside, I called out to him. He came inside and sat down at the kitchen table. It was about lunchtime, so I decided to make him a turkey sandwich. James, who are you talking to out there? I asked. James looked up for a moment. I was playing with my new friend, he smiled. I poured him some milk and continued to pry, as any good mother would. Does your friend have a name? Why didn't you ask him to have lunch with us? I asked. James stared at me for a moment before replying. His name is Laughing Jack. I was a bit taken back by what he said. Oh, that's a strange name. What does your friend look like? I asked, a bit confused. He's a clown. He has long hair and a big swirly cone nose. He's got long arms and baggy pants with stripy socks, and he always smiles. I realized my son was talking about an imaginary friend. I suppose it is normal for kids his age to have imaginary friends, especially when he has no real kids to play with. It's probably just a phase. The rest of the day went by as per usual, and it was starting to get late, so I put James to bed. I tucked him in, gave him a kiss, and made sure to turn on his nightlight before I closed the door. I was pretty tired myself, so I decided to go to bed not long after. I had an awful nightmare. It was dark. I was in some kind of run-down amusement park. I was scared, running through an endless field of empty tents, broken down rides, and abandoned game huts. The whole place had a horrible look to it. Everything was black and white. The prized stuffed animals all hung up from nooses in the game huts, all with sick grins stitched into their faces. It felt like the whole park was looking at me, even though there wasn't another living thing in sight. Then, suddenly, I began to hear music play. The sounds of Pop Goes the Weasel being played on a squeeze
The sound of what?
echoed through the park. Pop Goes the Weasel.
Ken Carter, scary.
Kane Carter creepypasta.
That
It
would
was
be scary.
hypnotizing. That would be terrifying. Could you imagine that, having nightmares where Kane Carter's hunting you to Pop Goes the Weasel? I followed its tune to the circus tent, almost in a trance, unable to stop my legs from moving forward. It was pitch black. The only light came from a single spotlight shining on the center of the big top. As I walked towards the light, the music slowed down. I found myself singing along, unable to stop. All around the mulberry bush, the monkey chased the weasel. The monkey, though 'twas all in fun, advertisement. The music that's what it said on the thing. The music stopped right before its climax, and suddenly the lights shot on. The intensity of the lights was practically blinding. All I could see was a small, dark silhouette shuffling towards me.
Oh
AJ!
Another one appeared.
fucking god!
AJ!
Are you kidding me? Gaming age AJ
I hate this.
donated
Oh my
$50 with another prompt. I want a creepypasta based on a haunted version of SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom.
I'll hit up my buddy
You know what?
Kojima. He'll do this one.
No, you know what? You know what? Fuck it. I'll write 2.
Oh.
I'll write this as well.
Okay.
Alright, I see you.
I'll get to work on these tonight.
Yeah. I was gonna ask you
Yeah,
to, like,
I-
edit the VOD tonight, but that works too.
Let's see here. The intensity of the lights was practically blinding. All I could see was a small dark silhouette shuffling towards me. Then another one appeared, and another, and another. There were dozens of them, all coming toward me. I couldn't move, my legs were frozen. All I could do was watch as the haunting figures drew nearer. As I got closer, I could see they were children. As I looked at each one, I noticed they were all horribly disfigured and mutilated. Some had cuts all over their body, others were severely burnt, and others were missing limbs, even eyes. The children enveloped me, clawing at my flesh, dragging me to the ground and tearing inside me. As the children tore me apart and I faded away, all I could hear was laughter. Horrible, awful, evil laughter. I woke up the next morning in a cold sweat. After taking a few deep breaths, I looked over and saw that a few of James's action figures were positioned facing me on top of my nightstand. I sighed. James had probably woken up early and put these there. I gathered up the toys and made my way to James's room. However, when I opened the door, James was sound asleep. I just shrugged and placed the toys back in his toy box and headed out to the living room. A little while later, James woke up and I made him his breakfast. He was quiet and seemed a bit groggy. Perhaps he didn't sleep well either. I tried to ask him about the toys. James, honey, did you put the toys in Mommy's room this morning? His eyes shot up at me for a moment and then quickly glanced back down at the cereal. Laughing Jack did it. I rolled my eyes and responded, well, you tell Laughing Jack to keep the toys in your room. James nodded and finished up his breakfast, then decided to go play in the backyard. I went to relax in the living room and I must have dozed off because I woke up a couple hours later. Shit! I need to check on James! I was a bit worried. It had been over 2 hours and I hadn't checked on him. I went stepped out. Okay.
I went
Into
stepped
the
out.
backyard. But James wasn't there anymore. I was getting nervous, so I called out to him, James! James, where are you? Just then I heard a giggle come from the front yard. I rushed through the gate around to the front of the house. James, hold on. A freaking ad popped up that made me lose my place. James was sitting on the sidewalk. I breathed a sigh of release and walked over to him. James, how many times have I told you to stay in the backyard? James, what are you eating? James looked up at me and then reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of hard candies in all colors. This made me very nervous. James, who gave you that candy? James just stared at me, not speaking. James, please tell Mommy where you got that candy. James hung his head down and said, Laughing Jack gave it to me. My heart sunk. I kneeled down to look him in the eye. James, I've had enough of this damn Laughing Jack thing. He's not real. Now this is a very serious situation, and I need to know who gave you the candy. I could see my son's eyes tear up. But Mama, Laughing Jack did give me the candy. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. James had never lied to me, but what he's telling me is impossible. I make him spit out the candy and throw the rest away. James appears to be fine. Maybe I'm just overreacting. After all, he could have gotten it from Tom and Linda from next door or Mr. Walker from down the street. Either way, I'm going to have to keep a closer eye on James. That night, I put James to bed as usual and decided to go early myself. Suddenly, I was woken by a loud bang coming from the kitchen. I sprung out of bed and hurried down the stairs. When I got to the kitchen, I was horrified. Everything on the counters had been thrown on the floor, and our dog Fido hung dead from the light fixture.
No,
The dog!
Fido!
I don't know. I was so attached to that character.
His stomach was cut open and stuffed with candy, the same type that James was eating earlier that day. My shock was quickly broken by a sharp scream coming from James's room, followed by loud crashes. I quickly grabbed a knife from the drawer and moved up to the stairs with the speed that only a mother whose child is in danger could have. I burst through the floor and flicked on the lights. Everything in the room was knocked over and tossed on the floor, my poor son in his bed crying and shaking in fear, a pool of urine staining the sheets. I scooped my child up and ran out of the house and went next door to Tom and Linda's house. Luckily, they were still awake. They let me use their phone and I called the police. It didn't take them long to arrive, and I explained what had happened. They looked at me as if I were crazy. They searched the house, but all they found was a dead dog and 2 trashed rooms. The officer told me that someone had probably gotten into the house and done this right before making a quick escape when they heard me coming up the stairs. I knew it wasn't true. All the doors were locked and none of the windows were open. Whatever was in my house didn't come from outside. The next day, James stayed inside. I didn't want him to leave my sight. I went into the garage and found his old baby monitor and set it up in his room if anything comes into it tonight. I was going to be able to hear it. I went to the kitchen and grabbed the largest knife from the drawer and put it on my nightstand. Imaginary friend or not, I'm not letting anything hurt my little baby boy. Soon enough, night came. I put James to bed. He was afraid, but I promised him that I wasn't going to let anything happen to him. Me when I lie. I tucked him in, gave him a kiss, and turned on the nightlight. Before closing the door, I whispered to him, "Good night, James. I love you." I tried to stay up as long as I could, but after a few hours, I felt myself drifting off. My baby would be fine for the night, and I needed to sleep. Me when I lie. Just as I lay my head on the pillow, I heard a soft noise coming from the baby monitor I had put on the nightstand. At first, it sounded like interference, like the kind of radio would make. Then it turned into a soft moan. Was James asleep? Then I heard it. The laugh from my nightmare. That horrible laugh.
Oh.
I sprung up from the bed and grabbed the knife from under my pillow. I rushed over to James's room and creaked the door open. I tried the light switch, but it wouldn't come on. I took a step in and I could feel the warm, thick liquid on my feet. Suddenly, James's nightlight came on and I could see the absolute horror laid out in front of me. James's body was nailed up on the wall, the nails piercing through his hands and feet. Let's see, it's a lot of gore. A lot of gore. So much child gore. So much.
Boy.
Lord.
Joyous.
Yeah, let's
go skip ahead a bit. I was disgusted. I could hardly believe this was my baby boy. Then I heard it again. That soft, desperate moan. James was still alive. My baby, my poor baby, in so much pain, barely clinging to life. I ran across the room and vomited on the floor, but my sickness was interrupted by a horrible cackle coming from behind me. I spun around while still wiping bile from my mouth, and out of the shadows emerged the fiend responsible for all this horror, Laughing Jack. His ghost white skin and matted black hair hung down to his shoulders. He had piercing white eyes surrounded by dark black rings. His twisted smile revealed a row of sharp, jagged teeth, and his skin didn't look like skin at all. It almost looked like rubber or plastic. He wore a patchy black and white clown outfit with striped sleeve and socks. His body itself was grotesque. His long arms hung down past his waist, and the way he was poised made him look boneless, like a rag doll. He was a Veldigan. He let out a sickening laugh as if to let me know he was pleased with my reaction to his work. He then turned around slowly in front of James and began to laugh even more at the horrific sight he laid out. That was enough to shake me from my terror. I snapped, "Get away from him, you bastard!" I rushed at the monster, raising the knife above my head, stabbing down at him. But as soon as the knife touched him, he disappeared in a cloud of black smoke. The knife passed through and pierced James's still beating heart, splashing the blood on my face. No, what have I done? My baby, I killed my baby. I immediately fell to my knees, and I could hear sirens in the distance growing louder. My boy, my sweet baby boy. I promised Mommy would protect you, but I failed. I'm sorry, James. I'm so sorry. Police soon arrived to find me in front of my son, still wielding the knife covered in my baby's blood. The trial was short. Insanity. I was placed in the house for the criminally insane, where I have been for the past 2 months. It's not so bad here. The only reason I'm awake now is because someone is playing Pop Goes the Weasel outside my window.
It's
I'll
King
talk
Carter.
to the orderlies about it in the morning.
Kane Carter is outside of the...
Kane Carter's out there trying to advertise Pop Goes Evergreen.
He needs you to get Pop Go Evergreen. It's in the fanverse.
It's in the fanverse.
Wow. What an inspiring story.
It was
Scary.
it was something.
That was very scary, and I'm super scared now. I'm laughing. Jack.
Oh, should we do David's second?
Yeah, how long is
Request.
David's?
Let me see.
Because we could probably end off the stream with that, maybe.
Yeah.
Let me see
That's
here.
what I'm-
David.
That's what I'm thinking, and I'll go back and see. So Sonic.exe stuff. Anybody that donated about that'll be saved for
Yeah,
another
same
stream,
with Tiki
as that's
Toby.
gonna be same with Tiki Toby stuff. Okay, somebody donated. Okay, Psychosis. Was that a really long one?
I remember we said Psychosis was a long one whenever we looked it
Okay.
up.
Okay.
let's see.
Also, here, if you
I
check
think
EC chat, I sent the link that David gave me for 11 miles.
Okay, let's see.
NES.
NES is
Godzilla
like
is another
the
thing that we
Bible.
could like save.
Okay, this is like...
Pokemon, I Love You, Doll Jan the Killer's remake.
I think that's like
we-
multiple of them.
Oh.
Maybe we'll read Jane the Killer later. The remake.
Yeah, we could
Oh,
read the Jan
boy.
the Killer remake.
You promised us Yowie. I will get to the Yowie.
If you read Disney Carnage, the thing in the basement is better. That one's way too long. Super Mario Blood Whistle is another one. I don't know if that's a long one. They said that Dara read it in one sitting, so I think it's probably pretty long. So you can probably save that one again. Maybe not just Sonic.exe, but the next stream could be like gaming creepypasta themed as a
Yeah,
whole.
we'll just finish. We'll do a bunch of, because I do have somewhere to be tonight.
And also, Nevter Bifter.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is. I tried looking it up. I have no idea what that means.
Okay.
We're at Appley.
Appley. Is that the same thing I'm thinking of? Because I know there was a really popular creepypasta about an apple, like an apple character.
Happy.
Yeah, Happy.
Maybe it's
That's
that?
what I feel like they mean.
Maybe.
But
Yeah, I would probably I'd say we can read David's and end it with this.
okay.
If I'm not sure
Yeah, then-
which of you want to read this.
Would you like to do the honors? You haven't read in a while.
Should I? Yeah. Should I read this last one?
Well, my throat's kind of shot.
Yeah.
Zach's been carrying, and I
Yeah,
read.
Zach's been carrying.
I read 2 sin.
Okay. I will read this one then.
Your Pastra's.
Very.
But
own
have you heard of
creepypasta.
Pastra's very own creepypasta? If I remember correctly, it was based off FNAF, or you're just Afton himself.
Oh yeah, no, that wasn't a creepypasta. It was a FNAF 3 fan fiction I made in junior high.
Wow.
Don't worry, next stream that we do of this, you'll get to hear one
Yeah,
of
we'll
Zach's
fucking-
new creepypastas.
The next stream will probably be pretty long. I didn't realize I had somewhere to be on this day. So hopefully a 5-hour stream is enough. Hopefully that suffice for you, chat. But we will definitely
I'm sure that'll suffice.
Yeah, we'll definitely have a longer, more creepy, more pasta stream another time, but for now, I will serenade you, chat, with 11 miles, which is supposedly good, so who knows? God, Sweet Apple Massacre. Yeah, I have so many My Little Pony creepypastas just in my brain, so maybe next stream if anyone ever wants to hear about that. I have autism, by the way. Okay. I'll get into this. You put chat away. Lock them away. Okay. Do you have something that you truly, relentlessly desire? Despite your state of life, is there something else that you would go completely to the end of the world to get? Well, lucky for you, there is a way to achieve what you're looking for, and you won't need to go to the end of the world to get it. But you will need to go somewhere, and the place may be too out of reach for some. It's not far away, closer than one may believe, but there's requirements that some individuals may not possess. First, whatever it is you seek, know that you must seriously desire what you want. In your eyes, it should be something you need. If you begin the journey with the correct state of mind, you will surely fail, as it will be near impossible to turn back once the journey starts. The second requirement is that you will need a vehicle of a sort. Most use a car, as it's the most comfortable choice. Okay, no, chat, stop. Do not suggest, like, straight up, like, I'm not gonna, like, cheese pizza.
Shock story? Shock story?
Yeah, I'm not gonna even humor that, like, as a joke.
Okay.
There have been a select few that have... Yeah! Okay, fuck. There have been a select few that have used small motorized vehicles, such as an ATV or motorcycle, but this has proven to be quite difficult, as the conditions of the journey can prove to be too bothersome. Do not use a vehicle too large or noticeable, as you will need some sort of cover of night to be most safe. Also, well, any sort of car will do. You may not want to choose the most expensive or cherished vehicle. You can take your slick new black Mercedes for the drive if you'd like, but don't expect it to come out in a pristine state. Make sure your vehicle is completely fueled before beginning the drive. The first task to accomplish is to locate the road. It doesn't have a name, it's not on the map, and technically, it doesn't even exist. My fucking nose is all stuffy, I'm so sorry, chat. Where did I
Would you
even...
like someone else to take over?
No, I got it. Fuck my meds for disappearing. If you're looking for the road, it will turn up eventually, but you need to search for the road's hint in order to pull down the right one. Once you're close, you will see or feel its signs, but what the signs will be depend on what it is you desire. For example, if you're in search of wealth, you may spot shimmers on the empty branches of trees as if they resembled the shine of gold or diamonds. If you seek love, you may begin to see rose petals slowly dance in the light breeze, blowing in the road's direction. If you seek revenge, you might sense an ever-growing feeling of heat or anger in your body as you approach. Just know that what it is you really want. And you'll have no problem finding the turn. Once you're sure you've found the revealed road, take a deep breath and turn down onto it. At this point, you have officially started down the nameless road, which brings you through 11 miles, leading to whatever it is you seek. Each mile will test your desire and will expose if you really do want what you're searching for. Before you go any further, stop the car and be wary of a few advisements. Do not turn on a radio during the drive. Do not use a phone during the drive. Reception would be cut off anyway. Do not open the windows during the drive. Make sure they are closed before you continue. If you are riding a vehicle without windows or a top.
This one really feels like a story I would have heard, like, a narrator read in, like, 2017 and been scared the shit out of.
Oh, real.
I really like this one so far. This one's the most nostalgic that we've read so far, because it really feels like something I would have heard when I was a little kid.
Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely.
Then prepare for the worst, as the odds are heavily against you. Do not attempt to leave your vehicle at any time. You'll never want to exceed 30 miles per hour unless you're desperate to make it through a section of the road. And most importantly, as with any drive, buckle up. Feel free to prepare and make sure you're ready. Once the road has been entered, time has stopped, so you don't need to worry about losing the night. Though you may not notice, you're not actually in your own world anymore. Take one last moment to realize that once the first mile is over, there is no turning back. If you ponder turning back at all, knowing that you shouldn't even be on the journey in the first place. Once all is done, start continuing on the road. On the first mile, you won't see much change. The road passes through mostly woods, with a few miles being an exception. The air will turn a bit colder, in which you should turn your heating system if the vehicle has one. You won't want to take your eyes off the road later. Take some time to calm any uneasiness by admiring some of the night sky. You'll see it completely lined with stars, more than what you would ever believe possible. If the weather was cloudy beforehand, you'll also notice that the sky is now clear. On the second mile, the air will become even colder. This is primarily the reason why traveling in an open vehicle is very difficult. With each mile, the air will drop in temperature, even if the season should be warm. If the air is too cold to bear, even with the heat on, your only option is to speed up. With each mile, the road also becomes more complex, taking more turns and showing an increasing amount of road hazards. Be sure to always keep focused on the road in front of you in order to avoid as many bumps or obstacles as possible. Hitting a few rocks and potholes won't hamper your progress too much, but you'll want to keep in the best condition for as long as possible. If your vehicle is forced to stop because of damage, then there's nothing left you can do but eventually freeze to death. This is really good so far, but I'm very angry that they keep using the wrong "your," like, as a writer.
That's fair.
Everything else is fine, but,
I think that's so weird because everything else is written pretty well.
Why
I'm
is
just
this-
going to assume that English is not this person's first language.
Yeah, I don't know, because the "your" thing has always been so weird to me, because it's just, like, I will always, like, never mess that up. I never get how that happens, but maybe it's just because I, like, actually, like, write way too much.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? What the fuck am I? Great. On the third mile, you may begin to spot silhouettes of human figures in the linings of trees. Pay no attention to them, even if they seem to get closer. It will be hard to resist peeking at their unnerving, distant appearance, but know that they will reveal themselves later. At this mile, the road will become dirt if you weren't driving on it in the beginning. Keep to the center of the path, as it will become narrow and wide at random intervals. On a quick side note, I remember your genocides, thank you. I fucking lost my, I remember your genocide is too funny. On a quick side note, should you ever attempt to turn around despite the previous warnings, you'll be left on a path which never ends. You would simply run out of fuel eventually and be left to freeze in the cold conditions. On the fourth mile, you will not only see more of the figures, but you will begin to, in a sense, hear them. In the back of your mind, a very faint, unintelligible whisper will echo. These will come and go, but you can't stop them. If they become bothersome or distracting, try and tune them out by thinking of what it is you desire. Attempting to listen and determine what the voices are saying will only attract them to you, and you want to be far away from them as you can. They'll be closer later, so there's no use bringing them near you this early. On the fifth mile, you will come to a clearing. The lining of trees to your left will disappear to reveal a lake with no end, with a beaming great moon over the water. The illumination from the moon will be so spectacular that the vehicle's headlights will no longer be required. Restrain yourself from gazing at it. If you look at its light for even more than a few seconds, the road in front of you will end, throwing your vehicle into the water in which you will freeze in mere minutes. The voices will be gone for this mile, but don't rejoice yet. They'll be back. On the sixth mile, take into account that you are more than halfway done. Despite the progress, you may lose hope here. The stars will have disappeared on this point, leaving the sky an empty black abyss. The clearing will have ended, leading you back into the woods. The only light you will have here will be provided by your vehicle headlights, but they will flicker from time to time, even if you're sure they are in perfect working order. If you have a radio in the vehicle, it will turn on here automatically. If you didn't turn it off beforehand, it will produce an overwhelming screech that will send you off the path. A calm voice will then begin to speak about your greatest fears, what it is you horror in your life. Is that like a real... Is that how you use the word horror?
I don't think that is the proper use of the word horror. That sounds very wrong.
I'm like confused. Whatever. Also, hi David. Yeah, I hope you're enjoying it. I love the like. Where the fuck was I? It will speak in a way that will cause you to visualize the words in your mind, so don't listen to it. If you begin to comprehend what it's saying, the horrors will prove too much for you to stay on the road safely. Attempting to turn off the radio will prove no use. Speed up if you have to. Just keep your mind off the voice as much as you can. As you approach the end of the mile, the voice will fade out of the speakers, leaving your ears at peace for now. On the 7th mile, the voices from the figures will return. It won't sound like a whisper this time, but more like distant screams, growing closer with each second. At some point on this mile, you'll hear one of them in your ear, as if one of them were right behind you. This is because one of the figures have found their way into your vehicle. Do not turn around. Their faces will shock you to a I hate myself. Their faces will shock you to a paralysis, leading you off the road. If you don't draw attention to it, it will become uninterested and hopefully leave. These beings are said to be ones who have traveled down this road before, but were not successful. They live the remainder of their existence suffering in the darkness, with their only goal being to bring other travelers down with them. I thought that was the granny music for a second.
It sounded like it.
I low-key, like, kinda want that.
The granny music would be a good.
I love that song. Okay.
That is like the perfect horror ambience ever.
It is literally perfect.
I love when it's paired with the Simpsons dud video.
Yeah, that and like the Roblox horror song are perfect. Yeah. My favorite creepypasta is Smile Dog. I love my evil puppy. Me too, bro. I love that guy. Where on earth were we? Like around... I guess around 8th file.
Yeah.
Mr. Incredible. On the 8th mile, slow down if you're going too fast. The road here takes very sharp turns, which, if overshot, will throw the vehicle into a pit through the trees. The cold is near fatal here. If you were to have a glass or bottle of liquid in your vehicle, it would be solid in seconds. The heating system will have become completely obsolete. Your headlights will flicker more, sometimes shutting off for a few seconds. You should brake if this happens, but do not completely stop. The figures will be following you at this point, and should you stop for too long, they will surround and trap your vehicle. More of their screams can be heard from outside your doors, sometimes even the sounding of maniacal laughter, not mechanical. My bad. Okay, I think my, throat is a little bit better, though.
Okay.
Okay, I lied. My nose started clogging up again. Okay. Their hands will clutch your windows, desperate to reach it and feel something living. Do not look at them. They won't block your windshield, and the last thing you want to happen is to crash and be trapped with them. If you don't make it from here, pray that it's the freezing that ends you. On the 9th mile, your vehicle will stall. The headlights will shut off, as well as all other systems inside. There's nothing you can do to prevent this. What you will need to do is close your eyes and immediately attempt to restart the vehicle. Keep your eyes closed, as the figures would have surely surrounded you at this point. The starting of the vehicle will frighten them, and they will all back away temporarily. This will give you a chance to start moving forward again. If you begin to hear the windows crack from their struggle, don't lose focus. The beings can alter the vehicle, but remember that they still do not have the strength to physically affect you. You will hear nothing but their voices rampage in your mind, and there could be anywhere between 12 or 100 after you now. Once you start the vehicle, floor it. Floor it so long as you can stay on the path. When the mile's done, the beings will retreat. On the 10th mile, the voices of the beings will stop. If you were to look in your rearview mirror, do not actually do this. You will see them following you, but not as if they were chasing. They're watching you, as if they were seeing you off. As you go down the 10th mile, the road will be smoother, as if you were back on the 1st mile. The figures will be lining the sides of the path ahead of you. They won't be after you, but they will watch as you pass. Some have theorized that the beings are impressed here, and that you have come a long way on the journey to what you desire. This is not false. This is false. They are not impressed, but they are happy. They are happy you are about to approach the next mile. They are happy because you are most likely going to your death. On the 11th and final mile, fuck my life and my, like, I don't even, I have, like, I don't remember what the fuck it's called, but it's, like, the speech version of dyslexia. I can read like a fucking pro, but I can't speak.
I have both.
God damn. On the 11th and final mile, everything in your vehicle will lose power, as it did on the 9th mile. The vehicle would normally be immobile, but you will still be moving. An unknown force will be pulling you forward. In the darkness, you will see a growing red light up ahead, as if it were a light at the end of a tunnel. Close your eyes and cover them. Do whatever it takes to make sure you do not see what you are about to go through. Covering your ears would also be helpful, but keeping your eyes covered should be a higher priority. The red light is another clearing, but there's no moon or lake this time. Once it's entered, unrelenting and inconceivable noises will sound from all directions. No amount of bravery and conditioning will spare you from these sounds. The cold will turn to a merciless heat, burning all parts of the vehicle. You will feel the illusion of the flesh being burned off your bones, that every part of you is being destroyed as you travel through screams and audible suffering. As long as you keep your eyes closed and resist the urge to see where you are, you will survive through the suffering. This will last a total of 31 seconds, but many fail to keep their vision closed during that time and are left to the worst fate of the road. Where is this mile located? Those who have survived do not know. Some have named it the transmission from hell, but whether it's part of hell is debatable. After the final mile, power will return. Stop the vehicle. Take a moment to possibly regain some of your sanity. Let the screaming in your ears begin to fade and know that you have nearly completed your journey with the hardest task overcame. Breathe and begin to drive forward once again. After only a kilometer, your vehicle will arrive at a dead end. Stop here and don't attempt to move again. Nothing will happen right this second, but do not be disappointed. Relax and close your eyes. Imagine in your mind what it is you've desired the entire time. It will most likely still be the same as when you entered, but with some, this desire may actually change through making this journey. Think about what it was that you went through, such terrifying and difficult means to acquire, and imagine possessing it in your hands. Once you have completely visualized this, slowly open your eyes. You will then find yourself at the beginning of the unnamed road where you first began. This may confuse you, but know that you are finished. Your task is done. Your mind will then turn to your reward. If what you desired was material, check in the back seat or in the trunk if the object is larger. If the object was small enough, it may have already been in your pocket. If whatever you desired was non-material, then do not be disappointed if the change is not immediate. Turn back to where you came from, and you will find in your life that what you wanted is there. You may have found the love of your dreams. You may have gained unnatural, unimaginable power. You may have put your most hated enemy to the most satisfying revenge possible. You will have no doubt gained what you deserved. So now that the task is done, what's the catch? Is your vehicle cursed? Is there something you're about to lose? Is your death imminent? The answer to all is no, of course. You've done the challenge. You've proved worthy of what you desire. As stated before, the sounds of the 11th mile will continue to exist in your mind, potentially causing you some vivid and unusual nightmares, but these should prove as nothing compared to what you've gained. Now, one last question. Is there something else you desire? Are you not yet satisfied? After all, you're left right back where you started. The road's right in front of you, so are you up for another drive? If so, just buckle up and move forward. And that's 11 miles.
That was 11 miles. Shout out to the person in chat who immediately, like, near the end just said, I'm gonna do all this for a Big Mac.
Same, but like with the fucking Chick-fil-A like sriracha sauce.
Could you
can handle
imagine? Like they make a horror movie out of this, and it's like somebody in the car, and you don't know what it is they want, and you spend the entire time like wondering what could it be? What could it be? The whole thing's over. They look in their back seat, just a nice thing of sriracha.
Giant burger, and it's actually just Troy. His fat ass really wanted a burger. It's a Jeff the Killer sequel.
It's a It all goes back to Troy.
Yeah, it's Troy. He just wanted a burger.
Goes back to Troy. He wanted to become the killer next.
Troy the Killer.
Awesome.
Wow.
I could handle it.
I can handle it. Yeah, I can do that.
I could do it.
I don't think I could do it.
I could do it.
Call me Drake, because I'm gonna do it.
I get way
I'd
too
do it.
morbidly curious about like what the freaky dudes
No,
look like.
same.
No, I wouldn't. I have strong will.
I don't. I am weak of will.
No, you're so strong-willed. You're so strong-willed. It's okay.
Keeping your eyes closed through like the hell tunnel would also be really easy. Because why would I want to see it?
Are you kidding? I want to fucking see Hell Tunnel. What if Satan is there? What if he's freaky and he's like, what if he's like cool? What if he's like Satan from Smiling Friends? I love that guy.
What if he's Jeff the Killer?
Yeah, what if Jeff the Killer's in there? I want to go see Jeff the Killer.
Somebody in chat just said Dags was a crazy driver.
Dags was a crazy driver. Dude, literally.
Nice callback.
Nice callback.
No,
that was a reference. That wasn't. I'm gonna do all of this for Silk Song. Fucking same, dude.
Speaking
Yeah,
of
that's
cars,
fair, though.
could you end this by reading car door, hand cook car door? I think that was the final story.
Yeah,
on our
it is
tonight.
just turning 4. I'm wondering. I'm debating something. We've had a lot of support for this stream. Like, this is probably the most successful stream I've ever done, and I'm so very grateful for that. And I'm wondering if I should like, should
What's
like,
that?
should I like tease something? Because I've been working. I don't know.
You think it's a good idea?
Maybe. I don't know. I'll have
Or should
to.
it be saved for the charity stream?
Ooh, actually, you have a good point right there. Presuming that the charity stream happens before the release of this. And I guess I have done some teasing. But I guess I will say one thing.
We will make this a
to the
series,
chat.
do not
Okay,
worry.
yeah, first of all, we will make this a series. I had so much fucking fun with this. I'm gonna like, I'm gonna put one of these on while we, like, close off. Yeah. But yeah, this was definitely a lot of fun. I will do this, absolutely. Oh, let me guess, play. Yeah, it is for the plush, but it is specifically for the advertisement. I will say, it is narrated by someone that you guys probably know. Shut the fuck up, Dags. You know who it is. I will say, chat, I think I might have said this somewhere before, but I don't think anybody cares enough. You should stream Granny sometime. Go ask. Oh yeah, dude. Not me. Yeah, the fucking voice in the advertisement is going to be done by Ty Coker, and that character is someone who is very special to me. So that character is Daco. No, not Daco, although I do have a clip of Daco saying, "You need to buy the Quinn plush, he is very lonely and need a new home." So maybe I'll put that in there. But yeah, I got a little character there, and I hope you guys like him, because I like him. And yeah, but this was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun with with gang. And I thank you guys a lot for coming on.
This was awesome. I can't wait to do more of this.
Yeah. I had a lot of fun. I love my creepypastas. I love my yaoi. I'm very excited to write all this stuff for next stream, and hopefully the people.
I like. I'm looking at the chat, and I like how you said that the guest voice is someone that we know, and then while people were still trying to figure it out, even though people said who it is already, somebody said Fiznom.
Yeah, sorry, it's Fiznom. I lied. It's Fiznom.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you so much for showing up, chat. I had a lot of fun. Everyone had a lot of fun. At least I hope so. Bro, this ain't dude.
This was amazing.
Yeah, I joined for Pastra, but I'm subbing for more than. Yes, subscribe to me. I'm a big YouTuber. Pastra's just my small friend. They want to start a YouTube channel soon, so I hope you guys will support them when they branch
guys,
out.
I'm planning on starting up a creepypasta narration channel. My next video's gonna be about Jeff the Killer.
We got them 10 subs last time.
Yeah, last stream we got like 10 subs. Maybe this time we can get 100.
I got the 10 subs last time.
Reminds me of
reached 50.
Austin's like his friend's cousin, who's like 10, will play Lethal Company with Dags and then put featuring Dags in like the title of their YouTube videos. I just like bringing that up because he's like 10 years old.
You guys need to go out and find that yourself.
Yeah, you gotta go search. I got dragon fruit. My life is now joyous. I want some. The autistic Jeff the Killer slideshow was a highlight. Dude, that's gonna go so hard in the VOD. That was awesome.
Loved putting that together, and the fact that like I saw so many people in chat saying they were genuinely invested.
Yeah,
that was all the validation I needed to make like a 3-hour or whatever video on that exact subject.
Please, you gotta. All right, we will be supporting. We will be gassing it up. So
We will.
yeah, we will be watching. Also, to the one person who asked 3 hours ago why Dags is a furry, he's not. That's Sonic ears. He's Sonic.exe, you fucking idiot.
Yeah.
He's God.
Yeah.
I'm Sonic EXE.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you're very scary. Are you Sonic
I'm
EXE?
so scary.
Yeah. Oh, I'm scared. Oh.
I am God.
Oh my goodness, yes you are. You fucking. Where is Ellis Mark? Shut up. Okay.
Well, thank you guys so much for joining my creepypasta stream. Next time I'll share my Jeff the Killer fanfiction with all of you.
The Sonic EXE slideshow is coming.
Oh yeah. And the Tiki. That's it, yep.
The Tiki.
Yep. Hooray!
Also, yeah, other things that happened today. Fucking go watch Shipwrecked 64 Game Theory. That's my friend. Go support him. Go play Indigo Car. The pub, the Indigo Park. The unique Mr. Geese, whatever. What else? I don't know. I think that's it. Subscribe to me because I'm cool, and I make videos. And yes, have a good time, chat. We will be putting on our little.
Man, this pasta was sure creepy.
Was it now? I need to turn off the granny theme. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for watching. Markiplier.
We creepied this pasta.
We creepied this pasta.
Thank you for saying Card Garn 47. I appreciate it, Lone Shark Studio.
Well, yeah, Guard 47. If you guys like Guard 47,
go play Guard 47.
Yeah, go play Guard 47. Thank you guys so much for joining the stream. Thank you to my amazing friends for being here. I love you guys. Thank you for putting up with my allergies. I'm gonna go find my meds.
Yeah, smart idea.
Bye.